Chapter 1263. Swish. The heaven-shocking divine arrow gathered spiritual chi from all directions, and the spiritual chi within a radius of 1,000 miles was almost sucked dry. The resplendent arrow light illuminated the entire heaven and earth, and a terrifying power surged between heaven and earth. The greenwood divine arrow displayed a power that made people's hearts palpitate. Even Gu Fei couldn't help but be moved at this moment. This arrow was really difficult to break. The divine arrow automatically devoured the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, and the power it emitted could only get stronger and stronger. It would never weaken. The longer it dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for him. Gu Fei's thoughts turned quickly, and he quickly thought of a way to break it. Chaotic upheaval. He roared and suddenly stopped in the void, facing the heaven-shocking divine arrow that was shooting from the front. This arrow light was like a shooting star that streaked across the void, and the divine light at the tail was dozens of miles long. The divine arrow pierced through the air and arrived before Gu Fei in an instant. At this moment, a strange fluctuation gushed out from Gu Fei's body. After that, the space around him distorted. His body seemed to resonate with the world around him, attracting an inconceivable power. Buzz. The distorted space was trembling. The power emitted by the divine arrow was simply too great. The entire space seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. This was the void that Gu Fei used a supreme immortal art to fix. If it wasn't because of this, the void where Gu Fei was would have been shot into a chaotic zone by this arrow. Gu Fei roared angrily. He felt an unprecedented powerful pressure, and all the muscles and tendons in his body were trembling. All the potential of his corporeal body was released. The yin-yang true force was vast, and blurry Tao marks appeared on Gu Fei's skin. His clothes instantly turned into ashes, and directly dissipated in the void. "Reverse it for me!" Gu Fei roared, and at the same time his hands were moving, as though he was building layers of transparent spatial barriers, wrapping the divine arrow and shifting it. However, Gu Fei realized that the incoming divine arrow was like an immortal divine mountain. It was difficult to move. As the divine arrow pressed forward, it seemed as though the void in front of Gu Fei was being annihilated. His flesh cracked, revealing ghastly cracks. The power of the godly arrow was too strong, so strong that Gu Fei felt that his life was in danger. Ascend! Gu Fei didn't hesitate and immediately used another of the 9 secrets of immortal Tao. An extremely ferocious power suddenly erupted from his body. Rumble! The heavens shook and the earth shook. Ripples visible to the naked eye appeared in the entire world. It was as if the entire world had been shifted and reversed. The power of the immortal Tao was vast and mighty. Divine runes condensed on Gu Fei's hands and were sent into the void by him. The astonishing arrow was finally shaken by his power that had suddenly increased by 10 times. What? How is this possible? Mu Qingtian looked on in shock. He couldn't believe that Gu Fei could actually block such an arrow. He could also sense the sudden change in Gu Fei's body. The legendary 9 secrets of immortal Tao? The golden-winged little Peng Emperor was also dumbfounded. He was a descendant of the heavenly Peng, and his race had the most ancient records. He knew that in ancient times, the supreme Tao ancestor had once created 9 kinds of secret arts that could be said to be heaven-defying. However, these secret arts had long since been scattered in the later stages of the primordial era. They were no longer complete. It seemed that only the legendary Ascension secret art could suddenly raise one's strength to an unbelievable level. Martial Tao and immortal Tao combined in one body? Mu Qingtian stared at Gu Fei, who was doing his best to shift the divine arrow. His eyes narrowed. He could sense that there seemed to be a terrifying ancient heavenly beast hiding in Gu Fei's body. The world shook and the power of the Tao surged. Gu Fei had actually managed to reverse the arrow. "Go!" Gu Fei shouted. Essence chi rose from all over his body. Endless power of the immortal Tao interweaved around him. Divine runes of the great Tao appeared in the void. He had reversed the arrow. The dazzling green divine light flew back to Mu Qingtian. The divine light stretched for dozens of miles, tearing the sky and earth apart. After reversing the arrow, Gu Fei felt as if his body had collapsed. All his strength had been sucked out. He looked a little weary. No one had thought that Gu Fei could actually reverse such an attack. Even He Tian, who was familiar with Gu Fei's background, could not help but be moved by Gu Fei's ability. The 9 secrets of immortal Tao were truly heaven-defying. This time, Mu Qingtian's expression became extremely frightening. He did not know what kind of secret art his opponent had used to completely cut off his connection with the divine arrow. Swish! The divine arrow was as fast as lightning and arrived in front of Mu Qingtian in an instant. Gu Fei didn't care about the son of the heavenly demon. His thoughts were simple. Whoever wanted to kill him, he would kill them. So what if he was the son of Sky Demon? If he provoked him, he would kill him as well. Gu Fei did not show mercy. If he wanted to kill him, he would kill him. But his opponent was the son of Sky Demon. If he really killed the son of Sky Demon, then he would really pierce the heavens. But so what if he pierced the sky? Gu Fei had no qualms at all. He did not care at all. To the heaven realm, he was just a passerby. If he had the chance to return to the mortal domain, he would definitely not stay there. Mu Qingtian was scared out of his wits. Without thinking, he retreated. But as he did so, He Tian, who had been watching from the side, attacked. 9 pieces of divine jade flew out of He Tian's body. Each piece was the size of a palm and contained a terrifying power. The 9 pieces of divine jade's killing formation had been activated. The 9 pieces of divine jade interwove in the air, sealing off all of Mu Qingtian's paths of retreat. He had nowhere to run. He Tian's attack had caused this so-called son of Sky Demon to fall into a life-and-death situation. The power of the killing formation that rushed out from the 9 pieces of jade was shocking. The power of the formation attracted the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, and beams of divine light that were like peerless divine weapons pierced towards Mu Qingtian. However, just as everyone thought that Mu Qingtian was going to be killed by his own arrow, his figure suddenly disappeared into the void. Boom! With a deafening boom, the green arrow light collided with the killing formation formed by Erebus's 9 pieces of divine jade. The 9 pieces of divine jade were instantly shattered into powder. Countless formation lines dissipated in the void, and pitch-black spatial cracks spread into the distance. The power gathered by the heaven-shocking divine arrow was too strong. It was like a hot knife cutting through butter. It seemed invincible. The 9 killing formations set by Erebus were broken at once. He Tian vomited blood and was blown back thousands of meters. Even though he hadn't been hit by the arrow, He Tian was still heavily injured. His body was on the verge of collapse. How could this be? Chapter 1264. The divine arrow shot out, and Erebus attacked with all his strength, shooting out 9 pieces of divine jade with 9 killing formations imprinted on them, sealing off all of Mu Qingtian's escape routes. Just when everyone thought that Mu Qingtian was doomed, the son of the Sky Demon suddenly disappeared. He vanished into thin air without a trace. The 9 killing formations emitted a sky-piercing killing intent as they pressed forward. Countless formation runes enveloped the heavens and earth, colliding with the startling arrow light. Rumble! The heavens and earth were trembling and collapsing. A part of the void seemed to be experiencing great destruction. The 9 killing arrays were directly destroyed by the shocking sword light. Countless array runes dissipated in the void. He Tian was hit by the arrow light. He roared in anger and was sent flying thousands of meters away. Although he wasn't really hit, his physical body was almost shattered. Terrifying cracks appeared on his body, and he was seriously injured. How is this possible? Everyone was dumbfounded. Mu Qingtian had actually vanished. Gu Fei immediately used his martial Dao heavenly eye to scan the surroundings. He suddenly felt a sense of danger and charged forward. Bang! Without any warning, a huge green hand smashed through the void behind Gu Fei and slammed towards his back. The violent force shattered the void, and the place where Gu Fei was just a moment ago turned into a black hole. Gu Fei couldn't help being startled. His opponent seemed to have completely merged with heaven and earth. He couldn't determine his opponent's position. He could only sense something strange when his opponent attacked. What divine ability is this? In the distance, the little Peng was also startled. This kind of art was impossible to defend against. As expected, the heavenly demon's son was outstanding. Boss, be careful. This is a grand art created by a heavenly demon. It's comparable to one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, the void reversal art. He Tian's voice rang out in Gu Fei's mind. At this time, He Tian was sitting in the sky, circulating his Xian art to recover. Yin and Yang energy interweaved in his body, and his cracked body began to heal at a visible rate. Swish! The green divine light was like a divine rainbow that was dozens of miles long. It flew back from afar and pierced towards Gu Fei. The void was directly annihilated under the divine light. This peerless arrow light was still gathering spiritual energy from all directions. A wisp of holy might was emitted from the divine light, shaking the heavens and causing everyone's expressions to change. At the same time, the son of the heavenly demon, Mu Qingtian, hid in the void again and continuously attacked Gu Fei, causing Gu Fei to be in danger and flustered. What a good son of the heavenly demon! You are worthy of my full strength. Gu Fei's words were incomparably cold. What? In the sky, the little Peng was surrounded by Tao runes. When he heard Gu Fei's words, he couldn't help but change his expression. Could it be that this fellow still hadn't used his true strength? Under my divine arrow, the one who will die is you. Mu Qingtian's voice rang out in the void. His voice was erratic and came from all directions, making it hard for others to pinpoint his location. Mu Qingtian's words weren't wrong. This greenwood divine arrow was too powerful. It was gathering spiritual energy on its own, and the power of the arrow was still increasing. Even a sage would have a headache facing this arrow. It had to be known that the owner of the Greenwood Divine Bow was a great sage of the demon race in the ancient times. This great sage had used his own divine wood body to refine this divine bow. This holy bow originally had 9 divine arrows, but in ancient times, 6 of them were used by the great sage of the demon race when he fought against a powerful enemy. Now there were only 3 divine arrows left. After Mu Qingtian obtained the Greenwood Divine Bow, he was very confident. He believed that no one in this world could withstand an arrow shot from the Greenwood Divine Bow. In the current Great Era, sages were extinct. There really wasn't anyone who could withstand an arrow shot from the Greenwood Divine Bow. Unfortunately, one of the 3 Greenwood Divine arrows was already damaged. More than half of the Tao patterns on the body of the arrow had been erased. It was also because the Tao patterns on the arrow were damaged, making it difficult for it to gather spiritual energy. That was why Gu Fei had broken it. If it was a complete divine arrow, even if Gu Fei successfully severed his Tao and condensed his mighty martial body, it would still be difficult to break it. Void reversal. Gu Fei didn't say anything else. He immediately used one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, the void reversal mystic art. His body immediately surged with a strange fluctuation, and then his body started to fade and become illusory. 9 secrets of the immortal Tao? Mu Qingtian's exclamation rang out in the void. As the son of the sky demon, his knowledge was naturally extraordinary. He could tell at a glance that Gu Fei was using the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao. At this moment, Gu Fei seemed to have become one with the great Tao of heaven and earth. His perception was several times stronger, and he could feel every detail in this world. He immediately sensed Mu Qingtian's existence. Sush! Gu Fei's body was merged with heaven and earth, but he could still use his martial arts battle techniques. He used the 8 desolate steps and charged at Mu Qingtian. The divine arrows that were shooting at him could no longer hurt him. So what if it was a divine arrow shot by the Greenwood Divine Bow? Gu Fei's body was now merged with heaven and earth, and the power that emanated from the divine arrows was drawn into the surrounding world, turning into nothingness. What? Mu Qingtian was truly shocked when he saw this. Such a great technique could be said to be heaven-defying. The 9 secrets of the immortal Tao were indeed extraordinary. They were profound and unfathomable, and their power was not inferior to the great techniques created by the Sky Demon. This was a different kind of confrontation between the Supreme Tao Ancestor and the Sky Demon. The great techniques created by the 2 extreme Tao experts were displayed by Gu Fei and Mu Qingtian. Right now, Mu Qingtian was also in a profound state. Ancient demon patterns appeared on his body, and the demon patterns were branded in the void. It made Mu Qingtian seem to have jumped out of the three realms, no longer within the five elements. This great technique was indeed similar to one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, the anti-void secret art created by the supreme Tao ancestor. Both could allow one to merge with the void of heaven and earth. However, there was a huge difference between the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao and the great technique created by the sky demon. Gu Fei's body had become almost transparent, as if he had been branded into the void of heaven and earth. As for Mu Qingtian's body, there was no change. He had used the Tao patterns to isolate himself from the void of heaven and earth. It was as if he had opened up a small world in the void. Sky Demon forgets emotion, invincible. Chapter 1265. Killing arts created by extreme Tao experts were no small matter. Once they were used, even sovereigns who hadn't severed their Tao would be able to draw out a trace of Tao energy. This was the Tao energy condensed by the sacred art itself. Even a half-saint would pale in the face of such an attack, and they would have to be careful. Mu Qingtian used one of the killing arts created by the sky demon. Tao energy interweaved in his eyes, and 2 transparent beams of killing light shot out of them. These were 2 beams of killing light that had escaped into the void, and were almost untraceable. But in front of Gu Fei, even these untraceable beams of killing light were accurately captured by him. After he used one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, the anti-void secret art, his spiritual perception could sense the pulse of heaven and earth. Gu Fei ignored the 2 invisible killing lights in front of him and directly rushed forward. A scene that made everyone dumbfounded appeared. The 2 beams of killing light pierced through Gu Fei's body. It was as if they had passed through a layer of transparent water, as if they hadn't hit anything at all. This, Mu Qingtian was shocked. He almost couldn't believe his eyes. His opponent had been struck by the sky demon's merciless slash, but he was completely fine. This was something that had never happened before. Merciless slash could slash anything in the world, both tangible and intangible. But this time, this killing art created by the sky demon had actually failed. Bang! While Mu Qingtian was still in a daze, Gu Fei's palm had already slammed over. The violent palm force sent Mu Qingtian flying, almost knocking him out of the void. The Greenwood divine arrow that had shot out from behind Gu Fei also seemed to have shot through the air. Everyone found this inconceivable. Right now, Gu Fei was practically invulnerable. No matter how unparalleled his divine abilities or immortal arts were, it would be difficult to get close to him and pose any threat to him. Gu Fei and the others were in an invincible position. 9 secrets of the immortal Tao. The little Peng Emperor could not help but feel uneasy when he saw this scene. Even the son of the sky demon was being forced back by Gu Fei. If he was the one fighting Gu Fei now, would he be able to deal with this supreme technique? The supreme demonic ancestor of the primordial era was an existence that could stand shoulder to shoulder with the extreme Tao saint. It was really difficult to distinguish the power of the great techniques created by the 2. According to the current situation, it seemed that the immortal Tao created by the Wuxiang Tao ancestor was slightly better. Samsara extermination. Mu Qingtian roared and a terrifying wave of demonic power erupted from his body. The entire heavens and earth trembled as 6 black holes appeared around him. Boom! The 6 black holes instantly expanded, enveloping the entire world as they swallowed towards Gu Fei. Each of the black holes emitted a heaven-devouring power. The void of heaven and earth was collapsing and shattering. 6 black holes devoured the void, obliterating everything. This was a supreme killing technique. Gu Fei didn't dodge at all. He directly charged towards the 6 black holes descending from the sky. He had transformed into a manifestation of heaven and earth. In the current world, no one had been able to devour heaven and earth. The 6 black holes emitted heart-palpitating fluctuations, shattering a part of the void. However, they were unable to swallow Gu Fei into the black holes. Rumble! The sky-shaking arrow light chased after Gu Fei and directly shot over. The 6 black holes immediately suffered a great impact and trembled repeatedly before collapsing in an instant. Damn it! Mu Qingtian's killing art had been broken, causing him to suffer a huge impact. A trace of blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. He flew back dozens of miles before stabilizing himself. Up to this point, Mu Qingtian had been suppressed by Gu Fei. The son of the heavenly demon doesn't seem to be as powerful as others say he is. The little Peng couldn't help shaking his head. The son of the heavenly demon had an incomparably noble status, but his cultivation didn't match his status. Mu Qingtian wanted to shoot the final arrow, but he didn't. He put away the greenwood divine bow and the greenwood divine arrow. Two invisible rays of killing light flew back into Mu Qingtian's eyes. At the same time, a ray of green light appeared on Mu Qingtian's forehead. At this time, Gu Fei charged over once more. Swish! A ball of green divine light shot out from between Mu Qingtian's eyebrows. Within the divine light was a green tree. On the green tree, there were many Dao patterns faintly visible. This was not Mu Qingtian's primordial spirit. Gu Fei could not sense any soul ripples from the green tree that was wrapped in green light. The green tree contained endless wood elemental essence. A spirit root? Gu Fei's expression changed when he saw the small green tree that rushed out of Mu Qingtian's Naiwen palace. This was definitely a rare treasure tree. Swish! Mu Qingtian stretched out his hand and grabbed the green tree. Then he swept it towards Gu Fei. The green tree immediately emitted a towering wood elemental power. Something unexpected happened. An irresistible force emitted from the green tree actually swept away Gu Fei, who was in the heaven and earth union. Boom! At the same time, a peerless arrow of light shot over. The aura coming from the arrow was saintly. It shook the heavens and made even Gu Fei feel a sense of danger. If he allowed this arrow to continue devouring the world's essence, even if he used the void-dispelling secret art, he would probably be struck by this arrow and die. Although Gu Fei's martial body was powerful, it was still unable to endure the power of a saint. In just an instant, the situation had been reversed. The battle between the two of them had reached a peak. Gu Fei hadn't expected Mu Qingtian to have a tree that was comparable to a saint artifact. This wasn't a whole divine tree. It seemed to be just a branch, but it was surrounded by holy light. With one look, one could tell that this branch was definitely broken off from a saint-level spirit root. Gu Fei was unable to maintain his state of being one with heaven and earth. He fell out of the void, and at this time, that divine arrow was already shooting over. This was the power of a saint. It covered the entire world, making it impossible for Gu Fei to dodge. Just as Gu Fei was about to be killed, a black hole suddenly appeared in his dantian. That black hole instantly grew, covering heaven and earth. It actually wanted to absorb this saint artifact. That was too crazy. No matter how powerful a human's martial body was, it couldn't absorb a saint artifact with its full power into his body. The consequence of doing that was that his body would explode, and his soul would be destroyed. He's crazy. Chapter 1266. The greenwood divine arrow would not stop until it saw blood. When Mu Qingtian shot this arrow, he was already determined to kill Gu Fei. He swore to shoot this human race martial physique to death. Rumble! The shocking divine arrow streaked across the void, emitting a terrifying sage aura that shook the entire world. If this wasn't the depths of the Scarlet Plains, the world would probably have collapsed. Green divine light surged for dozens of miles. Within the divine light, there were great Dao demon patterns that gathered spiritual qi from all directions. This was a flawless sage divine arrow. Although a sage weapon did not contain a divine will, it was imprinted with great Dao saint patterns. It was definitely the most powerful weapon in the world and could kill a sage. At this moment, Gu Fei was swept out of the void by Mu Qingtian with a branch of the greenwood divine tree. The greenwood divine arrow shot in front of him in an instant, making it impossible for him to dodge. When everyone saw this scene, they thought that Gu Fei was definitely going to die. One had to know that the greenwood divine arrow gathered endless spiritual qi and released sage aura. Even a sage would probably be shocked, let alone a half-sage. A puny sovereign who had not yet severed his Dao would definitely not be able to withstand this arrow. However, Gu Fei's actions caused everyone to be dumbstruck. The true power on his body was vast and mighty, and his qi and blood soared to the heavens. A black hole actually appeared in his dantian, emitting a heaven-devouring power. He wanted to swallow the saint-grade divine arrow into his body. Do you think you're a great sage? How dare you suppress a sage weapon with your body? Mu Qingtian looked disdainful. Although Gu Fei had a human race martial physique and his body was so strong that it was invincible among his peers, it was impossible for him to absorb the divine arrow into his body. This guy is committing suicide. When the little Peng Emperor saw this, he couldn't help but shake his head. The human race martial physique was about to be killed. There would be one less powerful opponent on the road to proving his Tao. No one was optimistic about Gu Fei. They had already guessed what would happen to him. However, He Tian keenly sensed an almost imperceptible strange fluctuation coming from Gu Fei's dantian, causing him to come to a sudden realization. The world was collapsing and shattering. Everything in front of Gu Fei was devoured by the black hole. Even that shocking arrow of light was sucked in. How is this possible? Mu Qingtian and the little Peng were dumbfounded. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. Did this fellow really have the power to suppress saint weapons? If this guy's body really had the power to suppress a saint weapon, then he would probably be killed with a single slap. Mu Qingtian was bewildered. This human martial body definitely did not have the cultivation and strength to suppress a saint weapon with his body, but how did he do it? The tens of miles long arrow light gradually sank into Gu Fei's dantian and was swallowed by that black hole. This scene was too shocking. All the pores on Gu Fei's body were spewing true power. Rays of lightning like divine light revolved around his body. On Gu Fei's skin, blurry Tao patterns appeared. A trace of Tao runes circulated around his body. The blurry Tao patterns attracted Tao power. Rumble, the world shook, and the sky seemed like it was about to collapse. The black hole that had appeared from Gu Fei's dantian enveloped the entire world. It was as terrifying as if it could devour the entire world. Gu Fei's figure disappeared. He seemed to have turned into a black hole that could devour the world. He seemed to be using some kind of heaven-defying technique to devour the world. This, Mu Qingtian and the little Peng were shocked. Although this human martial body's actions were extremely crazy, it didn't seem impossible. A portion of the Greenwood divine arrow had already sunk into that terrifying black hole. Even with the great Tao demon patterns revolving around it, it still couldn't destroy that black hole. How is this possible? This is the power of a saint. The little Peng felt a trace of unease. The power of the human martial body seemed to be much more terrifying than he had imagined. He couldn't truly figure out how strong it was. There was no light in the depths of the black hole, but it emitted an aura that caused all living things to tremble. Mu Qingtian and the little Peng's hearts trembled. The little Peng and the others felt that all of this was too surreal. An emperor who hadn't even severing the Tao, even if his body was abnormally strong, it couldn't possibly suppress the power of a saint. Damn it! Seeing that the black hole that covered the world could actually devour the Greenwood divine arrow, Mu Qingtian couldn't help but turn pale. He soared into the sky and used his supreme demonic arts. Swoosh! 2 beams of great Tao divine light flashed in his eyes. Then, 2 invisible beams of Tao light shot out from his eyes and slashed towards the black hole in the sky. This was the Sky Demon Forgetting Slash, which was said to be able to slash everything in the world. However, these 2 beams of unmoved slashes that shot out from Mu Qingtian's eyes couldn't tear apart the terrifying black hole in the sky. Not only could they not tear apart the black hole, but they were also instantly devoured by the heaven-devouring power that came from the black hole. The great Tao-killing light condensed from the supreme demonic arts had been obliterated by the black hole. This shocked Mu Qingtian to the extreme. He couldn't accept this result. At this time, the Greenwood divine arrow had been completely absorbed by the black hole and had escaped Mu Qingtian's control. The dozens of miles of green divine light was gradually being obliterated by the terrifying devouring power that came from the black hole. The divine light gradually dimmed. Mu Qingtian was furious. He used all his power to try and shatter the black hole, but he found that all his attacks had been dissolved by the black hole. This made Mu Qingtian feel like he was attacking a supreme saint. He couldn't move his opponent at all. Instead, he was almost devoured by the black hole. This kind of technique shocked not just the son of the sky demon, Mu Qingtian, but also the little Peng who was watching from afar. This wasn't a body technique of the martial path. Could it be that this human martial body possessed the strength of several schools? Boss's move is really brilliant. In the distant sky, He Tian's eyes flickered with divine light. He already knew what Gu Fei was doing. Gu Fei was using the mountain and river cauldron to collect the saint arrow that was unleashing its full power. Gu Fei didn't dare to casually use the extreme Dao's sacred weapon. Unless it was a life and death situation, he wouldn't use it. It had to be known that the extreme Dao sacred weapon was a supreme sacred weapon refined by an extreme Dao great saint. Such a sacred weapon was publicly recognized as the strongest sacred weapon in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. It contained a weapon soul and was branded with a complete great Dao. It was definitely a priceless treasure. As long as one was a cultivator, they would all want to obtain such an ultimate sacred weapon. If Gu Fei let others know that he had an extreme Dao sacred weapon, the consequences would be unimaginable. He would become the public enemy of the world. At this time, Gu Fei had already used the power of heaven and earth to conceal the aura and ripples of the extreme Dao sacred weapon. People outside would definitely not be able to sense the aura and ripples of the sacred weapon. Buzz. In Gu Fei's inner world, an ancient cauldron was vibrating. A figure was sitting cross-legged on the ground, gathering the spiritual energy of the inner world and pouring it into the ancient cauldron. This was Gu Fei's primordial spirit activating the mountain and river cauldron. Boundless spiritual energy of heaven and earth gathered from all directions and entered the mountain and river cauldron. The mouth of the mountain and river cauldron produced a terrifying heaven-devouring power, which stopped the sacred arrow. Without any suspense, in front of the extreme Dao sacred weapon, the sacred weapon refined by the demon race's great saint would be completely suppressed. They were both saints, but the gap between an extreme Dao saint and a great saint couldn't be calculated in terms of Dao. There was no comparison between the two. The extreme Dao was the perfection of the great Dao. A great saint was just a cultivator who had comprehended the great Dao to a nearly perfect state. In front of an extreme Dao saint, a great saint was as weak as an ant. A complete great Dao could intimidate the 9 heavens and 10 earths. It was invincible in the heaven and earth. It could completely suppress an incomplete great Dao. There was no suspense in this. The mountain and river cauldron could suppress the green wood divine arrow. The dazzling green divine light was gradually extinguished, and the green wood divine arrow that was wrapped in the divine light gradually appeared. The entire divine arrow was surrounded by Dao patterns and a vast and mighty saint's might. If it wasn't for the mountain and river cauldron's divine might that froze the void, this saint's might could have crushed the world and shattered the void. Mu Qingtian saw that the light of the green wood divine arrow was gradually dimming. Seeing that it was about to be sucked into the black hole, he couldn't help but become anxious. Then he used a great technique, wanting to retrieve the divine arrow. But it was already too late. The power of the mountain and river cauldron had already completely cut off the connection between Mu Qingtian and the divine arrow. It had severed everything between the two. Mu Qingtian couldn't even sense the existence of the green wood divine arrow. Roar! Mu Qingtian roared at the sky. His green hair was dancing wildly. His right hand flashed with green light, and a green divine tree appeared in his hand. Swish! Mu Qingtian held the divine tree and swept it towards the black hole in the sky. Endless divine light rushed out of the divine tree and tore the void, wanting to disperse the black hole in the sky. Rumble! The entire black hole was shaking. The divine tree in Mu Qingtian's hand displayed great power. The power of the wood element was vast, and it almost destroyed the black hole. In Gu Fei's inner world, Gu Fei's Yuan spirit laughed coldly. He circulated the supreme immortal Dao technique with all his strength. The spiritual qi in the world immediately gathered towards the mountain and river cauldron. Gu Fei was the master of this world. With just a thought, he could draw in the boundless spiritual energy of the world. In the depths of this world, several huge streams of spiritual energy rose. Those currents of spiritual qi that were like huge dragons all rushed towards the mountain and river cauldron and entered it. Bang! The mountain and river cauldron that had absorbed endless spiritual qi shook out a strand of extreme divine might. The huge black hole immediately stabilized, and Mu Qingdan was sent flying by a huge force. A trace of blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. What kind of divine ability is this? It can actually compete with a saint artifact. Chapter 1267. At noon, the masters of the Xianxia sect and the Guangxing celestial sect gathered outside the gate of the Taishan sect. Xianyuan, the old monster of the Guangxing celestial sect, and Lin Outsong, the old leader of the Xianxia sect, communicated telepathically. Although it was said that they had come to visit the mountain, they had the intention of demonstrating to the Taishan sect. The arrival of 20 or 30 peerless masters had indeed made the Taishan sect very nervous. Swish, swish, swish. Above the 9 peaks of Taishan, brilliant beams of light rushed out one after another. Waves of vast magical power surged between heaven and earth. Each beam of light was a peerless master. More than a dozen beams of light emitted terrifying energy fluctuations. They flew directly in the direction of the mountain gate, like a divine rainbow, crossing the sky. At this time, the entire Taishan sect was in an uproar. All the disciples stopped what they were doing and came out from all over Taishan Mountain. The words of Xianyuan and Lin Outsong spread throughout the entire Taishan Mountain. Every disciple of the Taishan sect above the 9 peaks could hear them clearly. Dang, dang, above Taishan Peak, which was surrounded by the 8 peaks, a melodious bell rang out. The bell pierced through the void with an unfathomable power. It ignored all barriers and spread throughout the entire mountain range of Taishan Mountain. Some of the elders of the Taishan sect, who had long been indifferent to the affairs of the world, were also alarmed by the bell. They all came out of their seclusion, then set up beams of light and headed for Taishan Peak. The disciples of the 9 branches, after hearing the bell, also gathered at Taishan Peak. The bell on Taishan Peak would only ring when something important happened. That was the signal to summon all the disciples of the sect. The disciples of the Taishan sect who heard the bell, no matter what they were doing, immediately put down what they were doing and gathered at Taishan Peak. The beams of light that rushed out from the 9 peaks of Taishan quickly came to the sky above the gate of the Taishan sect. The head of the Taishan sect, Taoist Xiantian, led the other 8 leaders, descended from the sky. Brother Xianyuan, Brother Lin, I am late to welcome you. Please forgive me. Taoist Xiantian descended and then led a group of his juniors to greet Xianyuan, Lin Outsong, and the others who had gathered outside the mountain gate. The expressions of the 7 leaders behind Taoist Xiantian did not look so good. The people of the Xianxia sect and the Guangxing celestial sect had clearly made an agreement beforehand to take the supreme mystery sect down a notch. Old monster Xianyuan wore a white robe and was a cold young man with a head of white hair. The elder of the Xianxia sect standing next to old monster Xianyuan was a middle-aged Taoist with 3 strands of black beard floating in front of his chest. Whether it was old monster Xianyuan or Lin Outsong, they had both started their careers earlier than Taoist Xiantian. No one found it inappropriate for Taoist Xiantian to refer to himself as little brother. After all, the world of cultivation was a place where strength was everything. Although Taoist Xiantian was the sect master of the Taishan sect, his cultivation was still weaker than that of Xianyuan and Lin Outsong. Old monster Xianyuan and Lin Outsong did not have much lifespan left. If they did not break through their current cultivation shackles, they would only have 10 to 20 years left. Taoist Xiantian was very clear on how terrifying these people were. When their lifespan reached its end, they weren't afraid of death. They could act without any misgivings. Who was the scariest? People who weren't afraid of death and didn't have any misgivings were the scariest. Fellow Taoist Xiantian, I believe you know why we are here. A faint smile appeared on old monster Xuanyuan's cold face as he looked at Taoist Xiantian meaningfully. Taoist Xiantian and the 7 leaders stood inside the sect. They did not walk out of the sect, but old monster Xianyuan, Lin Outsong, and the others were outside. The elders of the Xianxia sect and the Guangxing celestial sect were separated from the experts of the supreme mystery sect by a white jade archway. Why do you say that, Brother Xianyuan? How would I know why you are here? Taoist Xuantian's face was calm and did not reveal any emotion. Outside the sect, the experts of the Guangxing Celestial sect and the Shangqing sect heard this and began to panic. They all glared at Taoist Xiantian and seemed very agitated. Lin Outsong, the elder of the Shangqing sect, sneered and stepped forward. He looked coldly at Taoist Xiantian and said, "Fellow Taoist Xianhan, this is your fault. Since you have already found that person and brought him back to the Supreme Mystery Sect, you did not inform us. Did you want to keep that thing to yourself?" "Yes, the Supreme Mystery Sect has gone too far. They said the three great Taoist sects were on the same side, but it turns out they were all bullsh*t. It seems that the alliance of the three great Taoist sects cannot be maintained any longer. The Supreme Mystery Sect had better explain this clearly." Outside the White Jade Archway, the elders of the Guangxing Celestial sect and the Shangqing sect were very agitated. Some of them directly criticized Taoist Xiantian and the others. At this time, there were many lights in the sky behind Taoist Xiantian. Some of the elders of the Taishan sect heard the ringing of the bell to summon the disciples, so they flew to the Taishan temple on Taishan Peak, while others came directly to the sect. However, these elders were not willing to come out. They just stayed in the air and watched the sect closely. If something really happened, they would immediately help Taoist Xiantian and the others. The moment the bell on Taishan Peak rang, the disciples of the 9 peaks and 9 branches immediately gathered at Taishan Peak. From time to time, one could see rays of light shooting into the sky from the outer spirit peaks, flying towards Taishan Peak, which was surrounded by the 8 peaks. What, at this time, does fellow Taoist Xiantian still not open the protective formation and let us in? Old Monster Xuanyuan's white hair moved without any wind. Then, an extremely obscure but frightening sword qi emanated from his body. Taoist Xiantian and the heads of the 7 branches couldn't help but be moved when they saw this. Old Monster Xianyuan and Lin Outsong were not easy to deal with, let alone the 20 or 30 peerless cultivators of the Shangqing sect and the Guangxing Celestial sect. Old Monster Xianyuan and Lin Outsong were both cultivators at the peak of the Royal Void Realm who had dominated the world for 700 or 800 years. Their cultivation was even more terrifying than that of an ordinary cultivator at the 9th layer of the Royal Void Realm, because they were only one step away from the demigod realm. It could be said that Old Monster Xianyuan and Lin Outsong were old monsters who had already taken half a step into the demigod realm. "Senior brother sect leader, what do we do now?" Taoist Zhaoyang asked Taoist Xiantian. The other heads of the branches' voices also rang in Taoist Xuantian's ears. Taoist Xiantian couldn't help but frown. What was going to happen was going to happen. Taoist Xiantian knew very well that the news of Gu Fei's return was absolutely difficult to completely block. Each of the 3 great Taoist sects had planted spies in the other's territory. Although the 3 great Taoist sects were on the same side, they still had to be wary of others. This kind of thing was not really a secret within the 3 great Taoist sections. The people of the Guangxing Celestial sect and the Shangqing sect swore not to give up today. Taoist Xiantian pondered for a moment, then waved his sleeve and said loudly, "Open the gate and welcome our honored guests." Taoist Xuantian's voice spread far and wide. Rumble. Immediately after, there was a sound like muffled thunder in the void. The white jade arch outside the mountain gate shone with brilliant spiritual light. Space started to tremble as numerous ripples that were visible to the naked eye surged out mightily from the white jade memorial arch. After that, a door that seemed like a spatial door appeared beneath the memorial arch, and then a strand of strange energy surged out mightily from the white jade memorial arch. There seemed to be nothing in the void, but in fact, there was a great invisible power that blocked Old Monster Xianyuan outside the mountain gate. Otherwise, Old Monster Xianyuan and Lin Outsong would have brought the masters of the 2 sects and rushed to the Taishan Peak. Why would they still be gathered outside the mountain gate of the Taishan sect? The protective formation of the Taishan sect was one of the best in the Taoist sections. It was connected to the qi of the earth and the power of the stars, condensing the power of heaven and earth. Even a demigod would find it difficult to shake it. Just as Taoist Xianxia was welcoming the people of the Guangxing Celestial Sect and the Xianxia sect into the Taishan sect, the door of the cave abode on the Green Spirit Peak was slowly opening. The sound of the bell to summon the disciples had an unfathomable penetrating power. Even cultivators who were in a deep state of meditation would wake up from their state of cultivation. Gu Fei was no exception. He was in the middle of comprehending the mysterious supreme great path imprinted in his heart. He was in a state of half-awake and half-dream. The bell was like a morning bell, waking Gu Fei up from his mysterious state of martial arts. Then, Gu Fei walked out of the cave abode. In the past 10 days, he had constantly tried to comprehend the supreme great path imprinted in his heart. However, he did not know if it was because his cultivation level was not high enough. It seemed that it was difficult for him to truly touch the supreme great path. Even so, Gu Fei had benefited a lot in the past 10 days. Although his cultivation level had not increased, his state of mind had improved, making him feel as if he had been enlightened. His understanding of Wu had deepened by another level. When Gu Fei came out of the cave abode, he immediately felt that the atmosphere in the mountains seemed to be very strange. He saw that from time to time, there were light flying back and forth between the various spiritual peaks. Countless disciples were gathering towards the Taishan peak. It seemed that something big had happened in the sect, and it was not an ordinary big thing. Otherwise, they would not have rung the divine bell and summoned the disciples. Just as Gu Fei was about to rise into the air and fly towards the Taishan peak, suddenly, a bright light, like a divine rainbow, shot up from the Taishan peak and flew towards him. Why did she come to the Green Spirit Peak? Is it for the longevity grass again? Are those old people in the sect finally unable to wait? Gu Fei thought to himself. Swish! The sound of breaking through the air came, and the light that flew out from the Taishan Peak quickly came close. Gu Fei only felt that there was a flash of divine light in front of him. In the light, an old woman flew down from the sky. Greetings, Senior Sister Qi. After seeing the person, Gu Fei quickly saluted. The junior brother Gu, no need to be so polite. The light dissipated, and in the open space in front of Gu Fei, an old woman with white hair and wrinkled skin appeared. Chapter 1268. Lady Qi's arrival at this time surprised Gu Fei. After all, after the bell on Taishan Peak rang, the Taishan disciples who heard the bell had to go to Taishan Temple of Taishan Peak to await the orders of the sect leader. I don't know why Senior Sister Qi has come to my place. Gu Fei greeted her with a smile. He did not dare to neglect her. Qi Daoist was an elder of the Taishan sect. In fact, Gu Fei knew very well that the reason the seniors in the sect were polite to him and addressed him as junior brother was because of Daoist Ku Rong. Master Ku Rong was the only demigod in the Taishan sect, and even in the entire 3 great Taoist sects. In the world of cultivation, he was often regarded as a deterrent force. With the existence of a demigod, the Taoist sects could have unlimited glory and did not have to worry about being destroyed or annexed by other great forces. Therefore, not to mention in the Taishan sect, Daoist Ku Rong was also a unique existence in the entire Dao sect. Although Gu Fei was only a registered disciple of Daoist Ku Rong, he was not considered a true disciple who had inherited his mantle. But even so, Daoist Xianxia and the other elders of the Taishan sect did not dare to neglect Gu Fei. If Master Ku Rong had not accepted Gu Fei as an honorary disciple, how could the elders of the sect take a junior like him, who had just broken through to the void-controlling realm, seriously? It should be known that the elders of the sect had been famous for hundreds of years, and in the world of cultivation, they were also well-known experts. There were also 9 heavens in the imperial void realm. Those who were able to become elders in the sect were all terrifying experts in the 8th and 9th heavens of the imperial void realm. These people, even among the peerless experts of the imperial void realm, they also belonged to the strongest group of people. Although Gu Fei's cultivation had completely stabilized and no longer fluctuated, his first layer of the void-controlling realm was nothing in the eyes of Daoist Xiantian, Qi Daoist, and the others. A junior brother Gu, I came to tell you that you don't need to go to Taishan Temple, said Qi Daoist. Gu Fei couldn't help but be startled when he heard that. The other party actually didn't come for the longevity grass, which surprised him a little. Senior Sister Qi, what happened in the sect? Gu Fei was a little confused. The divine bell had been rung on Taishan Peak to summon the disciples of the sect. Something big must have happened in the sect. Hearing this, old woman Qi paused for a moment before saying, "The Guangcheng Immortal Sect and the Xianxia sect are here for a visit. We are well aware of their intentions. They won't be able to do anything." The Guangcheng Immortal Sect and the Xianxia sect are here to pay a visit? Gu Fei was taken aback. No one should have known that his cheap master, Taoist Kurong, had brought him back to the Taishan sect. How could the Guangxing Celestial sect and the Xianxia sect have come to him so quickly? Gu Fei didn't know that a lot of things could happen in 10 days. Old woman Qi nodded and said, "You can cultivate behind closed doors on Green Spirit Peak. The sect leader and the other elders will take care of the matters outside. You don't have to worry." Old woman Qi didn't seem to want to say more. She simply said a few words and told Gu Fei not to leave Green Spirit Peak easily. Then she left. Gu Fei watched old woman Qi's escape light disappear from Taishan Peak, but his heart was unexpectedly calm. There were people in the sect who would take care of things, and he didn't have to worry about it. In that case, he would cultivate on Green Spirit Peak. The people of the Guangcheng Celestial sect and the Xianxia sect had come for nothing more than the longevity grass. Would they really dare to make a move in the Taishan sect? The three great Taoist sects were on the same side. Everyone understood that old monster Xianyuan and Lin Outsong were just putting on a show. Gu Fei pondered for a moment. After understanding the subtleties of the situation, he turned and walked into the cave residence, closing the door behind him. At this time, of the 9 peaks of Taishan, only Green Spirit Peak was as cold and cheerless as usual, but the other 8 peaks were bustling with activity. Taishan disciples could be seen everywhere in the mountains and forests. The Guangcheng Celestial sect and the Xianxia sect, to put it nicely, had come to visit the sect. To put it bluntly, they had come to denounce the Taishan sect. In any case, the Taishan sect's desire to take the longevity grass for themselves had angered the old monsters of the Guangcheng Celestial sect and the Xianxia sect. In addition to the sect leader of the Guangcheng Celestial sect and the leader of the Xianxia sect, the two sects could be said to have brought all the masters of their sects, and they came to the Taishan sect aggressively. The people in the lead were old monster Xianyuan of the Guangcheng Celestial sect and Lin Outsong of the Xianxia sect. The seniority of these two people was higher than that of the sect leader of the Guangcheng Celestial sect and the leader of the Xianxia sect. Their cultivation and strength were strong, and they were the top figures of the two sects. Gu Fei returned to the cave residence, closed the door, and continued to sit cross-legged. He continued to comprehend the brand of the great path that was engraved in his heart. The path of martial arts was full of difficulties and dangers, especially in this era of martial arts decline. To be able to comprehend the great path of the predecessors would allow one to avoid many detours. Although the great path of the predecessors was not necessarily his own path, different paths led to the same destination. The great path left behind by the ultimate warriors was priceless to Gu Fei. If he could comprehend the great path, Gu Fei believed that even if he could not surpass the predecessors, his achievements would definitely not be inferior to those of the predecessors. Another 3 or 4 days passed, and surprisingly, no one came to disturb Gu Fei. Gu Fei also continued to cultivate in the cave residence. In the cave residence, there were many elixirs left behind by the ancestors of the Green Spirit Peak. Gu Fei did not care about the other elixirs, but there was one elixir that was his favorite. This elixir was very common, and it was common stuff that could be found everywhere. This elixir could not increase Gu Fei's cultivation, nor could it increase his realm. This elixir only had one effect, and that was, even if an ordinary person took one, they would not need to eat or drink for 3 or 4 days. The pill of fasting was a kind of elixir that almost all cultivators who knew a little about alchemy could refine. Gu Fei only took one pill of fasting, and in these 3 or 4 days, he did not need to eat or worry about food, so he could cultivate in peace in the cave residence. The people of the Guangxing Celestial sect and the Xianxia sect did not appear in the Green Spirit Peak. Old monster Xianyuan and Lin Outsong were in the Supreme Mystery Temple, and it was unknown what kind of agreement they had with Taoist Shen Tian, But the masters of the Guangqing Celestial Sect and the Shangqing Sect actually stayed in the Supreme Mystery Sect. The people of the Guangqing Celestial Sect and the Shangqing Sect all became well-behaved and did not do anything that would embarrass the Supreme Mystery Sect. They seemed to have some misgivings, but it seemed like they were waiting. The Supreme Mystery Sect returned to peace, and the disciples of the 9 branches also returned to their respective places to cultivate, to comprehend the illusory true immortal path. And on the 5th day, Gu Fei woke up from his meditation, and then he felt a familiar fluctuation of spiritual power coming from outside the door of the cave residence. Feeling this fluctuation of spiritual power, Gu Fei could not help but have a strange expression on his face. "Why is she here?" he muttered to himself. Gu Fei stood up, then tidied up his clothes, opened the cave residence, and walked out. "Brother Gu, it really is you. You really came back?" Before the door of the cave residence was fully opened, a voice full of surprise and excitement came from outside. "Sister Zhao." Of course, Gu Fei recognized this familiar voice. The person outside the door was Zhao Zairu, a female disciple of the Purple Bamboo Peak of the 9 Peaks of Supreme Mystery. In the Supreme Mystery Sect, Gu Fei did not have many friends that he could talk to, and Zhao Zairu was one of them. Moreover, when it came to Zhao Zairu, Gu Fei had a strange feeling that he could not explain. At first, Gu Fei did not know what this feeling was, but ever since he saw Li Mengyao again in the northern lands, he suddenly understood what this feeling was. It was like someone. This feeling was really wonderful. No wonder there was a sage from ancient times who said that they only envied mandarin ducks, not immortals. Gu Fei was a warrior, and he was particular about freedom. He was not one of those cultivators who had a pure heart and few desires. He would not bother to hide his temperament. "Brother Gu." Outside the door of the cave residence, a woman wearing a light green dress stood gracefully. This woman was like a lotus flower out of the water. Her skin was delicate, and her black hair casually draped over her shoulders. This woman was staring blankly at Gu Fei, who had just walked out of the cave residence. Her spirited eyes seemed to be shrouded in a layer of mist. "Sister Zhao, what's wrong?" When Gu Fei saw that Zhao Zairu was about to cry, he could not help but feel his heart tighten. He quickly asked, wondering if Sister Zhao had been wronged in some way. When Gu Fei asked this question, a line of clear tears finally flowed from Zhao Zairu's large, spirited eyes. Then she leaped, and like a light breeze, she threw herself into Gu Fei's arms. This sudden change caused Gu Fei's mind to instantly go blank. He actually temporarily lost the ability to think. His nose smelled the faint fragrance on Zhao Zairu's body. Unknowingly, Gu Fei felt his heart beating faster and faster, more and more powerful. Thump, thump, thump. It was like the beating of a drum. "Junior Sister Zhao." Gu Fei was a bit at a loss. He wanted to hug Zhao Zairu, but he was a bit afraid. He wanted to move away from Zhao Zairu, but he was also a bit unwilling. With a warm and fragrant body in his arms, Gu Fei's heart rippled, giving him a wonderful feeling as if he was in a dream. Zhao Zairu was undoubtedly an extremely beautiful woman. Although she was not as breathtakingly beautiful as the demon race princess Yan Wushuang, she had a temperament that Yan Wushuang didn't have. Zhao Zairu was elegant and otherworldly, as if she was a moon fairy who walked out of the moon palace. "Senior Brother Gu, I thought you were in the virtual sky world. I thought I would never see you again." At this time, Zhao Zairu revealed her true feelings. It turned out that unknowingly, Gu Fei's shadow had actually appeared in her heart. Moreover, this shadow seemed to be branded in her heart. No matter how hard Zhao Zairu tried, she couldn't erase it. She was a cultivator, and what she cultivated was Tao power and magic. What she walked was the supreme path of immortality. Although there were no rules in the Supreme Mystery Sect that forbade disciples from falling in love, cultivators paid particular attention to purity of heart and few desires, wholeheartedly pursuing the Tao. Although Zhao Zairu knew that if her desireless state of mind was disturbed, it would inevitably affect her cultivation, she was helpless. If one wasn't the Supreme Being, how could one forget love? How could one abandon love? When she heard that Gu Fei was lost in the virtual sky world, Zhao Ziru was sad, in pain, and at a loss. However, in the end, she wholeheartedly focused on cultivation, turning her sadness into strength. Gu Fei's shadow was buried deep in her heart. When she found out that Gu Fei wasn't dead and had already returned to the Supreme Mystery Sect, she was instantly stunned, and then she burst into tears. In the end, she cried loudly, walked down Purple Bamboo Peak that night, and arrived in front of the cave on Green Spirit Peak. Seeing that the door was closed, she waited outside. She waited like this for 3 days and 3 nights. She didn't take a step away, always hoping that the closed stone door in front of her would suddenly open, and then the person she thought about day and night would come out. Zhao Ziru imagined all kinds of scenes of meeting Gu Fei, but when she really saw Gu Fei, she still somewhat lost control, and then directly threw herself into Gu Fei's arms. In the distant sky, the 2 people hidden in the clouds were greatly surprised when they saw this scene. One of them, an old Taoist woman with white hair and wrinkled skin, sighed softly, and said to a beautiful middle-aged Taoist nun beside her, "Little Yen, you taught a good disciple." "Grandmaster?" When the middle-aged Taoist nun heard this, her face immediately changed, and her voice began to tremble. She was about to kneel down towards the old Taoist woman in the air. The old Taoist woman flicked her sleeve, and the middle-aged Taoist nun could no longer kneel down. The old Taoist woman said, "All right, I'm not blaming you. I hope that your good disciple doesn't fall into the same situation as us." When the middle-aged Taoist nun heard this, she didn't say anything, but stood at the side in fear. That brat Gu Fei, in the end, is still not bad. I hope that girl didn't see the wrong person. Taoist Chi looked at the scene below and muttered to herself. In terms of relationships between men and women, she seemed to have experienced some unbearable past. And that middle-aged Taoist nun was Zhao Ziru's master, the peerless expert of Purple Bamboo Peak, Yen Hangyun. On Green Spirit Peak, in front of the Green Spirit Peak branch's cave, Gu Fei had already reached out to hug Zhao Ziru. Suddenly, intoxicated in this moment of warmth, Gu Fei raised his head to look at the sky. This brat. Taoist Chi knew that Gu Fei had already sensed them from the clouds. She couldn't help being startled. Gu Fei was truly a freak. He was actually able to sense her hiding in the clouds. It was no wonder she was startled. It had to be known that between her and Gu Fei, there was a full 7 heavens of difference in cultivation. According to reason, Gu Fei shouldn't have been able to sense her, but he had. Taoist Chi and Yen Hangyun didn't retreat just because Gu Fei had sensed them. Instead, they continued to hide in the clouds, watching over Gu Fei. That was their duty and mission. Chapter 1269. The sun shone brightly as Gu Fei and Zhao Ziru walked on the mountain. The scent of nature blew against their faces. The flowers and trees were lush and full of vitality. On the mountain, birds played on the branches. From time to time, small animals would pass by them, but they didn't panic. Green Spirit Peak was a spiritual peak. The scenery was beautiful, like a fairyland. Although the man wasn't extraordinarily handsome, he had a resolute and courageous temperament, giving people a strong sense of oppression. The woman was elegant like a fairy, as if there was an immortal aura lingering around her body. The 2 of them held hands, but neither of them spoke. They just walked like this. Even without words, the 2 of them could feel their hearts gradually getting closer. At this moment, the 2 of them felt very warm. Zhao Ziru had never been so happy before. Her flower-like smile was incomparably brilliant, like a little girl. In her happiness, there was a hint of shyness. Zhao Ziru's cultivation was around the 5th heavenly layer of the transcending mortality realm. Before Gu Fei went to the virtual sky world, he left a foundation building pill for Zhao Ziru, allowing her to smoothly condense her Dao core and break through to the transcending mortality realm. In just a few years, Zhao Ziru cultivated to the 5th heavenly layer of the transcending mortality realm. Although her aptitude couldn't be compared to those geniuses in the cultivation world, it was still above average. Gu Fei held Zhao Ziru's hand. Along the way, his heart was at peace. He really enjoyed this kind of time without killing or fighting. To Gu Fei, this kind of time was very rare. Cultivators were born for battle. They sublimated in battle, improved in battle, and transformed in battle. Extreme Dao cultivators were battle saints. Peace was very rare for a cultivator. However, just as Gu Fei wanted to enjoy this temporary peace, there was someone who wanted to break this peace. Just as Gu Fei and Zhao Ziru reached the bamboo forest at the foot of the mountain, a petite figure in emerald green suddenly walked out from the bamboo forest in front of them. It was a young girl with a beautiful and exquisite face. This young girl was petite and exquisite. Her eyes were like limpid autumn water, and as she looked around, there was a trace of craftiness and intelligence. It wasn't an exaggeration to describe this young girl as heaven and earth. This young girl was only in her 20s, but she was like a little fairy, and her whole body seemed to be emitting spirituality. "It's you!" When Gu Fei saw this young woman, he couldn't help but cry out in shock. So this young woman was someone he knew. The young lady sized up Gu Fei, but she directly ignored Zhao Ziru, who was beside Gu Fei. She lowered her head and pondered for a moment before saying, "You are Gu Fei? Why does he look so familiar? Do you know me?" The girl had a thoughtful look on her face, trying to remember where she had seen this person before. "I don't know you, but I've seen you before. When I came to the mountain with a Taoist, you defeated Dongfang Chen," said Gu Fei. At this time, he was secretly grumbling. He really had 8 lifetimes of bad luck. How did he end up encountering this girl here? Fortunately, she didn't recognize him. If she remembered that he was the one who saw her bathing in the Jade Lake, then it would be very bad. All the gods and Buddhas, the God Emperor, the Demon Lord, the Buddha, please bless this little girl so that she doesn't recognize me. Gu Fei prayed in his heart, but on the surface, he didn't show it. The young girl who walked out of the bamboo forest was the female lead of the first romantic encounter that Gu Fei had experienced in his life in the Jade Lake, the female disciple of the Xianxia sect, Lin Shui. Gu Fei found that Lin Shui's appearance didn't seem to have changed much in these few years. However, he knew that although this little girl looked petite and exquisite, when she fought, she was ruthless and fierce. That guy, Dongfang Chen, was beaten miserably by Lin Shui. That day, this little girl fought all the way from outside the gate of the Supreme Mystery sect to halfway up the mountain. Even Dongfang Chen was defeated by her Xianxia sect's talisman. "It's you? You're the female disciple of the Xianxia sect that day?" At this time, Zhao Ziru had also recognized Lin Shui. Although it had been a few years since Lin Shui broke into the mountain, her act of breaking into the mountain gate and defeating Dongfang Chen left a deep impression on every disciple of the Supreme Mystery sect who saw her break into the mountain that day. I didn't think that Lin Shui, would be so famous in the Supreme Mystery sect." Hearing this, Lin Shui seemed to be very happy and had a complacent look on her face. "I am Gu Fei." Gu Fei said. Lin Shui didn't know his name. She would never think that the person who bumped into her bathing that day was him. "Why do I find you more and more familiar the more I look at you? Strange, I must have seen you there before." Lin Shui frowned and stared at Gu Fei. For a moment, she couldn't remember where she had seen Gu Fei before. Back then, Gu Fei had bumped into Lin Shui bathing in the Azure Lake at night. They had met in a hurry, and the light was dim. Furthermore, it was a few years ago, so Lin Shui didn't immediately recognize Gu Fei. Gu Fei, on the other hand, was scared by Lin Shui's stare. "If there's nothing else, please leave Green Spirit Peak." Gu Fei directly ordered Lin Shui to leave. Gu Fei was the master of Green Spirit Peak, so he had the right to order him to leave. Lin Shui sneered again and again. She said, "Isn't it easy to chase me away? As long as you show me a few moves and make me retreat, it'll be fine." Lin Shui had a great background. In the Xianxia sect, she was definitely a princess-like figure. She was very arrogant and actually directly issued a challenge to Gu Fei. She had originally come to Green Spirit Peak to find Gu Fei to exchange pointers. How could she leave so easily? Is there even a need to compete? Can't you tell that I'm already an unparalleled expert of the Void Realm? Gu Fei said coldly. At the same time, when his divine sense swept across Lin Shui, he actually couldn't sense Lin Shui's depth and couldn't see her true level of cultivation. However, Gu Fei didn't think that Lin Shui had the ability to fight against him. One should know that the reason why he was able to break through to the Void Realm was because of fortune. Fortune was something that could only be encountered and not sought. Gu Fei didn't think that Lin Shui was the same as him, that her cultivation had greatly improved due to luck. If Lin Shui only had the cultivation of the transcending mortality realm, then there really was no need to compete anymore. The difference between the transcending mortality realm and the void realm was like the difference between clouds and mud. There was no way to compare them. Gu Fei purposely revealed the powerful aura of the void realm in order to make Lin Shui back off. He really didn't want to be entangled with her any longer. He couldn't wait to chase away this troublemaker because he could be recognized by this little girl at any time. If he were to be recognized by this little girl, then he would really be in deep trouble. Even if he had 100 cards, it would still be difficult for him to prove his innocence. Then let's have a spar. Hearing that, Lin Shui revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. After sensing Gu Fei's powerful aura, Lin Shui's expression turned solemn as well. At this moment, on a cloud far in the sky, Madame Qi and Yan Hangyun had a panoramic view of everything that was happening below. When they saw that Gu Fei and Lin Shui were really about to fight, they wanted to step forward and stop them. However, just as they were about to show themselves, a voice rang out in Madame Qi and Yan Hangyun's ears. After hearing this voice, a strange look flashed across Madame Qi and Yan Hangyun's faces. Then, they continued to hide in the clouds in the sky, closely watching what was happening below. Gu Fei was the key to whether or not they could obtain the longevity grass. Those old monsters could be said to be monitoring Chui Ling Peak 24/7. Even if a fly flew out of Chui Ling Peak, they would be able to sense it immediately. You are indeed worthy of being the #1 expert of the younger generation of the Taishin sect. I have heard of you for a long time, and I really want to fight with you. As Lin Shui spoke, the aura on her body also underwent an earth-shattering change. It was as if countless faint and illusory runes were emitted from her body, as if the power that had been sealed within her had been released. A vast wave of magical power rippled from Lin Shui's petite figure and spread out in a vast and mighty manner. The strangeness on Lin Shui's body did not escape the detection of Gu Fei's powerful consciousness. This Lin Shui was not simple. The Dao Talisman technique of the Xianxia sect was indeed unique. It was obvious that Lin Shui's aura had been sealed within her body by the Dao Talisman, and not a single trace of it leaked out. Bystanders would definitely not be able to see the depth of her cultivation. Lin Shui definitely had a treasure of the Xianxia sect on her body. Otherwise, it was impossible that even Gu Fei could not see the depth of Lin Shui's cultivation. This made Gu Fei feel that something was not right. The aura on Lin Shui's body was still increasing. 6th sky of the Ascended Realm, 7th sky of the Ascended Realm. As more and more runes emitted from Lin Shui's body, her cultivation realm actually rose like a hot knife through butter. This was the first time that Gu Fei had seen such a strange thing. A person's cultivation could be controlled by runes at will, and it was comparable to his own martial body. Martial artists cultivated the strength of their physical body. The physical body was the source of a martial artist's strength. Martial artists who cultivated to a certain level could control their blood, flesh, tendons, and bones at will. They could move their muscles and skin, change their appearance and height at will. They could even control their aura at will. Before this, Gu Fei thought that this ability to freely control one's aura was something that only martial artists could do. But now, he realized that he was truly ignorant and ill-informed. Lin Shui's aura grew stronger and stronger, and a strong gust of wind started to form around her, causing the flowers and trees around her to shake violently. Even the bamboo forest behind her started to shake. When Lin Shui's aura broke through to the 9th sky of the Ascended Realm, Gu Fei was still as calm as before. However, Zhao Ziru was different. Her expression had already changed greatly. From what Zhao Ziru could see, Lin Shui looked even younger than her, but her cultivation had already far surpassed her own. Could it be that this was the so-called genius? Step back first, Gu Fei said to Zhao Ziru. He could feel that the aura on Lin Shuer's body was still increasing, and it had not stopped at the ninth sky of the ascended realm. Zhao Ziru nodded towards Gu Fei, and then stepped back. I didn't think that you'd also broken through to the Imperial Void Realm. What a surprise. Gu Fei looked coldly at Lin Shuer, and said calmly. He did not reveal the slightest hint of nervousness. Chapter 1270. Runes began to surge from her body, circling and dancing around her. Each rune emitted a powerful energy fluctuation. Furthermore, each rune was not a tangible object, but a glowing rune formed from the condensation of Dao energy. These glowing runes were much more frightening than those tangible Dao talismans. Tangible and tangible objects could be destroyed, but intangible and intangible objects could be destroyed at will. As long as Lin Shuer's Dao energy was not extinguished, these glowing runes could not be destroyed. Gu Fei allowed Lin Shuer to increase her cultivation. He was not in a hurry to make his move. He wanted to defeat Lin Shuer in her strongest state. Only then would he be able to deal a heavy blow to her. Lin Shuer seemed to be undoing the layers of seals on her body. It was as if a primordial beast was sealed within her body. Boundless energy surged out from her body. Rumble. From within Lin Shuer's body, a strange sound that sounded like muffled thunder could be heard. Gu Fei's expression gradually turned solemn. He could feel tremors coming from beneath his feet. Even the ground was trembling. Imperial Void Realm? Gu Fei stared in astonishment at Lin Shuer, who was surrounded by runes and her long hair fluttering in the wind. She looked like a fairy that had descended to the mortal world. He could feel that Lin Shuer's aura was still increasing. Her cultivation was showing signs of breaking through the transcending mortality realm and entering the Imperial Void Realm. The boundless energy fluctuations emitted from Lin Shuer's body were as heavy as a mountain, as vast as the ocean, causing one's heart to palpitate. The runes surrounding her body were all emitting a brilliant spiritual light, showing signs of becoming tangible. A part of the heavens and earth shook. The powerful aura caused Zhao Ziru to retreat again and again. Lin Shuer's strength was simply too strong. The terrifying aura she was emitting was too much for her to handle. As for Gu Fei, he was like an ancient godly mountain. He stood unmoving in the midst of the energy storm. The boundless energy fluctuations couldn't move him at all. In the end, Lin Shuer's body burst forth with a resplendent glow. Within her body, there seemed to be the sound of something shattering. It was as though she had broken through some sort of seal. In that instant, all of her power erupted forth like a volcano. At this moment, Lin Shuer's strength had reached its peak. Countless runes danced around her, and the heaven and earth spiritual chi frantically gathered towards her from all directions. The dazzling light gradually faded away, and Lin Shuer looked like a goddess of war. Her entire body was surrounded by lightning-like spiritual light, and countless runes appeared and disappeared on her body. You shouldn't have let me raise my cultivation to the limit. Lin Shuer slowly rose up from the ground. Her battle intent was like a rainbow, and runes appeared around her, her body, and even her eyes. She looked down at Gu Fei coldly, but did not attack immediately. She used the talisman to communicate with the heaven and earth, condensing the great momentum of the heaven and earth. With such a cultivation, even an ordinary void-resisting realm cultivator would not be a match for her. Peerless master? Zhao Ziru, who had retreated far away, was shocked to the extreme when she saw Lin Shuer flying up from the ground. She could not believe that Lin Shuer's cultivation had actually reached such a terrifying level. One must know that when Lin Shuer and her uncle Master Ding Yangzi came to the Taishan sect to join the sect, her cultivation was already one of the best among the younger generation, and even Dongfang Chen was not a match for her. But it had only been a few years. In just a few short years, how could Lin Shuer's cultivation have increased so quickly? Could it be that she was like Senior Gu and had some sort of fortuitous encounter? Zhao Ziru was extremely shocked. She could not believe what she was seeing. I will defeat you when you are at your strongest. Only then will you be convinced. Gu Fei laughed coldly. After that, he also rose into the air. His body did not emit any energy waves. He rose into the air just like that, and not a single trace of the power in his body leaked out. It was all sealed within his body. Shameless boasting. Lin Xue's eyes widened, and then she directly attacked Gu Fei. She grabbed forward with her right hand, and countless runes condensed in her hand. The essence of heaven and earth was guided over by the runes, and the vast power of the runes instantly condensed into the shadow of a green dragon, which pounced towards Gu Fei with its fangs and claws bared. Gu Fei also stretched out his right hand, and then pressed forward lightly. Bang! The azure dragon that was pouncing over suddenly seemed to have hit a transparent wall. The dragon head that was condensed from the talisman power instantly collapsed, and countless talisman inscriptions disappeared in the void. Lin Xue and Gu Fei flew backwards at the same time. The two of them seemed to be testing each other, and it seemed that neither of them had gained any advantage. Gu Fei could not help but re-evaluate Lin Xue, who was opposite him. It was really hard to imagine that there was actually someone like him among the younger generation of cultivators who had reached the void-controlling realm. One must know that ordinary cultivators, even if they cultivated for decades, or even centuries, might not be able to become a peerless expert. Gu Fei thought to himself, it seems that there are still geniuses in the world of cultivation. At the very least, this Lin Xue was a genius in the world of cultivation. Like a divine rainbow piercing through the void, Lin Xue seemed to have turned into a bolt of lightning, quickly approaching Gu Fei, and at the same time, countless runes rushed out from her body. Thousands of runes danced in the air, guiding the power of heaven and earth from all directions. 100-feet-long green dragon and a white tiger the size of a small mountain appeared in the void. The green dragon and the white tiger roared at the sky, and even the clouds in the sky were shaken and scattered, as if real divine beasts had descended between heaven and earth. The sky and earth shook, and the wind and clouds changed color. The roars of the green dragon and the white tiger were earth-shattering, echoing through the mountains, from the green spirit peak far away, and could be heard clearly for hundreds of miles. The disciples of the other branches were immediately alarmed, and they all walked out of their cultivation areas in amazement. All of a sudden, the eyes of all the disciples of the Supreme Mystery Sect were focused on the silent and deserted green spirit peak. Good. When Gu Fei saw the scene, he could not help but cheer. He could already see that Lin Xue had used the power of runes to activate the power of heaven and earth to condense the green dragon and white tiger. The green dragon and white tiger were originally divine beasts raised by heaven and earth, and the green dragon and white tiger that were condensed from the power of heaven and earth still had some of the power of divine beasts. The sounds of birds and beasts in the Taishan mountain immediately disappeared. After all the animals felt the aura of the green dragon and white tiger, they all trembled in fear. The green dragon and the white tiger, which were the size of a small mountain, roared and rushed towards Gu Fei, and the terrifying energy shook the void. The whole world trembled, and the power of the ancient divine beasts made people's hearts palpitate. Just the green dragon and white tiger, which were condensed from the power of runes and the power of heaven and earth, were already so powerful. It was hard to imagine how powerful the real green dragon and white tiger were. How strong the green dragon and white tiger were was not the question that Gu Fei was concerned about now. Now, he only had one goal, and that was to defeat Lin Xue. Gu Fei did not retreat. He just punched forward. It seemed to be a casual punch, but the void in front of the fist was distorted, and the powerful fist force directly shook the void. Bang! There was a loud sound, and in the void, there were ripples visible to the naked eye. The invisible fist force directly blocked the green dragon and white tiger that were condensed from the power of heaven and earth. On the path of martial arts, the body became a saint, and strength was the righteous path. No matter how powerful your magical power was, I only need one punch to break it. It was not empty words to say that martial arts could break all magical power. After the invisible fist force blocked the green dragon and white tiger, Gu Fei did not withdraw his fist. Instead, he shook it, and with a boom, endless golden light suddenly exploded from his fist, like a golden wave, sweeping forward. The green dragon and white tiger, which were condensed from the power of runes and the power of heaven and earth, only had time to roar before they were instantly swallowed by the golden light, and then collapsed in the golden wave that was emitting terrifying ripples. With just one punch, Gu Fei had only used one punch to break Lin Xue's magical power. Even though Lin Xue had used the power of heaven and earth for her own use and greatly increased her strength, she still could not block Gu Fei's punch. Endless runes were destroyed by Gu Fei's golden fist force, and Lin Xue suffered a great impact and was directly sent flying hundreds of feet away, a trace of blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. After 10 days of comprehension, although Gu Fei did not truly touch the great Dao brand that was branded in his heart, he had still understood many profound meanings of martial arts. His 10 days of hard work did not go to waste. Just a simple metal elemental fist was able to unleash unprecedented might. Even Gu Fei was a little surprised. With the great Dao being simple, Gu Fei gained a deeper understanding of the martial Dao. The simpler the moves and the simpler the attacks were, more often than not, more effective and more powerful than those complicated techniques. Just as Gu Fei sent Lin Xue flying, a few angry shouts suddenly came from afar. Gu Fei looked in the direction of the voices, only to see a few streaks of light rushing towards him from afar. 5 young cultivators rushed to the front on flying lights. Gu Fei's eyes narrowed when he saw the 5 young cultivators. They were all at the 7th or 8th sky of the Ascended Realm, and the strongest among them was at the peak of the 9th sky of the Ascended Realm. It's just a spar. How can you kill each other? You actually injured our junior apprentice sister, you madman. Brother Gu, you've gone too far. The 5 young cultivators were all experts of the Xianxia sect's younger generation, and each of them had the strength to look down on their peers. However, in front of Gu Fei, they did not dare to be too presumptuous. Although the 5 young cultivators were scolding Gu Fei, none of them actually dared to make a move against Gu Fei. These people were not idiots, and they were well aware of the gap between them and Gu Fei. Making a move against Gu Fei was just asking to be humiliated. The last young cultivator who scolded Gu Fei was someone familiar. Gu Fei was very familiar with this person, the first senior apprentice brother of the Xianxia sect's younger generation. It was impossible not to recognize him. Chapter 1271. What? The true dragon has come into being. It's not a bad idea to have this guy as a little brother. The old tortoise yelled and joined the battle as soon as he arrived. He swept the black rod in his hand and forced the ancient wind god's avatar to retreat by 5 kilometers. Swish! A huge spatial crack was created in the void by He Tian's rod. The chaotic chi in the spatial crack was vast and mighty, and a terrible aura of destruction seeped out. Hiss! Everyone couldn't help but gasp when they saw the old tortoise's ferocity. It should be known that the mysterious person was an abnormal existence that could fight a true dragon head-on. The true dragon was born from the endless dragon chi of the earth in the 9 heavens of hidden dragon grounds. Its body was absolutely tyrannical to the extreme. The mysterious person actually wanted to subdue such an existence and make it his little brother. The old tortoise's words shocked everyone to the extreme. Does he think he's a saint? Even a saint might not be able to easily subdue this true dragon. Lower your voice. That person seems to be the crown prince. Some people in the distant sky were pointing at the old tortoise. Some had already seen the origin of the old tortoise and were somewhat afraid. It should be known that the crown prince was a lawless and ruthless character. At this time, the old tortoise did not show mercy just because the opponent was of the same kind. After forcing the ancient wind god's avatar to retreat, the old tortoise directly punched the purple-gold true dragon. Boom! The martial Dao source of the Undying avatar was drawn out by the old tortoise. His entire fist seemed to have turned into a golden divine sun that illuminated the entire world. This was the martial Dao source of the Undying golden body, unlike the one that Gu Fei had devoured. Most of the martial Dao source of the Undying golden body had been corroded by the death chi. The old tortoise's fist was so fierce that the void was collapsing and annihilating. It was neither a divine ability nor an immortal technique, but it was more terrifying than any divine ability or great technique. This was the most direct manifestation of absolute power. Under absolute power, no matter how powerful one was, it would be difficult to withstand a direct punch from a supreme expert. Swish! The purple gold dragon claw directly met the old tortoise's fist. This was an extremely shocking scene. A dragon claw as huge as a mountain grabbed a golden divine sun, like a true dragon snatching a pearl. Rumble! Two extremely powerful saint-level forces were clashing against each other. The old tortoise's fist and the purple gold dragon claw had not yet collided, but the void between the two had already been annihilated. They were both saint-level bodies. Such a confrontation was earth-shattering. Everyone was shocked and hurriedly retreated further away, fearing that they would be caught in the crossfire. Gu Fei and He Tian also retreated. The aura of the undying golden body was too powerful. The golden qi and blood swept across the world. Was this the power of a saint-level martial body? The old tortoise's fist, which seemed to have turned into a golden divine sun, collapsed the mountain-like purple gold dragon claw. The fierce fist force actually shook the true dragon and sent it flying thousands of feet away. The old tortoise himself only retreated a few dozen feet in the void. The entire void had turned into chaos. The old tortoise stood in the chaos, and the undying golden body emitted endless golden qi and blood. The destructive power could not get close to him. He walked in the chaos toward the true dragon that was sent flying. It's too powerful. I've long heard that the crown prince of the dragon clan obtained an undying golden body. It's actually true. How can there be such a powerful existence in this world? This is a saint-level body that can contend against a saint weapon. Some of the old antiques in the heavenly realm couldn't help but sigh. The undying golden body was so powerful that it could walk in the chaos. There was nothing in the chaos, only destruction. Even if a piece of divine iron was thrown into the chaos, it would be instantly ground to dust. Only a true saint would dare to ignore the destructive power of the chaos and walk in it. Even a half-step saint wouldn't dare to set foot in the land of chaos. This guy, Gu Fei, couldn't help but feel a little disapproving when he saw the old tortoise walking proudly in the chaos. However, he had to admit that the old tortoise's avatar was truly terrifying. The old tortoise's avatar bloomed with a dazzling golden light. There were only lines of the great Tao wandering on its skin like golden snakes. The great Tao was imprinted on its body to achieve the immortality of the martial body. This was the indestructible martial body. When can I reach this level? Gu Fei murmured to himself. The power of the undying martial body was obvious to all. Even if he couldn't cultivate to become a saint, as long as he cultivated a saint-level martial body, he could still compete with a saint-level existence. This was the capital of a supreme warrior. The old turtle was too powerful. The mighty saint-level body emitted a boundless aura that caused the void to collapse. The world seemed to be unable to contain this supreme martial body. The purple gold true dragon kept retreating. Although it also had a saint-level body, it had just passed the heavenly tribulation and had not fully recovered. The true dragon felt a dangerous aura from the old turtle. At this time, the avatar of the ancient wind god, who had been forced back by the old turtle's rod, rushed over from a distance. He used the steps of the wind god. With each step, a Tao pattern spread out in all directions. His speed was so fast that only Gu Fei's desolate steps could match it. Is it really that person's avatar? The old turtle's pupils involuntarily contracted. A golden divine light shot out from his eyes and swept toward the figure that was rushing over. Invisible and traceless like the wind. It's really the steps of the wind god. The old turtle's expression turned solemn. The ancient wind god was a great sage of the human race and had an extraordinary relationship with the martial ancestor. There was a rumor in ancient times that the wind god might be the biological son of the supreme martial ancestor, but no one had ever confirmed it. This was because the main character of the rumor was the supreme martial ancestor who fought against the 9 heavens and 10 earths. No one in the 3 realms and 6 paths was his match. Even the other extreme martial ancestor would avoid him and not dare to provoke him. Whoosh! The ancient incarnation of the wind god, who was rushing over, pointed a finger at the void in front of him. The void in front of him was directly pierced through. A black hole appeared in the void as an invisible force crashed toward the old tortoise through the void. The old tortoise felt as though an invisible mountain was crashing toward it. Void Fragmentation Finger? Chapter 1272. Boom! The black stick in the old turtle's hand collided with the power of the void fragmentation finger unleashed by the incarnation of the ancient wind god. The void of heaven and earth was once again destroyed. The void within a radius of tens of miles turned into primordial chaos. The primordial chi was vast and mighty. This was the most primitive state of the void of heaven and earth, turning into a chaotic origin point. The old turtle only felt a strong force coming from the black stick in his hand. Then, he was forced to take more than 10 steps back. Every time he took a step in the void, the whole world would tremble. There was no doubt about the strength of his physical body. The indestructible golden body of the human race was one of the strongest physiques in the world. Even in the ancient times, the indestructible golden body of the human race was also the strongest combat physique. The incarnation of the ancient wind god was forced to take a step back. The power of the black stick of the indestructible golden body was also unimaginably strong. Swish! At this moment, a purple light flashed. The purple gold true dragon suddenly turned into a beam of purple light and dashed towards the distant sky, trying to escape from this place. It had just survived the heavenly tribulation and its vitality had yet to fully recover. It was not a match for these two people. Even if it had a saint-level physical body, it would still be suppressed in the end. Although the purple gold true dragon had just been born, it had already gained intelligence for countless years. Therefore, it knew a lot of things because there had been a lot of people breaking into the land of Hidden Dragon in the past. The 9 dragons killing intent was actually a kind of divine sense killing light released by the purple gold true dragon. When it killed the experts who broke into the land of Hidden Dragon, it also destroyed and devoured the souls of these experts. During its growth, the purple gold true dragon had gained a certain understanding of the outside world by reading the memories of the experts who broke into the land of Hidden Dragon. It did not want to become a battle pet of these people. Trying to escape? As soon as the old turtle saw that the true dragon was trying to escape, he immediately chased after it. He stepped out of the primordial zone in the void. His golden blood and chi immediately swept across the world. A powerful saint-level aura spread out from the incarnation of the old turtle. Everyone felt a great pressure as if there was a mountain pressing down on them. Those with weaker cultivation base could not even straighten their backs at this moment. The incarnation of the ancient wind god also chased after the purple gold true dragon with the wind god steps without a sound. There was no fluctuation at all. Gu Fei couldn't help but feel a palpitation when he saw this scene. This footwork was mysterious and it was somewhat similar to the 8 desolate steps, but he knew that it was definitely not the 8 desolate steps. Is the legend true? Standing next to Gu Fei, He Tian's eyes flickered as if he had thought of something, but then he shook his head as if it was impossible. Compared to the unparalleled strength of the old turtle, the incarnation of the ancient wind god did not reveal anything. The aura of the ancient wind god seemed to be integrated with the surrounding void. Body transformation, traceless. He Tian muttered to himself. The wind god sect that appeared in the ancient times was founded by the wind god. However, the wind god sect did not exist for a long time. From its founding until its disappearance overnight, the wind god sect had only existed for less than 1,000 years in the ancient times. A sect that existed for less than 1,000 years should have been inconspicuous in the ancient times. However, the person who founded this sect was a great sage of the human race. Even in the ancient times, people who could become great sages were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. How could a sect founded by a great sage be an ordinary small sect? The techniques created by a great sage were all sage techniques. A sect that mastered the sage techniques was rare even in the ancient times. The disappearance of the wind god sect was a secret. No one knew why a sect with a great sage would disappear from the world overnight, as if it had never existed. Now that the incarnation of the ancient wind god had appeared, it was definitely a challenge for the old turtle. This was an incarnation of a great sage of the human race. The purple gold true dragon quickly went far away. The true dragon escape was extremely fast. Even the old turtle and the ancient wind god incarnation could not catch up with it for a while. Gu Fei also wanted to chase after it, but at this time, the old turtle's voice sounded in his heart. He could not help but be surprised. "Brat, if you don't go to the land of Saint Burial now, when are you going to do it?" Gu Fei immediately stopped when he heard the words, and then directly rushed to the place where the true dragon broke the earth. Boss? Chapter 1273. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. The aura of the sage level was so powerful that it was like 3 huge mountains pressing down on them. Even the mighty figures of the Tao-severing realm could hardly breathe. The power of the sage level could penetrate everything and even suppress the Great Way. It could even shatter the void between heaven and earth. Without reaching this realm, one could never understand the power of the sage level. After the old turtle and the others left, some people came to their senses and rushed towards the land of the holy burial. They wanted to enter the legendary tomb of the peerless divine treasures as soon as possible. Who would not be envious of the peerless divine treasures? Even the antiques of the heaven realm could not sit still. Beams of light shot through the sky like divine rainbows and rushed towards the depths of the land of the holy burial, disappearing into the hazy blood mist. At this time, Gu Fei and He Tian had already entered the ground and were rushing towards the entrance of the land of the holy burial. They had been warned by the old turtle, so they were one step ahead of the others. However, not everyone was paying attention to the purple gold dragon. Someone had entered the depths of the blood-red land before Gu Fei and the others. There was a huge pit in the depths of the Scarlet Plains. It was as deep as a bottomless sinkhole, and there were traces of yin qi rising from the pit. A cold and terrifying aura lingered in the pit. An immortal king rushed over from afar, his body surrounded by 9 beams of celestial light. It was as though Emperor Xian of the 9 heavens had descended. The aura of the immortal path was vast and mighty. However, when the immortal king rushed into the pit, his expression changed drastically. The celestial light on his body froze in an instant and then collapsed and dissipated. Roar! The immortal king could only let out a roar that was filled with both shock and anger. He no longer had the chance because his body was crumbling and dissipating. In just an instant, an immortal king had fallen in the huge pit, his body and soul completely destroyed. Not even his immortal weapon was left behind as it shattered in the void. Even someone as powerful as an immortal king had fallen. There was an unfathomable power enveloping the huge pit. Even immortal cultivators at the immortal king realm couldn't withstand it. Some cultivators who were flying over just happened to see this scene and were extremely shocked. They quickly stopped and didn't dare to recklessly enter the huge pit. What's going on? An incomparably powerful old man from the celestial realm had descended, his powerful aura filling the air. This aura was many times stronger than the immortal king's aura. It was a sovereign with white hair and a ruddy face. The aura of the divine Tao emanating from his body caused the surrounding cultivators to involuntarily retreat, not daring to get too close. Shen King? Those who had not reached the celestial sovereign realm were incomparably shocked. This was a Shen King who had lived for God knows how long. This old Shen King had an aura of vicissitudes. Such an aura required time to condense. An ordinary Shen King would definitely not have such an aura. Is the power of the land of Saint Burial leaking out? The old Shen King frowned. The aura emanating from the pit was too strange. An eerie aura lingered in the pit. There seemed to be a terrifying power shrouding the entire pit. Even the old Shen King could feel the danger. Very quickly, a few more powerful sovereign auras appeared in the distance. More sovereigns had arrived. 3 powerful figures appeared in everyone's vision. 3 sovereigns had arrived. Among them, the young-looking Shen King exuded an especially powerful aura. His immortal emperor aura was so powerful that ripples could be seen in the void. Oldly, what's wrong? Are you afraid? A short middle-aged man among the 3 monarchs said with an incomparably cold tone after seeing the old god sovereign. I was wondering who it was. So it's the 3 sovereigns of the heavenly region. The old Shen King recognized them. What 3 sovereigns of the heavenly region? So it's them. The three sovereigns of the heavenly region are ruthless characters. The surrounding cultivators were shocked when they heard the words of the old Shin King. The three sovereigns of the heavenly region were famous sovereigns in Middle-earth. Rumor had it that if the three sovereigns of the heavenly region joined forces, they could fight against Dao-severing experts. The three sovereigns of the heavenly region had mastered a secret art. This secret art was very mysterious. When one of them used it, it wasn't very powerful. However, when two of them used it at the same time, they would be invincible among their peers. If the three of them used this secret art at the same time, they would be able to fight against Dao-severing experts. I didn't expect that even old Li would retreat. The young-looking sovereign sneered. They seemed to have a lot of hostility towards the old Shin King. You guys are powerful. Go in and show me. The old Shin King said disdainfully. He had a lot of grievances with the three sovereigns of the heavenly region. They didn't like each other. Why not? The young-looking sovereign directly walked in. The other two sovereigns followed closely behind him. The old Shin King looked at this scene coldly. The young-looking sovereign's expression changed the moment he stepped into the huge pit. He felt a terrible force rapidly devouring his essence chi. Something's wrong. The other two sovereigns' expressions also changed. They also felt their essence chi rapidly flowing away. This shocked them to the extreme. Invincible heavenly domain. The three sovereigns roared. Together, they propped up a sovereign domain that enveloped them and blocked the strange force that could devour essence chi outside. The old Shin King was shocked when he saw this scene. He felt the aura of the great Tao. The secret art that the three sovereigns of the heavenly region used was actually a sage art. No wonder the three of them could fight against Dao-severing experts by using this secret art. This secret art was created by a sage. Old Li will take our leave first. The three sovereigns of the heavenly region laughed and descended into the huge pit. Now, they could confirm that the power of the land of Saint Burial was really leaking out. This was a cold death chi that could devour all essence chi. It was said that after a sage died, the corpse of a sage would release a terrifying aura. This death chi of Saint Burial only existed in the land of Saint Burial. But now, it was leaking out from the land of Saint Burial. Could it be that the birth of the true dragon affected the land of Saint Burial and caused it to be damaged? Old Shin King's expression changed. In that instant, he thought of many things. The death chi of Saint Burial was terrifying and could devour all life. Old Shin King didn't dare to be careless. He spat out a bronze bell and covered himself with it before jumping into the huge pit. This was an emperor weapon that could barely block the death chi of Saint Burial. But very quickly, Old Shin King rushed out from the huge pit. Cracks appeared on the surface of the bronze bell. More than half of the essence chi contained in the emperor weapon was lost, causing the weapon to almost crumble. The death chi of Saint Burial is truly terrifying. The old Shin King had no other choice. Unless he had a saint weapon or even a divine weapon of a supreme existence, he wouldn't be able to go down. Saint-ranked death chi only existed in the depths of the land of saints, where the corpses of saints were buried. Only in hell would such a terrifying death chi appear that could devour all living things. The old Shin King pondered for a long time before shaking his head and turning to leave. After the old Shin King left, quite a number of cultivators came to the vicinity of the huge pit. Some of them didn't believe it and used their divine weapons to protect themselves. Those who didn't believe it had a tragic ending. Several powerful divine kings and immortal kings fell inside, unable to escape. There was even a grand completion sovereign who ended up dying in both body and soul. Even a grand completion sovereign died. This caused all the other cultivators who wanted to take the risk to charge in. Even though they knew that it was a dead end, they still wanted to charge in. That kind of death wasn't worth it. Nobody was willing to take such a risk. Rumble. Just when everyone was hesitating, an aura so powerful that it could crush the heavens and earth suddenly appeared in the distance, causing the entire earth to tremble. The aura of a Dao-severing expert caused everyone to feel an immense pressure. Everyone's expression changed drastically as they hurriedly retreated far away. The aura of a Dao-severing expert was too powerful. One must know that in the heaven realm, Dao-severing experts were existences of the sovereign realm, supreme existences that stood above all living beings in the heaven realm. The arrival of a Dao-severing expert shocked everyone. A tall figure walked over from afar. The boundless blood mist was dispersed by this person's aura. In just a few steps, that person arrived in front of them. This was a middle-aged man dressed in green robes. His entire body was shrouded in an immortal aura. Although he wasn't enveloped by an immortal aura, he gave off an invincible feeling. The death chi of the land of saints is leaking out? The middle-aged expert couldn't help but frown as he looked at the huge crater in front of him. The death chi of a saint-level expert was no laughing matter. Even a Dao-severing expert wouldn't dare to let this kind of death chi touch them. A white jade seal appeared above the middle-aged expert's head. The seal floated above his head and emitted rays of divine light that enveloped him. There were faint marks of the Dao on the white jade seal. This was a saint-level seal. There were lines of the great Dao on the seal. The aura of the great Dao swirled around the seal. The middle-aged expert used the seal to protect himself before jumping into the huge crater. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the darkness. With a powerful aura gone, everyone felt relaxed. It was as if a huge boulder weighing down on their hearts had suddenly disappeared. They all breathed a sigh of relief. Only Dao-severing experts can enter the land of saints? Chapter 1274. No one was willing to risk their lives to enter the land of the saints. They could not even get close to the entrance of the land of the saints because they had to risk having their essence, energy, body and soul devoured by the saint-tier death energy. Due to that, many of them retreated. So what if it was a peerless treasure trove? Without their lives, how could they enjoy such a treasure trove? Those who could become immortals were not fools. Even fools would not do something that they knew was suicide, let alone immortals and gods. But as the mighty figures of the Dao-severing realm continued to arrive, there were still many who broke into the ground to explore the holy tomb where the legendary peerless divine treasures were buried. No one knew what was inside, but the appearance of the sage-level death aura made many believe that the corpse of a supreme saint was definitely buried in the land of the holy tomb. Otherwise, how could this sage-level death aura be formed? Without the corpse of a saint, how could this terrifying saint-tier death energy come about? By then, Gu Fei and He Tian had already ventured deep underground. The saint-tier death energy there grew even stronger. This death energy could devour all life force. If it were not for the protection of their sacred weapons, Gu Fei and He Tian would have had their essence, energy, body and soul devoured by the death energy long ago. How could they have made it this far? What is that? Suddenly, Gu Fei saw a bluish-green silhouette flash through the darkness before him. The silhouette was extremely fast, but Gu Fei was still able to catch sight of it. A faint fragrance wafted over from the void. It was a medicinal fragrance that could shake one's spirit. Although it was just a trace, it made Gu Fei feel as though every pore on his body was opening up. It's divine blue sky grass. He Tian's eyes lit up. The bluish-green silhouette that flashed by earlier was definitely the undying divine herb, divine blue sky grass. Just a whiff of its medicinal fragrance could give them a comfortable feeling, as though they were ascending to immortality. With the exception of the undying divine herb's medicinal fragrance, no other divine herb's medicinal fragrance could give Gu Fei and He Tian such a feeling. Gu Fei immediately gave chase. The divine blue sky grass was a priceless treasure. If he could capture it, he would have an extra life. The 9 heavens hidden dragon land had collapsed, but this divine blue sky grass had survived. Even in the depths of the earth, this divine blue sky grass was not afraid of the death energy of a saint. Gu Fei had already locked onto the aura of the divine blue sky grass. Thus he gave chase. Although the divine blue sky grass did not cultivate any remarkable techniques, it was still a spiritual object. It knew how to urge luck and avoid danger, so it was still very good at flying. Under the darkness of the earth, it was somewhat difficult to catch this spiritual plant spirit. Fortunately, Gu Fei's spiritual sense was much stronger than ordinary people, so he was able to chase it. After chasing for hundreds of li, Gu Fei and He Tian were shocked to see a light coming from ahead. A chaotic void had appeared in front of them. Within the chaotic void, all sorts of divine lights were flashing, as though they were evolving the great Tao of heaven and earth. It was a scene from before the creation of heaven and earth. It was a chaotic origin point. Swish! When Gu Fei and He Tian arrived, they saw the blue sky divine herb vanish into the primal chaos in front of them. This, Gu Fei and He Tian couldn't help but look at each other. The primal chaos in front of them was the primal chaos origin. Before the heaven and earth were created, there was only chaos and destruction. They didn't act rashly. Nothing could exist in the primal chaos origin except destruction. However, that blue sky divine herb had escaped into it. Could it be that there was another world in the primal chaos origin? Boss, should we go in? He Tian was a little hesitant. There was no need to ask how dangerous it was to enter the primal chaos. However, when he thought about the immortal herb, He Tian was unwilling to retreat. That was an immortal herb that not even the Empyrean saints could obtain. It was the most inconceivable life in the world, a natural fragment of the great Tao. Why shouldn't we go in? Although Gu Fei was also very hesitant, he didn't want to retreat. One must know that an immortal herb was priceless. Even a peerless treasure trove couldn't compare to it. Buzz! A humming sound rang out from Gu Fei's dantian. Immediately after, an ancient cauldron flew out from his dantian and floated above his head. The mountain and river cauldron rapidly expanded. Streams of primal chaos energy descended from the cauldron, enveloping both Gu Fei and He Tian. They used the mountain and river cauldron to protect themselves. The primal chaos origin wasn't very big. It was only a few dozen zhang in radius. However, the destructive energy inside was vast and mighty. All sorts of divine lights flickered and transformed into primal chaos. A mighty force from the mountain and river cauldron directly blocked the chaotic energy of destruction. Gu Fei and He Tian walked through the primal chaos. Only the invincible golden body of a saint could travel through the primal chaos origin. However, with the mountain and river cauldron, Gu Fei could also travel through the primal chaos. However, after walking for a few dozen zhang, the space in front of them suddenly lit up. They had actually passed through the primal chaos origin and appeared in another world. This, Gu Fei didn't understand. How could this happen? The primal chaos origin was actually connected to another world? This was simply too unimaginable. Is this just a spatial node? He Tian pondered. The primal chaos origin was actually connected to another world. This was the only explanation. For someone to use the primal chaos origin as a spatial node, this was truly an extravagant move. Where is this? Chapter 1275. The existence of the Saint-grade death qi prevented almost all cultivators below the almighty level from entering. No one was willing to risk their lives to enter the land of the saints. They couldn't even get close to the entrance of the land of the saints, as they would have to risk having their entire body and spirit devoured by the Saint-grade death qi. This made many people retreat. So what if it was a peerless treasure trove? How could they enjoy it if they lost their lives? Those who could cultivate to become immortals were no fools. Even a fool would not do something that they knew was suicide, let alone a group of immortals. However, as Tao-severing almighties continued to arrive, many people still ventured underground to explore the legendary tomb that contained the peerless treasure trove. No one knew what was in the tomb of a saint. However, the appearance of the saint-grade death qi made many people believe that the land of the saints definitely contained the corpse of a supreme saint. Otherwise, how could this saint-grade death qi be formed? Without the corpse of a saint, how could this extremely terrifying saint-grade death qi come from? By now, Gu Fei and He Tian had already gone deep underground. The saint-grade death qi was even stronger in the depths of the earth. This kind of death qi could devour all life force. If it weren't for the protection of their holy weapons, Gu Fei and He Tian would have had their entire body and spirit devoured by this death qi long ago. How could they have reached this place? What is that? Suddenly, Gu Fei saw a dark green shadow flash through the darkness in front of him. The shadow was extremely fast, but Gu Fei still managed to catch it. A faint fragrance wafted through the void. It was a medicinal fragrance that could shake one's spirit. Although it was only a trace, It made Gu Fei feel as if all the pores on his body were relaxing. It's the blue sky divine herb. He Tian's eyes lit up. That jade-green shadow that flashed by just now was definitely the immortal godly herb, blue descent divine grass. Just a hint of its medicinal fragrance was enough to make one feel as comfortable as ascending to immortality. Other than the medicinal fragrance of the immortal blue sky divine herb, there was no other divine herb's medicinal fragrance that could make cultivators at the level of Gu Fei and He Tian feel this way. After it, Gu Fei immediately gave chase. The immortal blue sky divine herb was a priceless treasure. If he could capture it, it would be equivalent to having another life. The 9 heavens of the hidden dragon had collapsed, but the immortal blue sky divine herb had survived. Even in the depths of the earth, the herb was still unafraid of the saint-grade death qi and could come and go as it pleased. Gu Fei possessed the speed of 8 steps. Just now, he had already locked onto the aura of the blue divine grass, so he chased after it. Although the blue divine grass did not cultivate any great divine ability, it was still a spiritual item after all. It knew how to urge luck and avoid calamity, and its flying technique was also very impressive. It was a little difficult to catch a sentient vegetation sprite in the pitch-black ground. Fortunately, Gu Fei's spiritual perception was much stronger than an ordinary person's, allowing him to chase it down. After chasing for a few hundred miles, Gu Fei and He Tian were surprised to see a light in front of them. A chaotic void appeared in front of them. Inside the chaotic void, all kinds of divine lights flickered as if they were evolving the grand Tao of heaven and earth. It was a scene from before heaven and earth was created. This was a chaotic origin. Swish. When Gu Fei and Erebus arrived at this place, they just happened to see the shadow of the blue sky divine herb disappear into the chaotic origin point ahead. This, Gu Fei and He Tian couldn't help but look at each other. That chaotic origin was the chaotic origin, the most primitive state before heaven and earth was created. There was only chaos and destruction, nothing else. They didn't act rashly. Nothing could exist in the primal chaos origin except for destruction. However, the blue descent divine grass managed to escape into it. Could it be that there was another world in the chaotic origin? Boss, should we go in or not? He Tian was a little hesitant. Entering the chaotic origin was dangerous. Needless to say, it was terrifying. But when he thought of the immortal herb, He Tian didn't want to retreat. That was an immortal herb. Even ancient saints might not be able to obtain it. It was the most inconceivable life in the world, born with fragments of the Grand Tao. Of course we're going in. Although Gu Fei was also hesitant, he didn't want to retreat either. One had to know that an immortal herb grass was priceless. Even a peerless treasure trove couldn't compare to it. Bzzz. A rumbling sound came from Gu Fei's dantian. Then, an ancient cauldron flew out from his dantian and floated above his head. The mountain and river cauldron rapidly grew in size. Then, streams of primordial chaos energy descended from the cauldron, enveloping both Gu Fei and my Tian within it. They used the mountain and river cauldron to protect themselves. The chaotic origin wasn't large. It was only a few dozen meters in radius. But the destructive energy inside was vast and mighty. All sorts of divine lights flickered and transformed into primordial chaos. A wave of energy from the mountain and river cauldron directly blocked the chaotic energy. Gu Fei and He Tian walked in the chaotic destruction. Only the saint indestructible golden body could walk in the chaotic origin. But Gu Fei had the mountain and river cauldron, so he could also walk in the chaotic origin. They had only walked a few dozen meters when the scene in front of them suddenly lit up. They had actually passed through the chaotic origin and appeared in another world. This, Gu Fei didn't understand. How could this be? The primal chaos origin was actually connected to another world? This was simply too inconceivable. Is this just a spatial node? Erebus fell into deep thought. The primal chaos origin actually led to another world. This seemed to be the only logical explanation. Someone had used the primal chaos origin as a spatial node. This was truly a big move. Where is this? Gu Fei looked around. He saw birds chirping and flowers fragrant. Spiritual energy filled the air. In the distance, spiritual mountains were faintly discernible in the mist. Immortal birds and strange beasts walked around, not afraid of humans at all. Below the Red Plains is the place where saints are buried. This can't be the legendary place where saints are buried, right? He Tian exclaimed in shock. This was definitely not a big tomb. How could a big tomb look like this? It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it was a fairyland. There were many spiritual mountains, spiritual springs, and spiritual herbs growing in the spiritual springs. Cranes danced in the air, divine birds sang, and spiritual apes played in the forest. All of this seemed so peaceful. There was no killing intent here. Boss, this place doesn't seem much different from your inner world. He Tian looked at the scene in front of him and couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Chapter 1276. Gu Fei and He Tian didn't expect that the primal chaos origin was connected to a divine land. The entrance of this divine land was actually a primal chaos origin. The immortal blue divine grass had entered this divine land, but no one knew where it had gone. This place seemed to be the place where the blue divine grass had taken root. A small world? Gu Fei couldn't help feeling shocked when he saw this scene. This was most likely a world created by an ancient great sage and left behind. Let me imagine, who was the person who obtained the immortal blue divine grass in ancient times? He Tian murmured to himself as he tried to recall. In the entire world, there were only a few immortal blue divine grass. The number of people who could obtain the legendary immortal blue divine grass could be counted with 10 fingers. This world couldn't be a small world created by that person, right? Erebus seemed to have thought of something, and a strange look appeared on his face. He seemed to have thought of a certain great sage-level character in the ancient times. Great saints from ancient times had boundless magical power. They could grab the stars and the moon, move mountains and drain the seas. They were almost omnipotent and were the strongest existences in ancient times. Except for extreme saints, no one could suppress a great saint. Who is this person? Gu Fei was also very curious. The person who could refine such a divine land was certainly not simple. He was probably someone with a great background in ancient times. Boss, did you notice that most of the plants here are spiritual herbs? He Tian said. A faint medicinal fragrance wafted through the air, causing one's pores to open up upon smelling it. Gu Fei glanced at his surroundings, and sure enough, all he could see were elixirs that covered the entire mountain, with only a few trees as decorations. There are so many spiritual herbs. Gu Fei felt that they had entered a world of spiritual herbs. There were countless spiritual herbs here, but he quickly discovered that although there were many spiritual herbs here, most of them were ordinary spiritual herbs. Elixirs that were over 10,000 years old seemed to be very rare. Could it be that these elixirs had been multiplied in the last 10,000 years? This was a small world. There were forests, lakes, spiritual peaks, waterfalls, and flowing springs. There were even immortal birds and spirit beasts moving about, yet not a single figure could be seen. They are all ordinary stuff, but there are definitely herb kings in the depths of this world. He Tian naturally looked down on these spirit herbs that were less than 10,000 years old. What he wanted was a king medicine. Only a spirit medicine that had grown for around 50,000 years could barely be called a young king medicine. A true king medicine would be at least 100,000 years old. As for the undying godly medicine, who knew how many years it had been growing for? Because the undying godly medicine contained fragments of the great Tao, in a sense, it was equivalent to the existence of the Tao. Sush. He Tian couldn't wait to soar into the sky and rush towards the depths of this small world. This small world was most likely created by that legendary person. If he could obtain something refined by that person, it would be a great fortune. It would be much more useful than obtaining any divine treasury. Gu Fei also soared into the sky and chased after He Tian. This guy would find treasures if he didn't have them. Wherever he went, there would always be treasures. This small world had a radius of tens of thousands of miles. Compared to the inner world that Gu Fei obtained from Li Xuandao, the ancestor of the god race, it was many times bigger. Moreover, such a divine land was full of spiritual energy. There seemed to be a spiritual spring of life in the depths of the divine land. The spiritual energy of the entire world came from the depths of this divine land and then nourished the entire divine land. This was definitely the work of a great saint. Apart from a great saint, no one could create such a small world. Moreover, this small world was very stable. Soon, Gu Fei and the others approached the central area of this small world. There were 9 towering spiritual peaks there. Each spiritual peak was like a heavenly sword, towering into the clouds. Seeing such a terrain in front of him, He Tian immediately stopped. 9 was the limit of numbers. It represented the strongest and the greatest. In the world of cultivation, if something related to 9 appeared, one had to be careful. The 9 Heavens Hidden Dragon Ground was a very good example. This kind of terrain would only appear when the world evolved to the extreme. There were 9 spiritual peaks in front of them. It was very likely that there would be danger. If they rushed in recklessly, they might be killed. He Tian was very cautious. Only a cautious person would live longer than an ordinary person. Swoosh! Mahakala activated his yin-yang divine eyes, and the power of yin and yang intertwined in his eyes. His left eye was as bright as the moon, and there seemed to be a divine moon floating within it. As for his right eye, it was as black as ink, like a bottomless, demonic well that would cause one's heart to palpitate. There is indeed something strange. He Tian's expression changed. Someone had used the 9 spiritual peaks to set up a killing trap. It seemed like they were protecting something important. From the outside, the 9 spiritual peaks didn't look strange. However, under the scanning of his yin-yang divine eyes, He Tian was able to see some abnormalities that ordinary people couldn't see. The 9 spiritual mountains before him were like 9 giant prehistoric beasts lying in ambush. The moment someone barged in, they would attack violently. The situation in front of them had changed. Between the 9 spiritual peaks is probably the place where the owner of this place cultivated. He Tian retracted his yin-yang divine eyes and said, "Weren't the 9 spiritual peaks protecting the most important thing to the owner of this place? It seems that this place won't be easy to enter." Although Gu Fei knew a little about the Tao of Arrays, he could tell that the 9 towering spiritual peaks were extraordinary. The terrain in front of them had already been used by someone. No matter how heaven-defying the terrain was, even if it was the 49 Great Ancestral Dragon Formation, as long as it wasn't used by someone, it would be fine. However, if such a terrain was used by someone with ulterior motives, it could turn into a shocking killing trap in the shortest amount of time. Anyone who entered would be killed. The root of the blue sky divine grass might be inside. He Tian said. His expression became extremely solemn. The owner of this place was definitely a meticulous person. He had actually set up a killing trap in the world he had created. It should be known that the great sage created the world. In this world, the great sage was an omnipotent existence. Standing between heaven and earth, they could control the power of the world. Could it be that the great sage who created this world knew that I would leave? Gu Fei couldn't help but be curious about the original owner of this place. I need to think about it. He Tian stared at the 9 spiritual peaks in front of him. His eyes flickered. Since he had already entered the treasure mountain, there was absolutely no reason for him to return empty-handed. However, He Tian didn't want to cause any damage to this world. Otherwise, he could just ask Gu Fei to smash the 9 spiritual peaks with the mountain river cauldron. Smashing the 9 spiritual mountains was easy, but if he were to destroy the thing that the 9 spiritual mountains were guarding, then the gains would not make up for the losses. Furthermore, this was a world without an owner. If he could refine it, wouldn't he be able to control everything here? Then take your time to think about it. Gu Fei said and no longer paid attention to He Tian. He was not in a hurry. Instead, he looked around. It must be said that this divine land was extraordinary. The void of the world was extremely stable. When Gu Fei tried to punch it, there were only a few ripples in the void. He Tian began to deduce seriously. From time to time, he would use the yin-yang divine eyes to stare at the 9 spiritual peaks in front of him. He wanted to find a way to break out of this deadly trap. How could it be so easy to break out of a deadly trap laid by an ancient great sage? The The center of this divine land didn't only have the 9 spiritual peaks. Behind the 9 spiritual peaks was the area with the densest spiritual energy. There was definitely a heavenly spring of life there. Gu Fei wanted to see what was behind the 9 spiritual peaks. He flew forward and circled around the 9 spiritual peaks. Then he saw a big lake. The heavenly spring of life has completely melted? Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this scene. Behind the 9 spiritual peaks, there was only a big lake. This big lake had a radius of 100 miles and was sparkling. On the surface of the lake, there were many divine lotuses floating. In the center of the lake, there was a strange stone. It was green and only a few feet tall. That strange grass was rooted on it. It was the immortal divine herb, blue sky divine grass. Whoosh! The immortal divine herb sensed Gu Fei's arrival and immediately pulled out its roots from the stone. Then, it rushed out of the lake with lightning speed. Where do you think you're going? Upon seeing this, Gu Fei immediately reached out his hand and clawed forward. A giant golden hand rushed out from his hand and instantly grew as huge as a mountain, covering the entire heavens and earth. He unleashed his heaven-covering hand, wanting to grab this stalk of immortal god herb. However, the speed of the immortal spirit herb was simply too fast. As soon as Gu Fei's hand reached out, a green light flickered and the immortal spirit herb had already rushed into the 9 spirit mountains. Gu Fei couldn't help but be startled. This kind of spiritual divine herb was too difficult to catch. Perhaps only a saint would be able to do so. The blue sky divine herb's speed was even faster than Gu Fei's 8 steps. Rumble. Although Gu Fei's hand missed, it still shook one of the 9 spiritual peaks. A terrifying aura immediately spread out from the 9 spiritual peaks. All the living beings in this entire world felt terror that came from the depths of their souls. All of them prostrated on the ground, trembling with fear, and were extremely terrified. It was as if an extremely terrifying heavenly beast had awoken, and it was as frightening as that. It was just a strand of aura that was released, but the heaven-covering palm that Gu Fei had unleashed was shattered in the void. This kind of power made Gu Fei's heart palpitate. Chapter 1277. Gu Fei and He Tian broke into a world left behind by an ancient great sage. This place could be called a divine land with abundant spiritual energy. Cultivating here would definitely yield twice the result with half the effort. Yet this place was filled with spiritual herbs. Gu Fei and He Tian were incomparably shocked to see this scene. This world was almost full of elixirs. This was indeed scary, but all of this was real in front of Gu Fei and He Tian. Such a divine land would definitely nurture the king of medicine, and the thing left behind by the ancient great sage would definitely be in the depths of this world. However, Gu Fei and He Tian discovered that there was a killing trap in the depths of this world. It was a shocking killing trap laid by a great sage. This killing trap was enough to give a great sage a headache. While He Tian was deducing the general trend of heaven and earth condensed by this killing trap, Gu Fei found the immortal divine herb, blue sky divine herb, behind the 9 spiritual mountains. The blue sky divine herb had lived for an unknown period of time and had already gained intelligence. Moreover, it was especially proficient in the art of escaping. It actually escaped into the 9 spiritual mountains in an instant. Moreover, the heaven-covering palm that Gu Fei had cast had even more impact on this shocking killing trap. It displayed a heart-palpitating fluctuation that shocked the whole world. What's going on? He Tian rushed over. The wisp of qi that this shocking killing trap emitted was too strong. It made his mind tremble, and it was difficult for him to continue deducing the general trend of heaven and earth. Immortal divine herb. Gu Fei looked at the direction where the blue sky divine herb disappeared and felt very regretful. He was so close. If he was just a little bit faster, he would have been able to catch that immortal divine herb. Where is it? Hearing this, He Tian suddenly became excited as if he was injected with chicken blood. He looked around, but he could not sense the existence of the immortal divine herb at all. It has already escaped into the 9 spiritual mountains in front. Gu Fei said impatiently. Boss, why didn't you call me? He Tian said with a bitter face. This was an immortal godly herb, If it was him, he might be able to obtain it easily. Gu Fei glanced at He Tian and said, "That thing is even more cunning than you. I didn't even get close to it before it escaped. I didn't have time to call for you." Immortal godly medicine. He Tian was extremely regretful. The immortal herb had escaped into the 9 spiritual mountains. This made He Tian feel like he was going crazy. If he didn't break out of the 9 spiritual mountains, it would be hard for him to catch the Jade Fall Spirit Herb. "Maybe I, old He, will sacrifice myself again," He Tian suddenly said heroically, as if he had made up his mind to break the killing trap laid by this great sage. "Tisk, when have you ever sacrificed anything?" Gu Fei couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. This guy would be the first to escape when he encountered danger. When would it be his turn to be sacrificed? The killing trap laid by a great sage wasn't that easy to break. He Tian once again began to deduce the general trend of this world. He combined it with the formation to find the weakness of this killing trap. Although Gu Fei knew that He Tian's formation was godly, he wasn't optimistic about He Tian's chances. One must know that this was an earth-shattering killing trap laid by an ancient great sage. Unless he used an extreme holy weapon, there might be a glimmer of hope. While He Tian was deducing, Gu Fei couldn't help. He only knew a little about formations. Therefore, he started to observe the surrounding environment. The big lake behind the 9 spiritual peaks should be the heavenly spring of life. However, Gu Fei found that although this heavenly spring of life still contained a huge amount of essence, it had already melted away. More than half of the essence of the heavenly spring of life had dissipated and was absorbed by this world. Gu Fei finally understood why there were so many spiritual herbs in this world. Someone used the heavenly spring of life to nourish this divine land and then cultivated spiritual herbs. In ancient times, which great sage was famous for alchemy? Gu Fei seemed to think of a person. This person was different from the ordinary great sage of the human race. This person entered the sage realm with the Tao of Pill Cauldron. He was called the alchemy sage. Could it be that this world was opened up by the ancient alchemy sage? The great sage of the human race had extraordinary means. They could open up their own world and become the master of this world. The alchemy sage needed a lot of spiritual herbs to refine pills. The world opened up by the alchemy sage was obviously used to cultivate spiritual herbs. The 9 spiritual peaks are guarding. Thinking up to here, Gu Fei's heart couldn't help trembling. No wonder Erebus was trying to think of a way to break the killing formation formed by the 9 spiritual mountains. The Undying divine herb, Blue Descent divine grass, should have been taken by the alchemy sage. Otherwise, how could the Blue Descent divine grass have escaped into this world? Could it be that the alchemy sage who obtained the Undying divine grass wanted to refine the legendary ultimate divine pill that could allow cultivators to smoothly comprehend the Tao and become a sage? The ultimate divine pill was only a thing of legend. According to legend, if a cultivator could refine this kind of divine pill, it would allow them to enter a state of epiphany. They would understand their current realm and strength and successfully comprehend the Tao. Gu Fei and He Tian's cultivation had reached a bottleneck. If they could really obtain the pill left behind by the alchemy sage, it would definitely have a double effect on their cultivation. Just as He Tian was deducing the grand momentum of the world and the formation, a powerful aura suddenly appeared in the distance. Gu Fei immediately sensed this aura and couldn't help but change his expression. Someone has entered this divine land? He Tian and Gu Fei were both shocked. He Tian even stopped. The powerful aura was coming from the direction of the chaotic origin. Someone dares to enter the chaotic origin? Gu Fei was very surprised. It should be known that the chaotic origin was not actually a point, but a primordial state of chaos before the heaven and earth had been created. This state was very frightening. There was only destruction inside. Unless one had a saint artifact to protect them, even a Tao-severing almighty would not be able to walk in the chaotic origin. I'll go take a look. With that, Gu Fei shot up into the sky and rushed towards the entrance of this world. He traveled 100 kilometers with each step and quickly moved through the void. In the blink of an eye, he was already thousands of kilometers away. When Gu Fei arrived at the location of the primal chaos origin, He saw an old man in black standing in front of the primal chaos origin. Fragments that were flickering with cold light were scattered around his feet. It seemed like a divine weapon had shattered. "Oh, it's you?" When the old man saw Gu Fei, his turbid eyes immediately shot out rays of divine light. Each ray of divine light was as sharp as a blade. A demon? Gu Fei couldn't help but feel shocked when he sensed the old man's aura. There seemed to be an extremely obscure wave of demon chi in the old man's body. Even though the old man in black had hidden himself very well, Gu Fei still managed to find some clues. Bam! The old man in black didn't say anything else. He immediately attacked Gu Fei. A huge blue hand descended from the sky and slapped at Gu Fei's head. Chapter 1278. Just as Gu Fei and He Tian were trying to figure out a way to break the great sage's trap, an old demon broke into the divine land and attacked Gu Fei. Bam! A blue hand appeared above Gu Fei's head and slammed down towards Gu Fei. A terrifying demonic power enveloped the void in all directions. Transparent ripples appeared in the sky and it almost collapsed. This great Yao was incomparably powerful and merciless. He wanted to slap Gu Fei to death right from the start. Gu Fei pointed his finger and a dazzling golden light immediately shot out from his fingertip. The power of metal shattered the void and hit the blue hand that was descending from the sky. A soft sound was heard. The golden light from Gu Fei's finger easily pierced through the blue hand. It seemed as if it didn't take much effort at all. This surprised Gu Fei. This demon shouldn't be so weak. In the midst of his bewilderment, the blue hand did not dissipate. Instead, ripples began to form on the surface of the hand, and the spot that was pierced by Gu Fei's finger was swiftly recovering. The large hand contained blurry Dao patterns that intertwined with each other, forming a terrifying force that attracted a trace of Dao energy. With a flash of blue light, the large hand that was pierced by Gu Fei's finger radiance was restored to its original state, as if it had not suffered any impact at all. Gu Fei was shocked. He quickly used the desolate steps and quickly retreated. The opponent's cultivation was very strange. It seemed to be the power of water, one of the 5 elements. The softest thing in the world was water. The blue hand that was descending from the sky didn't seem to be affected at all. It seemed that no attack could break it. Boom! The earth shook as the blue hand slammed into the ground. The entire land trembled violently. Waves of shockwaves spread out in all directions. The ground was like a circle of waves that swept out in all directions. The nearby mountains immediately collapsed. Dust flew everywhere. The nearby area was in chaos. Celestial birds and spiritual beasts fled in panic. Countless spiritual medicines were turned into ashes. Although it was just some ordinary spiritual herbs, a large portion of them had been destroyed. This made Gu Fei feel a little regretful. What a reckless waste of natural resources. "You old man," Gu Fei was angry. He had never met this person before, but this person attacked him as soon as he saw him. Damn it. Could this person be an expert of the heavenly demon tribe? Bam. Gu Fei also struck out with his palm. A wave of fire elemental power spread from his palm, causing the temperature of the world to rise rapidly. He struck out with the fire elemental palm. Fire chi soared to the sky as if it wanted to burn the sky and boil the sea. It destroyed everything. Even the void was distorted. It was extremely terrifying. This old monster's entire body was emitting a water blue divine light. Suddenly, a vast ocean appeared around him, and a wave of chilling power spread out. Rumble. The torrential water directly extinguished the fire elemental energy that Gu Fei had unleashed. The old demon used water to counter fire, suppressing Gu Fei. This caused Gu Fei's heart to tremble, and he was extremely shocked. This old demon displayed the combat strength of the Dao Severing Realm. He was extremely powerful. He was a hidden demon emperor. Such a person had lived for countless years. His cultivation was more powerful and terrifying than ordinary demon emperors. "Who are you?" Gu Fei retreated once more. The torrential water instantly drowned the place where he was standing. The water shattered the void, crushing everything. Although it was only a gentle force, it could still destroy the void of the heavens and earth. People who are about to die don't need to know so much. The old demon was very powerful. He had already regarded Gu Fei as a dead man. The fire elemental power was monstrous. It was as if he wanted to turn the whole world into a world of water. The fire elemental power also contained a trace of cold Yin aura. You just cultivated a trace of lunar pure water. Do you think you are invincible in the world? Gu Fei sneered. He stopped moving in midair and stopped retreating. So what if you're a demonic emperor? Even if I don't utilize an extreme divine weapon, I can still fight against an emperor at the Dao severing realm. Although the other party had already cut the Dao, there was still a long way to go before he could truly condense his own Dao pattern. Only by condensing the Dao and developing the Dao pattern could he become a sage. The mighty figures of the Dao severing realm were only in the realm of touching the Great Path. Although they had cut off the Dao of their predecessors, the Dao they comprehended had not truly become Dao. Icebound 10,000 miles. The old water demon shouted. The whole world seemed to freeze. A terrifying cold Yin power swept out from his body. In an instant, the world turned into a world of ice and snow. Gu Fei only felt a wave of cold air assaulting his body. Then he was sealed in ice. The cold energy contained in the lunar true water had completely erupted, and the area within a radius of 1,000 miles was sealed in ice. The lunar pure water that the old water demon cultivated was too terrifying. It really had the power to freeze 10,000 miles. The old water demon's body was full of water chi. A blue divine sword condensed in front of him. Then, it shot towards the frozen Gu Fei. Swish! The divine sword formed by the lunar true water directly entered the ice block and quickly slashed at Gu Fei, who was sealed in the ice block. Rumble! The whole ice began to shake. A ball of golden light surged out from Gu Fei's body. His muscles and bones shook, producing a thunderous sound. The vast power radiating from his body directly broke the ice around him. The ice formed by the lunar pure water exploded. He stretched out his right hand and blocked the divine sword that was slashing towards him. Clang! Gu Fei's palm collided with the divine sword. There was a metallic sound. Then, the divine sword instantly liquefied and turned into a water column. It bypassed Gu Fei's palm and turned into a sword again. It pierced towards the space between Gu Fei's eyebrows. The space between the eyebrows was the Mud Pill Palace. It was where the spiritual soul resided. Regardless of whether it was a warrior, a cultivator, or any other cultivator, as long as their Mud Pill Palace was broken, they would be in danger of dispersing. If their spiritual soul was destroyed, how could anyone survive? For a cultivator, dispersing one's soul was the most thorough way to die. They could not even become a ghost. They would completely disappear from this world. Swoosh! A purple-gold divine rune suddenly appeared between Gu Fei's eyebrows. Then, a divine eye seemed to open between his eyebrows. A beam of purple-gold divine light shot out from between his eyebrows and hit the aqua-blue sword. Clang! The sword let out a vibrating sound. It was actually destroyed by the purple-gold divine light that shot out from between Gu Fei's eyebrows. The purple-gold divine light destroyed everything. Even though the sword had liquefied again, it was still destroyed in the void. It was difficult to dispel such an attack. Primordial spirit sword of the way, kill! Gu Fei roared. His murderous intense sword to the sky. Since the other party might be from the Celestial Demon Clan, there was no reason for him to hold back. The current leader of the Demon Clan was the Old Turtle. If he killed the experts of the Demon Clan as he pleased, the Old Turtle would not be happy. However, the Celestial Demon Clan was an exception. The Celestial Demon Clan was the Old Turtle's enemy. In ancient times, although the Grand Emperor and the Celestial Demons were both demon forefathers, they were not on the same side. The Demon Clan was not as united as it seemed on the surface. There was only one demon lord in the entire Demon Clan. Why was the Grand Emperor's son able to become the demon lord the moment he returned? The Celestial Demon Clan was filled with resentment. However, a problem had occurred in the Celestial Demon son's cultivation, causing his cultivation level to plummet. This was the source of the Celestial Demon Clan's unease. The Celestial Demon Clan's son had temporarily lost the right to compete with the Grand Emperor's son. However, This did not mean that the celestial demon clan had to endure, submit to the old turtle, or worship the old turtle as the demon lord. The divine light that shot out from between Gu Fei's eyebrows did not dissipate after destroying the celestial demon clan's sword. Instead, blurry Dao runes appeared. Buzz! A purple-gold sword appeared in the void. The snow and ice in the sky quickly disappeared under the illumination of the sword light. A trace of Dao power quickly condensed. How is this possible? The old water demon was shocked. His opponent was but an emperor who had not yet severed his Dao. Even if his cultivation and strength surpassed the Deva sovereign realm, it was impossible for him to condense Dao power. Only the mighty emperors who had severed their Dao could make preliminary contact with this level of power. They could gradually cultivate their own Dao and develop their own Dao runes. Dao! There were thousands of Dao. Every cultivator who had severed their Dao might not be able to create their own Dao, but they would definitely not be able to cultivate the Dao of their predecessors. The celestial demon clan's primordial spirit sword was too fast. A purple-gold divine light broke through the layers of ether chi. It was as if a sword had split a vast ocean into two. The old water demon's expression changed drastically. A ball of aqua-blue divine light surged out of his body, and his entire body became liquid. At this moment, the celestial demon clan's primordial spirit sword arrived, cutting through the old water demon's liquid body. Roar! The old water demon roared. He was both shocked and angry. His opponent's celestial demon clan's primordial spirit sword had actually injured his primordial spirit. Even if he used a great technique and transformed himself into the lunar true water, it would not work. If it's not the peerless demon ancestor's unmoved slash, then could it be one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Dao? The old water demon had lived for countless years. He had appeared in the era of the Grand Emperor and the Sky Demon. He had been sealed by the Sky Demon until this era, when the power of the seal had disappeared. That was how he had been able to come out and assist the son of the Sky Demon. Those supreme figures who had long since disappeared had all left behind some backup plans. The Sky Demon had also left behind many capable battle generals for his own descendants to assist the son of the Sky Demon, Mu Qingtian. The Grand Emperor also had old subordinates who had lived from the primeval age to this era. Even if you are an ancient water god, you will still die. Gu Fei's words were extremely cold. The celestial demon clan's primordial spirit sword shone with dazzling divine light. Blurry Dao runes swirled around it, displaying great divine might. The purple gold sword light shot up hundreds of meters, becoming the only thing in the world. It constantly destroyed the water vapor in the sky, causing the old water demon to howl again and again. He was in great danger. Just as Gu Fei had the upper hand, divine light flashed from the primal chaos source in the distance. Another figure walked out of the primal chaos and entered this part of the world. What? Chapter 1279. Monstrous demonic chi surged out from the origin of chaos. A terrifying Dao-severing aura filled the air. Another demonic emperor had arrived. Gu Fei's expression changed. In this short moment he thought of many things. Could the demonic emperor that had just entered this divine land be on the same side as this old demon? This ancient water demon had transformed into the lunar true water and was capable of countless transformations. However, Gu Fei's primordial spirit Dao sword specialized in severing the primordial spirit. Wherever the primordial spirit Dao sword passed, a patch of water vapor would be destroyed. The primordial spirit of this ancient water demon was constantly being weakened. The primordial spirit Dao sword was already threatening the old demon's life. He was both shocked and furious. He had never imagined that he would be forced into such a sorry state by a sovereign who had yet to severing the Dao. Icebound 10,000 miles. The ancient waterkind's spirit roared out in rage, once again casting the great magic he cultivated himself. Immediately, the extremely cold power erupted from the watery mist like a volcano. Everything that was shrouded by the water vapor was instantly frozen. He wanted to freeze Gu Fei's primordial spirit Dao sword. The entire void froze, and everything was covered in a thick layer of ice. Even Gu Fei was once again sealed in ice, but with a shake of his body, martial path true power erupted from his body, directly shattering the ice on his body. At his current level of cultivation, he was already immune to heat and cold. His martial body was strong enough to withstand the terrifying lunar frigid chi. "Old water demon, you're crazy!" A loud shout came from afar. The demonic emperor that had passed through the origin of chaos and entered the divine land was almost frozen by the ancient water demon's great art. "Quick, kill him for me!" A divine will appeared in the void. This divine will belonged to the ancient water demon. He didn't dare to condense his true body now. The threat of the primordial spirit Tao sword was too great. Even the lunar frigid chi could not freeze that divine light. Rumble! A divine light that looked like a black sun fell from the sky, smashing towards Gu Fei. It was a black seal that emitted endless black chi. The entire world immediately darkened. Is he really this old demon's accomplice? Gu Fei sensed the killing intent from the demonic emperor. The black seal pressed down like an ancient divine mountain, causing the void to collapse. It displayed great divine might. On the black seal, faint Tao patterns appeared. This was a divine weapon of a great being. Bam! Gu Fei punched upwards and his right fist collided with the black seal that was pressing down on him. Blurry Tao patterns appeared on his fist. He was using the power of his body to resist the divine weapon of a great being. But to everyone's astonishment, he was actually using a single fist to block the black seal that was smashing down from the sky. Roar! Gu Fei let out a furious roar. The blood and chi in his body surged, and his martial Tao battle prowess surged. He punched out with his right fist and actually managed to knock the black seal away. A ferocious power erupted from Gu Fei's fist, causing the surrounding space to tremble. What? The newcomer was stunned. This human's physical body could be said to be freakishly strong. He could actually use his physical body to forcibly resist the divine weapon of a severing path almighty cultivator. All of this seemed so surreal. How could a human emperor be so strong? How could a human emperor be able to withstand the divine weapon of an almighty? The impossible had actually happened. Are they all lackeys of the son of Sky Demon? Gu Fei sneered. The man was 9 feet tall, which was about the same height as Old Tortoise's indestructible golden body. This was a terrifying demonic the Arch. This demonic the Arch had a pitch-black horn on his head and scales on his skin. Human martial body? The person who came saw Gu Fei's physique. The human body contained boundless power. Cultivators who cultivated body techniques were terrifying people even in ancient times. No one was willing to provoke a human race martial body that had achieved success in cultivation. The single-horned great demon put away the black seal and walked over. The black seal floated above his head, giving people a strong sense of oppression. "I'll fight you to the death!" The ancient water demon roared. The water vapor in the sky immediately surged towards Gu Fei from all directions. Even Gu Fei's primordial spirit Tao sword could not destroy so much water elemental power. This guy is going all out. When the demonic beast the Arch saw this, he quickly retreated. It was no joke for an ancient water demon to go all out. The mist formed by the lunar true water permeated every nook and cranny and enveloped Gu Fei. Wisps of water vapor entered Gu Fei's 7 orifices and pores and entered Gu Fei's body. "I'm going to take your body and destroy your primordial spirit." The ancient water demon's voice sounded in Gu Fei's mind. This was a terrifying killing technique of his. Gu Fei seemed to find it hard to resist. Even though he used the primordial spirit Tao sword to protect himself, the mist formed by the lunar true water continued to penetrate his body. He felt a great sense of danger. What is the old water turtle doing? Is he going to take the body of a sovereign? The single-horned demonic the Arch couldn't help but be alarmed when he saw this scene. This human race martial body was incomparably strong. His body could go head-on against the divine weapon of a mighty figure. This body could already be considered a treasure body. He didn't make a move. Instead, he stood quietly at the side and watched the ancient water demon's actions. In his opinion, this human race martial body was doomed. Swish! The primordial spirit Tao sword entered Gu Fei's forehead and protected his Niwen palace. At this moment, The water vapor formed by the ancient water demon had completely entered Gu Fei's body. Roar! Gu Fei raised his head and roared. His long hair fluttered in the wind. He could feel that there was an additional person in his body. The ancient water demon had actually entered his body. Following which, an extremely powerful divine sense rushed towards Gu Fei's Naiwen palace. This divine sense was so strong that Gu Fei could feel the danger. This treasure body is mine. The ancient water demon was very confident. He could already tell that Gu Fei's martial body was actually a 5 elements physique. If he could seize this body, wouldn't he be able to cultivate the essence of the 5 elements? The 5 elements could be combined into one. That was the power of yin and yang. Such a physique had limitless possibilities of growth, unlike the ancient water demon's water physique. Gu Fei seemed to be retreating step by step. He didn't put up any resistance. It was as though he was completely suppressed by the ancient water demon. He only used the primordial spirit Dao sword to protect his Naiwen palace. The ancient water demon's primordial spirit couldn't break into Gu Fei's Naiwen palace and destroy Gu Fei's spiritual soul. Then, it could completely seize this human race martial body. And at this moment, the ancient water demon didn't know that a black hole was forming in Gu Fei's dantian. A heaven-devouring force suddenly appeared. The lunar true water that entered Gu Fei's body immediately flowed towards Gu Fei's dantian and was absorbed by the black hole. What? Chapter 1280. The ancient water demon's primordial spirit broke into Gu Fei's body, trying to break through Gu Fei's Naiwen palace, kill Gu Fei's spiritual soul, and take over Gu Fei's sovereign martial body. Gu Fei's sovereign martial physique was able to clash head-on against the divine weapons of supreme existences. He was definitely a humanoid divine weapon with unparalleled might. If Qin Wendian could refine him into a clone, it would be a great help to him. Although the ancient water demon's primordial spirit was injured by Gu Fei's primordial spirit Dao sword, his primordial spirit was still extremely strong. He was confident that it could crush Gu Fei's spiritual soul. However, when the ancient water demon's primordial spirit invaded Gu Fei's body, he discovered that Gu Fei's primordial spirit had turned into a Dao sword and was guarding his Naiwen palace like an iron wall. It was difficult to break through it in a short period of time. Just as the ancient water demon's primordial spirit was facing off against Gu Fei's primordial spirit Dao sword, a black hole suddenly appeared in Gu Fei's dantian. Rumble. Rumbling sounds came from the black hole and a heaven-devouring force was emitted. It quickly devoured the lunar pure water that had invaded Gu Fei's body. The ancient water demon's primordial spirit was trembling. He felt great danger. The black hole that appeared in Gu Fei's dantian was too terrifying. It was as if it was going to devour the entire world. The ancient water demon's primordial spirit roared and wanted to rush out of Gu Fei's body. If he didn't leave now, he would be devoured by the black hole in Gu Fei's body. However, blurry Dao patterns appeared on Gu Fei's body. Dao rhymes circulated on the surface of his body. He had used the Dao patterns to seal his body. You're courting death. The ancient water monster's primordial spirit was blocked, and it couldn't rush out from Gu Fei's body. This made it both shocked and angry. Gu Fei wanted to refine it to death inside his body? Clanging sounds kept coming from Gu Fei's body. The ancient water demon was going all out. He cast a great spell and gathered his power of the Great Path. Divine swords of the Great Path appeared around his primordial spirit. Break! The divine swords of the Great Path around the primordial spirit of the ancient water demon vibrated and vibrated, releasing a towering sword aura, slashing toward Gu Fei's body. He wanted to break Gu Fei's body and destroy Gu Fei's martial body. However, the divine swords of the Great Path, which contained power of the Great Path, couldn't hurt Gu Fei at all. Gu Fei's body was sealed by a terrifying power. That power came from the black hole in Gu Fei's dantian. The power of the Great Path that the ancient water demon gathered was suppressed. The divine swords of the Great Path dissipated in the air. He felt an aura that made even his soul tremble coming from the black hole. Sensing this aura, the ancient water demon, who had lived for countless years, was scared out of his wits. This was an aura that would make even severing the way cultivators tremble. There is a divine implement in his body. The ancient water demon's primordial spirit felt that something was wrong. His opponent seemed to have planned this all along. His opponent trapped him in his body and then used the divine implement in his body to destroy him. Damn it! The ancient water demon knew that there was no way for him to survive. His opponent had used a divine implement to suppress him. To him, it was like a saint-level cage, and there was no way for him to escape. At this moment, the unicorn demon emperor outside Gu Fei's body made a move. He saw that something was wrong with Gu Fei, and he wanted to save the water demon. Brat, go to hell! The unicorn demon emperor's murderous aura soared into the sky. The black seal above his head shone with endless black light. Divine patterns emerged from the seal, drawing in a trace of power of the Great Path. It then shot up into the sky and smashed toward Gu Fei. Streams of black qi descended from the black seal like black dragons, sealing off a part of the world and enveloping Gu Fei below. Rumble, heaven and earth shook, and the earth trembled. The spiritual mountains in the surrounding area were shaken and collapsed by the waves from the black seal. Countless spiritual medicines were destroyed. A terrifying beast seemed to have awakened in the black seal. A violent and terrifying aura filled the space, causing people's hearts to palpitate. Gu Fei was trying his best to suppress the primordial spirit of the ancient water demon in his body. He couldn't afford to be distracted by the battle with the unicorn demon emperor. He retreated with great difficulty. The black seal that fell from the skies smashed the place he was standing on into a chaotic land. Everything was destroyed, and a bottomless pit appeared on the ground, causing dust to rise and fall. A terrifying power rippled out from the black seal, causing the ground within a radius of 100 miles to undulate violently like a wave. If it wasn't for the fact that the void in this area was extremely stable, the attack of the one-horned demon monarch would have caused the entire ground to sink. The black seal had displayed great divine might. A black dragon shadow could be vaguely seen on the black seal. If someone from the heaven realm saw this scene, they would definitely exclaim that the black dragon seal had appeared again. Black dragon, this kid's body is strange. Quickly kill him and let me out. The divine sense of the ancient water demon came out from Gu Fei's body. His voice was filled with nervousness and panic, as if he had encountered something terrifying. Gu Fei's body was sealed by an unfathomable force from his dantian. The ancient water demon couldn't control this emperor martial body at all. Swish! Purple-golden divine radiance flickered. The Dao sword formed from Gu Fei's primordial spirit swam around his body, chasing after the water demon's primordial spirit and slashed at it fiercely. It almost killed the water demon's primordial spirit a few times. Using his body as a cage? Is the old water demon trapped? The black dragon demon emperor was shocked after hearing this. This human kid was incredible. He actually used this method to trap the water demon. One should know that the water demon had cultivated the lunar true water. His body could transform into the state of water or mist, making it difficult to trap him. This human kid was really courageous to use his body as a cage to trap the old water demon. Which ordinary person would dare to do such a thing? Who are you? Gu Fei's eyes flickered. He stared at the black dragon demon emperor and said calmly. He didn't seem nervous even though he was facing two demon emperors at the same time. I am the black dragon demon emperor. The black dragon demon emperor was not in a hurry to attack. Do we have a grudge? Gu Fei asked. No grudge. The black dragon demon emperor replied. Then why did you attack me? Are you also one of the people of Mu Qingtian, the son of the sky demon? Gu Fei's voice was still calm and indifferent. Sky demon? The black dragon demon emperor was startled. He pondered for a moment and said, What's your relationship with the son of the grand emperor? Are you the one who killed Yao Tiandu? Although Gu Fei had just killed Yao Tiandu not long ago, the death of a half-step sacred realm demon was enough to attract the attention of all parties in the heaven domain. Especially the Nanling demon tribe. The news of Yao Tiandu's death had already spread across the entire demon tribe in the shortest time possible. There were two completely different attitudes toward Yao Tiandu's death. The people of the Sky Demon tribe immediately took action. They rushed over from the Nanling Mountains to kill Gu Fei, while the subordinates of the old tortoise were protecting Gu Fei. "I'm the one who killed Yao Tiandu." Gu Fei uttered such words. Registered members receive a private bookshelf, which is more convenient for reading and storing books. Permanent address. Chapter 1281. I'm the one who killed Yao Tiandu. Gu Fei didn't hide it, and there was no need for him to do so. When he killed Yao Tiandu, there were countless pairs of eyes staring at him. It was impossible for people to not know. Shared by netizens. The moment Gu Fei killed Yao Tiandu, he was destined to be famous in the heaven domain. Good, you even killed Yao Tiandu. You've got guts. The Black Dragon Demonic Emperor didn't show any unusual expression. The murderous aura from his body disappeared into his body, and a huge seal floated above his head. At this moment, a thunderous sound came from Gu Fei's body. The black hole in his dantian emitted an even stronger power. Black Dragon, save me. The ancient water demon's divine sense came from Gu Fei's body. He was in great danger. His primordial spirit was sealed in Gu Fei's body and was about to be devoured by the black hole. This is a battle between the bloodline of the Tai Sovereign and the bloodline of the Sky Demon. I don't want to get involved. The Black Dragon Demonic Emperor turned and left without hesitation. Before leaving the Divine Land, the Black Dragon Demonic Emperor glanced at the depths of the heaven and earth, then walked into the chaotic origin with the Black Dragon Seal as protection. Gu Fei didn't expect that the Black Dragon Demonic Emperor would retreat just like that, leaving the Divine Land. Black Dragon, you left me in the lurch. The ancient water demon sensed the departure of the Black Dragon. He was shocked and angry that the Black Dragon Demonic Emperor left him in the lurch. The ancient water demon almost fainted from anger. The Black Dragon Demonic Emperor was an oddity among the demon race. He wasn't from the bloodline of the Tai Sovereign or the bloodline of the Sky Demon. In the demon race, he was a solitary emperor. Such a figure was definitely someone that all forces wanted to rope in. Both the Grand Sovereign and the Sky Demon wanted to win the Emperor's support, but the Emperor didn't listen to either. He didn't join the Grand Sovereign's camp, nor did he join the Sky Demon's camp. The struggle for orthodoxy among the demon race had been going on for a long time. In the cultivation world, the Taihuang bloodline was regarded as the orthodox demon race, but the Sky Demon bloodline didn't buy it. The Grand Emperor was the demon ancestor, and the Heaven Demon was also the demon ancestor. Why was the Grand Emperor orthodox, but the Heaven Demon wasn't? The Black Dragon Demon Monarch didn't want to be involved in this kind of conflict. Therefore, he always acted alone and didn't support any side. He wanted to be independent. Although he was acquainted with the ancient water creature, they didn't have any deep friendship. They had only met each other a couple of times. Gu Fei could even kill Yao Tian, and now he trapped the old water demon's primordial spirit in his body. He was about to refine the old water demon's primordial spirit. The Black Dragon Demonic Monarch didn't want to risk his life against Gu Fei. It wasn't worth it to offend a friend of the Grand Emperor's son for a person he didn't know. After weighing the pros and cons, the Black Dragon Demon Emperor chose to retreat. Humph! This time, no one can save you. Gu Fei's words were extremely cold. He sat on the ground with his legs crossed and activated his mystic art. An ancient cauldron rose from the black hole in his dantian. Buzz! The ancient cauldron only vibrated slightly, but the primordial spirit of the ancient water creature was almost shattered. He was stunned. The mountain river cauldron, the extreme Tao's sacred weapon? The ancient water creature was in despair. There was a sacred weapon in this human's body, but it wasn't an ordinary sacred weapon. It was the most powerful sacred weapon in the world, the extreme Tao's sacred weapon. Without any suspense, the ancient water creature was sealed by the mountain river cauldron. There was no way for him to survive, and he was sucked into the mountain river cauldron. An ancient water creature that had lived for countless years was refined by the mountain river cauldron just like that. Nothing was left. Even the Taiyin true water would be destroyed by the extreme Tao's sacred weapon. The ancient water creature was too careless. He thought that his primordial spirit was strong enough to kill Gu Fei's spirit and take over Gu Fei's body. Who knew that Gu Fei had done this on purpose? He lured the ancient water creature into his trap, then sealed the primordial spirit in his body and used the mountain river cauldron to destroy it. Gu Fei kept the mountain river cauldron and stood up from the ground. He patted his clothes and flew into the sky, heading towards the depths of the divine land. At this time, He Tian was studying how to break through the 9 spiritual mountains in front of him. He wanted to obtain the item left behind by the ancient alchemy saint and capture the immortal herb. Although the item left behind by the ancient alchemy saint was attractive, the immortal herb made He Tian even crazier. Even if he couldn't obtain the item left behind by the alchemy saint, he had to capture the immortal herb. The immortal godly medicine was just too precious. There were only a few of them in the entire world. Even in the ancient times, not every extreme saint had the immortal godly medicine. One could imagine how precious the immortal herb was. We need to think of a way to seal the chaotic origin, Gu Fei said to He Tian as he flew over from afar. If they didn't seal the chaotic origin, there might be people coming in from the outside. Naturally, the fewer people who knew about this divine land, the better. Erebus also didn't want people to come and fight with him over the divine stash and immortal herb left behind by the ancient demon saint. Let me think about it. He Tian fell into deep thought. Soon after, he had an idea. He soared into the sky and flew towards the chaotic origin. After less than an hour, he flew back again. Alright, I've set up a maze. Even if someone enters the chaotic origin, they won't be able to find the exit. He Tian said as he temporarily sealed the chaotic origin. Gu Fei was relieved after hearing this. He Tian once again immersed himself in thinking about how to break this murderous situation. This was a murderous situation set up by a great saint of the human race. He couldn't afford to make any mistakes. He was very careful and didn't want to miss any details. After a few hours, He Tian began to carve formation runes on the ground. Gu Fei watched from the side and discovered that the formation runes He Tian was carving were very ancient. Ancient formation runes? Each of the ancient formation runes could trigger an unfathomable power. Countless ancient formation runes intertwined and the power of the entire world was triggered. Even Gu Fei could sense that this side of the world was undergoing some incredible changes. The range of the 9 spiritual peaks was not small, covering an area of thousands of miles. It was covered by this murderous situation. In the area protected by the spiritual peaks, it was unknown what was so important that the great saint of the ancient times used his great magical power to set up such a murderous situation. It had to be said that He Tian's formation attainments were too high. The formation he set up could turn the world upside down and change the power of the world. In the next few days, He Tian was very busy. He had to set up a formation in the area of thousands of miles, and Gu Fei couldn't help him. It really made him unbearably tired. Registered members can get a private bookshelf. It's more convenient to collect and read books. Permanent address. Chapter 1282. Boss is going to cut his Dao? He Tian saw Gu Fei sitting cross-legged on a boulder. Blurry Dao runes appeared all over his body. Each divine rune was glowing with a dazzling divine light, absorbing the spiritual qi of heaven and earth to condense Dao energy. Heaven and earth were resonating with the void, as if there was a heavenly melody of the Dao lingering in the void. This scene was too shocking. Gu Fei had entered a state of resonance with the Dao, as if he was going to transform into the Dao of heaven and earth. He Tian discovered that there was a blurry figure looming over Gu Fei's body. This figure couldn't be seen with the naked eye. If he hadn't used the yin-yang divine eyes, he wouldn't have been able to detect this figure. He Tian's heart trembled. His indistinct figure gave off a domineering feeling, as if he was the supreme ruler of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. He almost thought that an extreme Dao saint had descended, and he had an urge to kneel down. The Dao body of the supreme martial ancestor? He Tian was shocked. He knew that Gu Fei had cultivated the ancient martial Dao created by the martial ancestor. This was a great technique created by an extreme Dao saint. This great technique contained the martial ancestor's Dao. Gu Fei's martial Dao cultivation technique was actually cultivating the martial ancestor's Dao. At Gu Fei's cultivation level, his body had already been planted with a strand of the martial ancestor's Dao. He Tian knew that if Gu Fei could cut off the invisible Dao body of the martial ancestor, he would become a Dao-severing almighty and truly step onto the path of an honorable. Seeing that Gu Fei was already on the verge of cutting his Dao, He Tian did not disturb Gu Fei. If Gu Fei could successfully cut his Dao, it would be of great benefit to him. In the heaven realm, a martial arts almighty who could cut the Dao was equivalent to a martial emperor. Such an existence was absolutely invincible among those of the same level. An emperor-level body was comparable to a holy weapon. However, half a day later, the blurry runes that appeared on Gu Fei's figure disappeared into his body, and the martial progenitor realm body disappeared into his heart too. The shaking of the great path of heaven and earth gradually calmed down. The suffocating pressure dissipated in the void and turned into nothingness. Gu Fei exhaled deeply, then opened his eyes and woke up from his meditative state. The cauldron of mountain and river that was floating above his head also calmed down and returned to his body. He stood up from the boulder and immediately noticed He Tian, who was standing in the sky above the valley. "Congratulations, boss. You have hope for the Dao Crusher." He Tian, who had been waiting for a long time, immediately went up to Gu Fei and congratulated him when he saw that he had woken up from his meditative state. The current heavens and earth was no longer like the primordial era. The great path of heaven and earth had become elusive and unapproachable. It was extremely difficult to cut the Dao in the current heavens and earth. Gu Fei was showing signs of cutting the Dao, something that had never happened in the heaven realm in the past 10,000 years. If the news were to spread, the entire heaven realm would be shocked. Cutting the Dao? Gu Fei could not help but let out a wry smile. He did touch the threshold of the Dao Crusher when he was meditating, but he was still a little bit away from actually cutting the Dao. However, with this experience, it would be a lot easier for him to break through to the Dao Crusher realm next time. Gu Fei was looking forward to how much his martial experience would evolve if he succeeded in cutting the Dao, and whether he would be able to resist a holy weapon with his flesh. After cutting the Dao, the divine pattern of the great path would be imprinted on his body, and he would condense the Dao power. Perhaps he would be able to contend with a holy weapon. At that time, Gu Fei would be able to move unhindered in the heaven realm without fear of anyone. "Why are you looking for me? Could it be that you have already broken through the trap?" Gu Fei's mind was wandering, and he was comprehending the great path of heaven and earth. He did not know the passage of time, and he did not know how long he had meditated in the valley. Perhaps He Tian had already broken through the trap. "Boss, you think too highly of me. That was a trap set by a great saint of the ancient human race. How could I, old He, break it? I still need you to do it," He Tian said with some embarrassment. Gu Fei glanced at He Tian, and then said with a faint smile, "I can do it, but I want 70% of the things inside. How about it?" "What, 70%? Boss, you are robbing me." When He Tian heard this, he immediately jumped up. He had exhausted himself to weaken the power of the trap to the lowest level, and he could only get 30% of the things inside? "What, you don't want to?" Gu Fei said unhurriedly. He was not in a hurry. He even had 3 divine weapons of the great path. The divine treasures of a great saint of the ancient human race could not be compared to a divine weapon of the great path. "Boss, why are you even more black-hearted than me?" He Tian said with a bitter face. He had spent countless efforts and did not hesitate to consume his vitality, but in the end he could only get 30% of the things in this divine treasure. It really made him want to vomit blood. "If you can't, then forget it. You also know that if I use the divine weapon of the great path, my vitality will be greatly damaged," Gu Fei said. He was about to cut the Dao. In fact, he really did not want to consume his vitality at this time. There was only one way to break through the trap set by a great saint of the ancient human race, and that was to use the divine weapon of the great path. Only the divine weapon of the great path could suppress the power of a great saint of the ancient human race. At this time, how could he ask He Tian to leave just like that? That was absolutely impossible. "Boss, if you take 70% and I take 30%, it's really too much. How about 60% and 40%? You take 60% and I take 40%. He Tian said. Even if it was 60% and 40%, It was like cutting his flesh. 60% and 40% it is. The immortal divine medicine belongs to me. Gu Fei very reluctantly agreed to He Tian's request. He Tian was dumbfounded. He was completely dumbfounded. The most precious thing in the entire divine treasure of the ancient great saint was the immortal divine medicine. The rest of the things added up could not compare to the immortal divine medicine. Boss, you are too greedy. You already have the immortal divine medicine, and you still want this blue sky divine grass? He Tian looked up and down at Gu Fei and said, Boss, you are too greedy. You already have the immortal ancestral dragon medicine, and you still want this blue sky divine grass? He Tian said, looking Gu Fei up and down. If you can't, then forget it. I'm going to find a place to go into seclusion and break through to the Tao-severing realm. With that, Gu Fei pretended to leave as if he was not joking. After a brief internal struggle, Erebus made what could be said to be the most painful decision of his life. It was a decision that he regretted for over 1,000 years. Not a year, not 100 years, but 1,000 years. Boss, I'll do as you say. 60% it is. The immortal divine medicine belongs to you. He Tian knew that he would not be able to break out of this trap on his own. Wouldn't it have been better if you had done this earlier? Then I'll reluctantly make a move. Gu Fei was very happy. It was rare to see a guy like He Tian being humiliated. Gu Fei flew towards the 9 spiritual mountains in high spirits. Behind him, a dejected He Tian followed. Chapter 1283. The super formation that He Tian had set up was still in operation. The peerless divine formation drew upon the earth qi and changed the general trend of the world, constantly devouring the spiritual qi of the 9 spiritual mountains. 1. However, at this time, even if more than a dozen of the extreme path remnant formations were activated, it would be difficult to shake the 9 spiritual mountains. This was because on the 9 spiritual mountains, divine runes of the great Tao appeared. These divine runes were set up by the ancient great saints of the human race. They sealed the 9 spiritual mountains and attracted the power of the great Tao, preventing the spiritual qi of the 9 spiritual mountains from leaking. The great saints of the human race were second only to the supreme saints of the human race. Even a saint would not dare to break into a trap set up by a great saint of the human race. A great saint was much stronger than an ordinary saint. Such an existence was only one step away from comprehending the complete great Tao of the heavens and earth and reaching the end of the Tao. Boss, it's all up to you now. When He Tian and Gu Fei arrived in front of the 9 spiritual mountains, He Tian retreated. He did not remove the super formation. On the contrary, He Tian wanted to use the super formation to seal the surroundings, making it difficult for the 9 spiritual mountains to gather spiritual qi. Gu Fei did not act immediately. He carefully looked at the 9 spiritual mountains in front of him and saw that there were Tao runes appearing on each of the spiritual mountains. The ancient Tao runes had Tao rhymes circulating around them, sealing each spiritual mountain and preventing the spiritual qi contained in the spiritual mountains from leaking. The means of an ancient great saint is indeed heaven-defying. Gu Fei could see that the 9 spiritual mountains were too terrifying. They were branded with the Tao runes of a great saint. If He Tian had not used the power of the super formation to weaken the spiritual qi of the 9 spiritual mountains, this trap would have been even more terrifying. Anyone who entered this killing trap would die. Unless a supreme saint came, no one would be able to directly enter this killing trap. The great Tao rose from the 9 spiritual mountains. This was the vast Tao power of an ancient great saint of the human race. Seeing this, Gu Fei frowned. This was the aura of a sage, vast and boundless. If it weren't for the sage weapon in his body that could counteract this aura, he definitely wouldn't be able to stand in front of the 9 spiritual mountains. He Tian had the extreme Tao remnant formation, which could also resist this extremely powerful aura. This kind of aura was enough to make a severing Tao almighty cultivator submit. Just as Gu Fei was about to take out the mountain and river cauldron, he suddenly saw a figure appear on top of the 9 spiritual mountains, which gave him a great shock. The owner of this place didn't leave? Thinking up to here, Gu Fei couldn't help but shiver. One had to know that this was a world created by the ancient alchemy saint. Aside from the owner of this place, who else could walk out of the 9 spiritual mountains? That is, when He Tian saw that person, he seemed to have thought of something as his expression turned extremely ugly. He then activated the power of the formation and turned into a beam of divine light that shot towards the figure on the spiritual peak. Bam! With a dull thud, the figure on the spiritual peak was knocked away by the divine light emitted by He Tian and fell into the 9 spiritual mountains. Following this, a series of roars could be heard coming from the spiritual peaks. Very soon, figures walked out from the 9 spiritual mountains. Seeing this, Gu Fei and He Tian were both terrified. There was no sign of life or aura. After the figures walked out, they stood on top of the 9 spiritual mountains. A total of 18 figures appeared in front of Gu Fei and He Tian. On top of each spiritual mountain stood 2 cultivators who seemed to have been controlled. The cultivators that gathered on top of the 9 spiritual mountains were dressed in ancient clothes, as if they were people from the ancient times. But why were they here? Could it be that the item is in the 9 spiritual mountains? He Tian suddenly thought of something and his face was filled with astonishment. These ancient cultivators had fallen for countless years, but their flesh was not damaged. It seemed like someone had done something to them. At that instant, Gu Fei pointed his finger forward. A golden glow was fired from the tip of his finger, penetrating the rift and heading toward the figure on top of the spiritual mountain. "Boss, be careful, it's a medicinal man." He Tian transmitted his voice to warn Qin Nan. He seemed to have figured out the identity of the 18 ancient cultivators. Medicinal man? What's that? Gu Fei was startled hearing this, but his finger did not slow down. It continued to penetrate the figure on top of the spiritual mountain. Gu Fei's finger energy actually pierced through that figure, causing a bloody mist to appear. Even Gu Fei felt that it was inconceivable for him to succeed so easily. The medicinal man that Gu Fei had penetrated charged down from the mountain and pounced at Gu Fei. A bloody hole was left on his chest, and it only lasted for a short period of time. The injury on the medicinal man's body was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Bam! As the medicinal man pounced forward, Gu Fei immediately threw a punch at it. Without any hesitation, the medicinal man was sent flying by Gu Fei's palm force. What? Gu Fei couldn't help being shocked that the alchemy doll was able to endure his punch. It had to be known that his punch contained a huge amount of martial Dao force. Even space itself would collapse from the pressure of his punch. Boss, this is a medicinal man refined by an ancient alchemy saint. Don't let its blood touch you. He Tian reminded Qin Nan once again. He knew that a famous item from the ancient era was inside the 9 spiritual mountains. What kind of evil creature is this? At this moment, not only did the herbman that was sent flying by Gu Fei rush over, but the other herbmen on the other spiritual peaks also rushed over. Swish! Gu Fei opened his martial Dao heavenly eye, and 2 resplendent purple-gold divine lights shot out from between his brows, turning into 2 purple-gold divine swords that slashed at all the herbmen charging at him. Yuan's soul sword of the way, the 2 purple-gold divine swords displayed great power. Wherever they passed, 2 thin spatial cracks were left in the void. This type of supreme immortal killer method could destroy everything. It had great power. Blood spurted everywhere the divine swords passed, and a head flew into the air. One of the medicinal men charging at Gu Fei was instantly beheaded. The other medicinal man's waist was twisted by the violet gold sword light, causing him to tumble to the ground. His body was severed into 2 halves. The scene was incomparably horrifying. By the time Gu Fei killed the 2 medicinal men, the other medicinal men had already arrived. Sensing danger, Gu Fei decisively retreated. Gu Fei sensed that there was still blood flowing in the medicinal men's bodies. The scarlet blood splattered on the ground, but there didn't seem to be anything out of the ordinary. However, He Tian was very wary of these 18 medicinal men. Chapter 1284. Gu Fei used his primordial Dao sword to slay 2 incoming herbmen. He discovered that these 2 herbmen were no different from ordinary people, but their bodies lacked a certain vitality. These herbmen had no signs of life, but they were not walking corpses. Their bodies had medicinal blood flowing. These were killing tools refined by an ancient alchemy saint. These herbmen came from the ancient alchemy saint's myriad medicine cosmos cauldron. This was a cauldron refined by a human great sage. It had endless uses and could refine the most precious divine pills in the world. 16 figures rushed towards Gu Fei like lightning. A medicinal fragrance entered Gu Fei's nose, causing him to feel dizzy. He almost fell from the sky. Gu Fei was shocked. This medicinal fragrance almost made him fall for it. If it was an ordinary half-step almighty, they would have been poisoned the moment they smelled this medicinal fragrance. Oh my God! When He Tian saw the dozen figures rushing over, he immediately retreated far away without any sense of loyalty. He didn't dare to approach them at all. He knew how terrifying these herbmen were. These herbmen could be poison men that emitted invisible poisons. Once they pounced on someone, even a sage would be in danger. However, these herbmen could also be human-shaped divine medicines. The precious blood of these herbmen could be comparable to a small half of an undying divine medicine. It was incomparably precious. However, He Tian didn't dare to have any ideas about these herbmen. It should be known that no one knew when these herbmen were poison men and when they were human-shaped divine medicines. The herbmen refined by the ancient alchemy saint had the characteristics of the myriad medicine cosmos cauldron. When refining medicine, the myriad medicine cosmos cauldron could refine all the spirit medicines in the world. It could condense endless medicinal power and condense the most precious divine pills in the world. However, the myriad medicine cosmos cauldron also had another name, the myriad poison cosmos cauldron. When the ancient alchemy saint fought with others, he would take out this cauldron and use it to kill anyone. There was once a saint-level great devil that was captured by the alchemy saint into the myriad poison cosmos cauldron and refined it. The main reason why He Tian had spent so much effort to attack this trap laid down by the great sage was because of the cauldron of myriad medicines. Swoosh! At this time, Gu Fei was moving quickly in the void. He retreated into the super formation set up by He Tian, while the dozen or so medicinal men rushed into the formation and chased after Gu Fei. However, something that shocked Gu Fei happened. The two medicinal humans that he had killed with his essence Soul Dao sword actually turned into a puff of green smoke and gathered together again. Then two figures walked out of the green smoke. In just an instant, the two medicinal humans that were killed by Gu Fei appeared in front of Gu Fei in perfect condition, which shocked Gu Fei to the extreme. Boss, as long as the myriad medicine cosmos cauldron is still there, these medicinal humans will always exist. He Tian's voice sounded in Gu Fei's mind. What? Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked. Did these medicinal humans have an indestructible body? Did they exist together with the legendary myriad medicine cosmos cauldron? Bam! Gu Fei didn't believe it and directly punched forward. The powerful fist energy caused the void to collapse, and the void in front of him turned into a piece of chaos. The three medicinal humans that rushed forward were immediately swept into the chaos and torn to pieces by the chaotic force. They were completely obliterated, leaving nothing behind. Gu Fei sent the three medicine puppets into the primal chaos. Boss Yu, He Tian watched this scene from afar and couldn't help but be dumbfounded. In his eyes, these were three medicinal humans that were comparable to a small stalk of immortal divine medicine. Gu Fei didn't think too much about it. Rumble! The void trembled. The void that was pierced by Gu Fei's punch was rapidly repairing itself. Soon, the shattered void was completely restored. The three medicine golems were gone, obliterated by the shattered void. Were they really destroyed by the chaotic force? He Tian was bewildered. After all, the three medicinal humans were existences that existed together with the myriad medicine cosmos cauldron. As long as the myriad medicine cosmos cauldron wasn't destroyed, the 18 medicinal humans would never be destroyed. Even after the passage of time, they would still exist. Gu Fei retreated into the grand formation. The medicinal humans chased after him for 100 miles before stopping. At this time, a strange fluctuation came from the place where the void was destroyed. Gu Fei looked in that direction in shock. Strands of green energy seeped out from the void and condensed into a human figure. Swish! With a flash of green light, a middle-aged cultivator wearing an ancient robe appeared in the void. This middle-aged cultivator was one of the 3 medicinal humans that were destroyed by the chaotic force. What? Gu Fei and He Tian were dumbfounded. The medicinal humans that were struck into the chaos were actually able to come out from the void. Did they really have immortal bodies? Even an ordinary expert wouldn't be able to withstand this kind of attack. The chaotic force wasn't something that just anyone could withstand. It was a power that could destroy everything. Strands of green energy continued to seep out from the void. The other 2 medicinal humans also reformed their bodies, as if they had never been destroyed. Faint Tao patterns appeared on the medicinal humans' bodies. The ancient alchemy saint seemed to have imprinted his own Tao patterns on the medicinal humans, making their bodies immortal. The Tao patterns on the medicinal humans' bodies resonated with the Tao patterns on the cauldron of myriad medicines. Unless the cauldron of myriad medicines was destroyed, even a sage wouldn't be able to destroy the 18 medicinal humans. The 18 medicinal humans soared into the sky and charged into the 9 spiritual mountains. Boss, let's do it. He Tian's eyes lit up. The appearance of the medicinal humans confirmed that the legendary cauldron of myriad medicines was in the area guarded by the 9 spiritual mountains. Without hesitation, Gu Fei took out the mountain and river cauldron and used his mysterious art to connect with the cauldron, awakening the slumbering cauldron's soul inside. Buzz! The mountain and river cauldron vibrated. Then, the spiritual qi in the surroundings frantically gathered towards the cauldron and entered it. The ancient cauldron quickly grew bigger. Then, a terrifying aura that could shake the heavens and earth was emitted from the ancient cauldron. Boss, He Tian couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this scene. The endless spiritual qi that he had gathered using the super formation was being continuously absorbed by the mountain and river cauldron. Chapter 1285. Rumble. The mountain and river cauldron rose from the super formation. The terrifying pressure caused the whole world to tremble. The super formation had condensed an infinite amount of heaven and earth spiritual qi. At this time, the heaven and earth spiritual qi condensed by the super formation was crazily swallowed by the mountain and river cauldron. Buzz. The mountain and river cauldron vibrated continuously, emitting a vibrating sound. This kind of vibrating sound was like a heavenly sound, causing Gu Fei and He Tian's mind to tremble. They had an impulse to bow down to it. It was like facing the most powerful existence in the world. Gu Fei and He Tian could not maintain their composure. Rays of dragon-like spiritual light rushed out from the various formation eyes of the super formation, then fell into the mountain and river cauldron in the sky, entering the cauldron. In the void, there seemed to be dragon roars lingering. Above the mountain and river cauldron, the ancient beast souls seemed to be awakening. The whole mountain and river cauldron emitted an even stronger aura. The whole world seemed to be crushed by the mountain and river cauldron. Around the mountain and river cauldron, there were black spatial cracks, like the most exquisite porcelain being shattered. Fortunately, this extreme Tao sacred cauldron was under the control of Gu Fei. Otherwise, Gu Fei and He Tian would not be able to stand under the mountain and river cauldron. They would have been crushed to death. The extreme Tao sacred cauldron was recovering. This level of heaven and earth spiritual qi was not enough to completely revive the extreme Tao sacred cauldron, but as long as it could display a trace of the extreme Tao sacred might, Gu Fei was confident that he could break the killing formation formed by the 9 spiritual mountains. The spiritual qi condensed by the super formation was almost all forcibly absorbed by the mountain and river cauldron. The formation patterns that He Tian had set up were constantly collapsing. In the end, other than the dozen or so extreme Tao sacred formations, the other formation patterns could not be preserved. The power of the mountain and river cauldron was too strong and tyrannical, suppressing the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Even the extreme Tao sacred formations became very unstable. The extreme Tao sacred weapon is really too abnormal. He Tian was well aware of the power of the super formation he had set up. Even a half-step saint wouldn't be able to return if he barged in. The dozen or so extreme Tao formation fragments could even kill a saint. Such a super formation was extremely fragile before a sacred weapon of the extreme way. It could not even withstand a single blow. At this time, Gu Fei was already sitting cross-legged on the ground. He had connected with the cauldron's soul and borrowed the limitless heaven-earth spiritual qi gathered by the super formation. He had actually succeeded in making the cauldron display a trace of the extreme saint might. The terrifying pressure caused the entire world created by the great sage to tremble. All living beings in the world were terrified, as though doomsday had arrived. Rumble. Like 100,000 divine mountains moving, the mountain and river cauldron slowly and heavily pressed down on the 9 spiritual mountains in front of it. Even the void was collapsing and being annihilated. A trace of the extreme saint might was unstoppable. The 9 spiritual mountains in front of it shook violently, as though they were about to collapse. Large rocks kept rolling down from the spiritual mountains. On the 9 spiritual mountains, divine patterns of the great path appeared. The ancient patterns intertwined on the mountain, suppressing the 9 spiritual mountains, and at the same time, resisting the impact of the mountain and river cauldron's power. He Tian looked at this scene nervously. His palms were sweaty. Success or failure depended on the attack of the mountain and river cauldron. The extreme saint might was unstoppable. Although the 9 spiritual mountains were all branded with the Tao patterns of the great sage, it was still not enough. The mountains were cracking. The ancient great sage's Tao patterns were suppressed by the mountain and river cauldron, and there were signs of being suppressed back into the body. There's hope. Seeing this, He Tian was overjoyed. The mountain and river cauldron contained the complete power of the extreme Tao, which could suppress the 9 heavens and 10 earths. It was originally the nemesis of the mountains, rivers, and terrains of the world. Using the mountain and river cauldron to break the killing trap of the great sage could be said to be the right medicine. Without any suspense, the Tao patterns of the great sage that were branded on the 9 spiritual mountains were completely suppressed in the end. The spiritual mountain that was facing the mountain and river cauldron even broke into pieces. Among the rocks and soil that exploded, there were Tao patterns of the great sage dissipating. The Tao patterns of the great sage were shattered by the power of the mountain and river cauldron. The mountain and river cauldron pressed down on the 9 spiritual mountains. Under the power of the extreme Tao, the 9 spiritual mountains exploded one after another. The formation patterns that were branded on the spiritual mountains were also destroyed. The great momentum of the world that had gathered was completely suppressed. Buzz. The mountain and river cauldron was vibrating, but it did not really press down. Instead, it floated high up in the sky, suppressing the whole world and suppressing all the power. The means of the ancient great sage could be said to be heaven-defying. The ancient great sage had activated the power of the world and laid down this shocking killing trap. However, the ancient great sage would never have thought that the person who broke into the world that he opened up actually had the extreme Tao sacred weapon, the mountain and river cauldron. If the extreme Tao sacred weapon, the mountain and river cauldron, was completely awakened, even the world that was opened up by the ancient great sage could be destroyed with one blow. At this time, the primordial chaos chi above the mountain and river cauldron was vast and mighty. Divine patterns intertwined on the body of the cauldron. Countless ancient beast souls on the body of the cauldron emitted powerful waves, as if they were about to rush out from the body of the cauldron. The mountain and river cauldron had stabilized the whole world. Swoosh! Suddenly, a black shadow flashed. He Tian had already rushed up. The killing trap in front of him had been broken. He immediately rushed up to the ancient times. He wanted to enter the place where the ancient great sage hid his treasure before Gu Fei. At this time, Gu Fei had already stood up from the ground. He displayed his extreme speed of 8 steps. With a single step, he instantly passed He Tian and rushed into the area guarded by the 9 spiritual mountains. When Gu Fei entered, he discovered that it was actually a bamboo forest. A sea of trees appeared before his eyes, and as far as his eyes could see, there was nothing but bamboo. This wasn't ordinary bamboo. It was a type of dark green bamboo. It was actually the legendary Inky spirit bamboo. The Inky spirit bamboo was a type of divine bamboo that was born from the primordial chaos. It could be said to be a spiritual root of the world. It contained a strand of chaotic chi. It was a supreme divine material used to refine wood elements' sacred weapons. So many Inky spirit bamboos, At this time, He Tian rushed in from the outside. When he saw the bamboo forest in front of him, he couldn't help but be dumbfounded. This wasn't ordinary bamboo. Each bamboo was surrounded by spiritual qi. All of the bamboos seemed to have grown for a very long time. Every single one of them had a lot of spiritual qi. In the depths of this bamboo forest, there was a palace that was faintly discernible. Without hesitation, Gu Fei directly used the 8 desolate steps and rushed towards the palace in the depths of the bamboo forest. That must be the residence of the ancient alchemy saint. Erebus was the first to charge into the sea of bamboos. Very quickly, Gu Fei arrived in the vicinity of the palace. However, just as he approached the palace in the bamboo forest, an extremely powerful aura immediately erupted from the palace. It was as if a terrifying ancient beast had suddenly awakened. What? Chapter 1286. The area guarded by the 9 spiritual mountains was actually a sea of bamboos. Countless stalks of inky spiritual bamboo, which were rarely seen in the world, had been growing here for countless years. 1. Every stalk of inky spiritual bamboo was a rare material used to refine a wood elemental weapon. A complete stalk of inky spiritual bamboo was very difficult to find in the heaven realm. Unexpectedly, there was a large area of inky spiritual bamboo in the 9 spiritual mountains, forming a sea of bamboos. It was impossible to count how many stalks there were. If people knew that there were countless stalks of inky spiritual bamboo here, all the cultivators in the heaven realm would go crazy. These stalks of inky spiritual bamboo were equivalent to a divine treasury. It's a pity that it's not the ancestral root that was born in the world. I wonder how many generations these inky spiritual bamboos have been growing for. He Tian took a closer look and found that although these stalks of inky spiritual bamboo were rare materials, they were not used to refine sacred weapons. With the quality of these stalks of inky spiritual bamboo, it would be a little difficult to refine a mighty weapon. However, it was more than enough to refine an emperor weapon. The ancestral root of the inky spiritual bamboo might be in the depths of the sea of bamboos. He Tian and Gu Fei rushed towards the depths of the sea of bamboos at the same time. However, when they approached the palace in the depths of the sea of bamboos, a terrifying aura suddenly burst out from the palace. Boom! The inky spirit bamboo within 1,000 feet of the palace instantly turned into dust, destroyed by a terrifying wave of energy that surged out from the palace. Gu Fei and He Tian were both shaken. It was as if a terrifying wild beast had awoken from its slumber in that palace, causing them to feel a sense of danger. Even the mountain and river cauldron can't suppress it? Gu Fei felt that it was unbelievable. One should know that the mountain and river cauldron was an extreme path sacred weapon. Although it had only awakened a wisp of its extreme path sacred weapon, it was still not something that a great saint weapon could resist. The myriad medicine cauldron is inside. He Tian retreated like a bolt of lightning, and a ripple visible to the naked eye spread out from the hall. Wherever it passed, everything turned to dust. Even Gu Fei had to retreat. The inky spiritual bamboo around the palace had turned into dust. Among them, there were a few particularly large and luxuriant stalks of bamboo, which made He Tian's heart ache. The ink spirit bamboos around the palace had all been reduced to dust, and there were a few especially large and lush bamboo kings among them. This caused Erebus's heart to ache greatly. It was unknown how many years this palace had existed. It was covered with the marks of the passage of time. Even the doors and windows made of divine wood had already decayed. The 18 medicinal cultivators of the mountains of King of had spiritual and King of spiritual energy, of Wu the medicinal, the spiritual, of and Tian, of the mountain. The 18 medicinal men, who had come out of the 9 spiritual mountains, were nowhere to be seen. They had most likely retreated into the ancient palace. Gu Fei used the cauldron of mountain and river to suppress the world. Nothing could escape from this area. I don't believe I can't suppress you. Gu Fei was determined. He soared into the sky and landed on the mountain-like cauldron of mountain and river. Then he sat cross-legged on the cauldron and operated his Xianxia. Rumble. The cauldron of mountain and river suspended high in the sky emitted a terrifying pressure that shook the 9 heavens and 10 earths. It pressed down from the sky, as if the great Tao of heaven and earth was pressed down by the cauldron. Bang! The ancient palace was shaking. The terrifying holy might was vast and mighty. The whole world seemed to have turned into the origin of chaos as the two saint-level forces collided. The holy might from the ancient palace could not compete with the cauldron of mountain and river that was pressing down from the sky. As the cauldron of mountain and river gradually pressed down, the holy might in the ancient palace was suppressed. Suddenly, an angry roar came from the ancient palace. Then, an illusory figure emerged from the ancient palace. The holy might was vast and mighty, as if an ancient great sage had descended. Although Gu Fei couldn't see it clearly, he could tell that it was an old man. The old man stood up from the top of the ancient palace. He was 1,000 zhang tall, and his illusory body emitted a terrifying sacred aura. This is what? Gu Fei and He Tian were shocked. They felt an invincible sage aura. Could this illusory figure be the incarnation of the ancient great sage of the human clan? The ancient great sage was extremely powerful. He could pluck the stars and capture the moon. He had great strength and magical powers. He was almost omnipotent. Even the incarnation he left behind was extremely powerful and could compete with a saint-level existence. Gu Fei had seen the incarnation of the great sage of the human clan, Wind God. The great saint of the primordial human race, the Wind God, was an influential figure in the ancient times. Although he had already disappeared in the ancient times, the clone he left behind was able to contend against the purple-gold true dragon that had just been born. Swoosh! The figure that stood up from the ancient palace stretched out his hand and grabbed at the mountain and river cauldron that was pressing down from the sky. He wanted to take away the sacred cauldron of the Great Path. This scene was extremely shocking. This incarnation actually wanted to take away the sacred cauldron of the Great Path. This action was too crazy. Even if a real sage came, he would not dare to fight against the sacred cauldron of the Great Path. He Tian was stunned. A mere incarnation could shake the sacred cauldron of the Great Path? Did he think he was a sage of the Great Path? Buzz! The mountain and river cauldron shook. It was as if the heavenly sound of the Great Path resounded between heaven and earth. The entire world shook along with it. The power of the Great Path descended from the cauldron of the Great Path. Bang! The huge hand that came grabbing from below was immediately shattered. The power of the extreme path was as easy as breaking dry weeds. Not only the arm, but even the figure was disintegrating. Boom! The entire ancient palace shook violently. Cracks appeared on its surface as if it could collapse at any time. In just a moment, the ancient palace was almost destroyed by the power of the Great Path. The faint and illusory incarnation was shattered. Without any suspense, the mountain and river cauldron pressed down from the sky. The Great Path of the Great Path of the Great Path was suppressed under it. There was no power that could resist. In the end, the mountain and river cauldron stopped above the ancient palace. Streams of primordial chaos ancestral chi descended from the mountain and river cauldron, completely imprisoning the ancient palace below. At this time, He Tian rushed over from afar. He was the first to rush into the ancient palace. It should be known that the cauldron of myriad medicine was inside the ancient palace. Ah! A blood-curdling scream suddenly came from the ancient palace. A figure flew out of the ancient palace. That person was He Tian. The speed at which he flew out of the ancient palace was even faster than the speed at which he had rushed into the ancient palace. What a good alchemy saint! He Tian flew backward for hundreds of meters before he stabilized his body. He covered his nose, which was bleeding. He didn't know what hit his nose, but it was so painful that tears flowed out. Ha! Seeing that He Tian was defeated, Gu Fei couldn't help but laugh. Gu Fei channeled his mystic art and activated the Tao patterns that were imprinted on his bones. Blurry Tao patterns appeared on his body and condensed Tao energy. After he was ready, Gu Fei walked into the ancient palace with the 9 heaven stars sword in his hand. Swoosh! The moment Gu Fei stepped into the ancient palace, he felt a strong wind blowing on his face. A mass of black chi was smashing toward his face at lightning speed. Gu Fei instinctively took a step back and reached out with his right hand to grab the mass of black qi. He exerted force in an attempt to crush it. However, he only felt that the object in his hand was extremely hard. Not only did he fail to crush it, but he also felt a sharp pain in his fingers. At this time, a tall figure walked out from the darkness. Whoosh! A strong wind blew again as another black object flew toward Gu Fei. Gu Fei quickly reached out with his left hand and grabbed it with lightning speed. When Gu Fei sensed what was in his hand, he couldn't help but be shocked. The figure in front of him was already in front of him. Both Gu Fei and He Tian were dumbfounded. The figure that walked out of the ancient palace wasn't a human. To be precise, it was a humanoid bamboo puppet. It had human features and could walk. This was a puppet made of inky spirit bamboo. It was the size of a real person and was engraved with dense Dao patterns. Every piece of bamboo that formed the puppet had Dao patterns. The two pitch-black objects that were flying toward Gu Fei were actually the fists of the puppet. Between the fists and the puppet, there was a black chain that was only as thick as a chopstick. These two chains were not ordinary divine metals. They were also engraved with Dao patterns. It's a saint-grade battle puppet. When He Tian saw the puppet, he couldn't help but exclaim. It was really unexpected that he would see a legendary saint-grade battle puppet here. The sacrificial refining method of this battle puppet had long been lost. Could it be that the ancient alchemy sage had obtained the sacrificial refining method of battle puppet? The saint-grade battle puppet was extremely powerful. It was a combat tool refined by the sage. If thousands of battle puppets rushed together, even a great sage would be shocked. Gu Fei grabbed the two fists of the battle puppet and directly kicked forward. The battle puppet in front of him also kicked forward. Bang! Gu Fei felt a great force pass through his legs after clashing head-on with the battle avatar, causing him to involuntarily take a few steps back. At the same time, he felt his hands tremble as the two fists of the battle avatar broke free from his grip and flew back to where it came from. Gu Fei was inexplicably shocked. This battle puppet was extraordinary. It was strong enough to fight head-on with him. This was definitely a saint-grade battle body. Chapter 1287. The appearance of the saint-level battle avatar caused Gu Fei and Mai Tian to feel a sense of danger. This kind of battle tool was extremely powerful. Its entire body was refined from inky spirit bamboo. Each piece of bamboo was as black as divine jade, and there were divine patterns of the great Tao imprinted on them. The battle avatar exuded a wave of saint-level power. Even though the mountain and river cauldron above its head released a wisp of saint-level power, it did not affect the battle avatar at all. This is bad. He Tian seemed to know how terrifying this battle avatar was. He immediately retreated far away. Even Gu Fei distanced himself from the battle avatar. The humanoid battle avatar walked out of the pitch-black ancient palace. This battle avatar was as tall as a real person. There was a ball of divine light flickering on its chest. Divine patterns were flickering and there was a saint-level power condensing there. That was the core of the battle avatar, the source of its power. The battle avatar was not a human. It had no life and was not afraid of any pressure or aura. Even if a supreme sage came, this battle avatar would still dare to attack the supreme sage. What should we do? He Tian knew that things were getting troublesome. With the saint-level battle avatar guarding this ancient palace, they could forget about entering unless they destroyed the battle avatar first. Just dismantle this damn thing. Although Gu Fei sensed the saint-level power from the battle avatar, it was not a real person after all. It should not be difficult to deal with. As he spoke, he took a step forward and threw a punch at the approaching battle puppet. The ferocious force of the punch shook the heavens and earth, almost shattering the space around it. Swoosh! The battle puppet instantly arrived in front of him and similarly threw out a punch. The pitch-black fist that was like black jade directly met Gu Fei's fist. Bam! The two fists collided in an instant. It was like two mountains colliding, causing transparent ripples to appear in the void. A ferocious fist energy exploded from Gu Fei's fist. The battle avatar's fist also blossomed with a black light as a terrifying power spread out. Boom! With a loud bang, The void of the entire world collapsed in an instant. A destructive force swept out in all directions. Even the ancient palace behind the puppet trembled. Gu Fei and the battle puppet were sent flying at the same time, both of them retreating by the force of the other's attack. This is simply a saint weapon in human form. Gu Fei was secretly shocked. The pieces of ink spirit bamboo on the combat puppet's body were really too hard. Could it be that this combat puppet was actually refined from the bamboo pieces of the Bamboo King? The ancestral root of the ink spirit bamboo was born from the primal chaos. It was a spiritual root of heaven and earth. There was absolutely no ancestral root in this sea of bamboo, but there was a thriving Bamboo King. This kind of ink spirit bamboo was the king among them. It was not something that ordinary ink spirit bamboo could compare to. This kind of bamboo could be used to refine wood-type sacred weapons. But bamboo kings were very rare. Who knew how many bamboos were growing in this patch of ink spirit bamboo? Among the countless bamboos, a bamboo king would be born. There were not many bamboo kings in this patch of ink spirit bamboo. There were only a few. There used to be bamboo kings among the bamboos around the ancient palace, but now they were all destroyed. Swoosh! A purple-gold divine light suddenly emerged from the center of Gu Fei's eyebrows. In the divine light, a divine sword was faintly discernible, emitting a trace of Tao rhyme. He displayed one of the 9 secrets of the immortal path, the godly seizing secret technique. He used the power of his spirit to form a Tao sword and slashed at the humanoid battle puppet in front of him. There was no soaring sword chi fluctuation, nor was there an earth-shattering attack. But this divine light had a terrifying power that could destroy the great Tao of heaven and earth. The speed of the primordial spirit Tao sword was extremely fast. In an instant, it swept across the void and slashed at the body of the humanoid battle puppet. On the humanoid battle puppet, various Tao patterns were flashing, triggering the power of a saint to protect itself. Almost a few of the Tao patterns that the ancient great sage had imprinted on it were destroyed. Boom! The humanoid battle puppet was sent flying by Gu Fei's primordial spirit Tao sword. Then, it crashed into the wall of the ancient palace behind the battle puppet. The entire ancient palace shook. However, such an attack was still unable to destroy the Tao patterns that were imprinted on the battle puppet. The means of the ancient great sage of the human race were too unpredictable. How can we destroy this thing? Gu Fei transmitted his voice to He Tian. This was a saint-level battle puppet. It was extremely powerful, and there seemed to be no flaws on its body at all. That's easy. Just destroy the core in the chest of the battle puppet, and the battle puppet will stop, said He Tian. He knew the weakness of the battle puppet. Upon hearing this, Gu Fei could not help but frown. The body of the humanoid battle puppet was covered with Tao patterns, especially at the position of its heart, where there were many formation patterns. It was not an easy task to destroy the core in the chest of the humanoid battle puppet. Ancient Tao patterns appeared on the body of the humanoid battle puppet, intertwining with a trace of the power of the Great Path, making this battle tool even more powerful and terrifying. Swoosh! The humanoid battle puppet took a step forward and appeared in front of Gu Fei in the next moment. Then, it stretched out its hand and grabbed at Gu Fei's head with lightning speed. Gu Fei took a step to the side and dodged. Then he punched at the chest of the humanoid battle puppet. The fist force was mighty, and there were vague Tao patterns appearing on his fist. His physical body was extremely strong, and he did not flinch at all when facing the humanoid battle puppet head-on. The humanoid battle puppet did not dodge, and was hit by Gu Fei's punch. The entire battle puppet was sent flying thousands of feet away. Countless Tao patterns appeared on the battle puppet's body, dissipating the power of Gu Fei's punch. The power of Gu Fei's punch was enough to destroy a huge ancient mountain. However, such power was not enough to completely cripple the battle puppet. Swoosh! 2 rays of green divine light shot out from the eyes of the humanoid battle puppet, piercing towards Gu Fei. The 2 rays of divine light emitted a saint-level power that made one's heart palpitate. Such power was still a threat to Gu Fei. He immediately used the desolate steps to avoid the 2 rays of divine light. Then he quickly approached the humanoid battle puppet, ready to launch a destructive attack at the humanoid battle puppet at any time. Without anyone controlling it, The Saint-Tier battle avatar could only act according to the ancient great's orders and protect this ancient palace. Although the battle puppet had saint-level power, it could not exert such power. The instinctive attacks of the battle puppet could not do anything to Gu Fei. It should be known that Gu Fei's battle experience was extremely rich. He moved quickly in the void, constantly throwing punches, palm strikes, and kicks at the humanoid battle puppet. He was in complete control of the rhythm of the battle. Even so, it was difficult for Gu Fei to destroy the battle avatar. He couldn't break the power that was triggered by the Dao pattern on the battle avatar. All he could do was leave shallow fist and palm marks on the battle avatar. This was already very shocking. Even a half-step sage would find it difficult to leave a palm print on the body of a saint-level battle puppet. The power of Gu Fei's martial body was too strong. With the imprint of the great Dao on his body, Gu Fei's martial body was transforming into a sage body. This won't do. It seems like I'll have to use the supreme sacred weapon. Gu Fei made various attempts, but in the end he could only shake his head. It was difficult to break the defense of the battle puppet with his fists. It should be known that the battle puppet's strength was saint level. Boss, don't be impulsive. You can completely control this battle puppet. He Tian saw that Gu Fei was about to use the supreme sacred weapon and hurriedly said, if he were to use his extreme path saint weapon, this saint-tier combat tool would be completely destroyed. This was not something that Erebus wanted to see. He still wanted to study this saint-tier puppet. This puppet technique had already disappeared for countless years. In the ancient times, this technique had already been lost. If he could comprehend the essence of this technique from this puppet, it would be a great harvest. It should be known that if there were thousands of battle puppets swarming forward, even a true sage would be shocked. This was a terrifying army that was invincible. You only said it now? Hearing this, Gu Fei couldn't help but have the urge to beat up He Tian. This guy was really hateful. He didn't say it earlier and only jumped out when he was about to use the supreme sacred weapon. It seemed like he was just watching a show. Boss, you just need to separate a strand of your divine sense into this battle puppet. He Tian didn't care so much and pointed out the weakness of this battle puppet. So simple. When Gu Fei heard this, he couldn't believe it. Using such a simple method to control a saint-tier battle avatar? No way. Boss, would I dare to lie to you? Countless years have passed. The mark of the ancient great sage on the core of this battle puppet has most likely dissipated. He Tian seemed to know the state of this battle puppet. Gu Fei was also puzzled. This upgraded battle puppet didn't seem to be able to display the power of a sage at all. It could only attack instinctively and didn't display any great techniques. If this battle puppet were to display a great technique of the sage level, Gu Fei would have been slain by this battle puppet. How could he fight this battle puppet endlessly? Maybe it's possible. Gu Fei was tempted. This was a battle puppet of the sage level. If he could insert a strand of his divine sense into it, wouldn't it be equivalent to having a clone of the sage level? If he had a clone of the sage level, Gu Fei wouldn't be afraid of anyone, not even the primordial Emperor Xian or the son of the sky demon. Gu Fei didn't hesitate. He immediately acted on this thought. A divine glow emerged from his glabella and a tiny figure walked out. This was Gu Fei's immortal Dao primordial spirit. The tiny figure that walked out from Gu Fei's glabella was a miniature version of Gu Fei. The tiny figure was surrounded by an immortal glow and a vast aura of the great Dao spread out. Chapter 1288. The appearance of the saint-level battle avatar made Gu Fei and He Tian feel a sense of danger. The battle avatar was extremely powerful. Its entire body was refined from inky spirit bamboo. Each piece of bamboo was as black as divine jade and was imprinted with great path divine patterns. The battle avatar exuded a sacred aura. Even though the mountain and river cauldron above its head released a wisp of the sacred aura, it did not affect the battle avatar at all. This is bad. He Tian seemed to know how terrifying the battle avatar was. He immediately retreated far away. Even Gu Fei distanced himself from the battle avatar. The humanoid battle avatar walked out of the pitch-black ancient palace. The battle avatar was as tall as a real person. There was a ball of divine light flickering on its chest. Divine patterns were flickering and there was a saint-level power condensing there. That was the core of the battle avatar, the source of its power. The battle avatar was not a human. It did not have a life and was not afraid of any pressure or aura. Even if a supreme sage came, this battle avatar would still dare to attack a supreme sage. What should we do? Tian knew that things were getting troublesome. With the saint-level battle avatar guarding the ancient palace, they could forget about entering unless they destroyed the battle avatar first. Just dismantle this damn thing. Although Gu Fei could sense the saint-level power from the battle avatar, it was not a real person after all. It should not be difficult to deal with. As he spoke, he took a step forward and threw a punch at the approaching battle puppet. The ferocious force of the punch shook the heavens and earth, almost shattering the space around it. Swoosh! The battle puppet instantly arrived in front of him and similarly threw out a punch. The pitch-black fist that was like black jade directly met Gu Fei's fist. Bam! The two fists collided in an instant. It was like two mountains colliding, causing transparent ripples to appear in the void. The violent fist energy exploded from Gu Fei's fist. The battle avatar's fist also bloomed with a black light and a terrifying power spread. Boom! With a loud bang, the void of the entire world collapsed in an instant. A destructive force swept out in all directions. Even the ancient palace behind the puppet trembled. Gu Fei and the battle puppet were sent flying at the same time, both of them retreating by the force of the other's attack. This is simply a saint weapon in human form. Gu Fei was secretly shocked. The pieces of ink spirit bamboo on the combat puppet's body were really too hard. Could it be that this combat puppet was actually refined from the bamboo pieces of the Bamboo King? The ancestral root of the ink spirit bamboo was born from the primal chaos. It was a spiritual root of heaven and earth. There was absolutely no ancestral root in this sea of bamboo, but there was a thriving Bamboo King. This kind of ink spirit bamboo was the king among them. It was not something that ordinary ink spirit bamboo could compare to. This kind of bamboo could be used to refine wood-type sacred weapons. But bamboo kings were very rare. Who knew how many bamboos were growing in this patch of ink spirit bamboo? Among the countless bamboos, a bamboo king would be born. There were not many bamboo kings in this patch of ink spirit bamboo. There were only a few. There used to be bamboo kings among the bamboos around the ancient palace, but now they were all destroyed. Swoosh! A purple-gold divine light suddenly emerged from the center of Gu Fei's eyebrows. In the divine light, a divine sword was faintly discernible, emitting a trace of Tao rhyme. He displayed one of the 9 secrets of the immortal path, the godly seizing secret technique. He used the power of his spirit to form a Tao sword and slashed at the humanoid battle puppet in front of him. There was no soaring sword chi fluctuation, nor was there an earth-shattering attack. But this divine light had a terrifying power that could destroy the great Tao of heaven and earth. The speed of the primordial spirit Tao sword was extremely fast. In an instant, it swept across the void and slashed at the body of the humanoid battle puppet. On the humanoid battle puppet, various Tao patterns were flashing, triggering the power of a saint to protect itself. Almost a few of the Tao patterns that the ancient great sage had imprinted on it were destroyed. Boom! The humanoid battle puppet was sent flying by Gu Fei's primordial spirit Tao sword. Then, it crashed into the wall of the ancient palace behind the battle puppet. The entire ancient palace shook. However, such an attack was still unable to destroy the Tao patterns that were imprinted on the battle puppet. The means of the ancient great sage of the human race were too unpredictable. How can we destroy this thing? Gu Fei transmitted his voice to Tian. This was a saint-level battle puppet. It was extremely powerful, and there seemed to be no flaws on its body at all. That's easy. Just destroy the core in the chest of the battle puppet, and the battle puppet will stop, said Tian. He knew the weakness of the battle puppet. Upon hearing this, Gu Fei couldn't help but frown. The body of the humanoid battle puppet was covered with Tao patterns. In particular, there were many formation patterns at the location of its heart. It was not an easy task to destroy the core in the chest of the humanoid battle puppet. Ancient Tao patterns appeared on the body of the humanoid battle puppet, intertwining with a trace of the power of the Great Path. This made this battle tool even more powerful and terrifying. Swoosh! The humanoid battle puppet took a step forward and appeared in front of Gu Fei in the next moment. Then, it stretched out its hand and grabbed at Gu Fei's head with lightning speed. Gu Fei took a step to the side and dodged. Then he punched at the chest of the humanoid battle puppet. The fist force was mighty, and there were vague Dao patterns appearing on his fist. His physical body was extremely strong. He didn't flinch at all when facing the humanoid battle puppet head-on. The humanoid battle puppet didn't dodge. After being hit by Gu Fei's punch, the entire battle puppet flew thousands of feet away. Countless Dao patterns appeared on the battle puppet's body, dispelling the power of Gu Fei's punch. The power of Gu Fei's punch was enough to blow up a huge ancient mountain. However, such power couldn't completely cripple the battle puppet. Swoosh! 2 rays of green divine light shot out from the eyes of the humanoid battle puppet and pierced towards Gu Fei. The 2 rays of divine light emitted a saint-level power that made one's heart palpitate. Such power was still a threat to Gu Fei. He immediately used the desolate steps to avoid the 2 rays of divine light. Then he quickly approached the humanoid battle puppet. He could launch a destructive attack at the humanoid battle puppet at any time. Without anyone controlling it, the Saint-tier battle avatar could only act according to the ancient great's orders and protect this ancient palace. Although the battle puppet had saint-level power, it couldn't exert such power. The instinctive attacks of the battle puppet couldn't do anything to Gu Fei. It should be known that Gu Fei's battle experience was extremely rich. He moved quickly in the void, constantly throwing punches, palm strikes, and kicks at the humanoid battle puppet. He was in complete control of the rhythm of the battle. Even so, it was difficult for Gu Fei to destroy the battle avatar. He couldn't break the power that was triggered by the Dao pattern on the battle avatar. All he could do was leave shallow fist and palm marks on the battle avatar. This was already very shocking. Even a half-step sage would find it difficult to leave a palm print on the body of a saint-level battle puppet. The power of Gu Fei's martial body was too strong. With the imprint of the great Dao on his body, Gu Fei's martial body was transforming into a sage body. This won't do. It seems like I'll have to use the supreme sacred weapon. Gu Fei made various attempts, but in the end he couldn't help but shake his head. It was difficult to break the defense of the battle puppet with his fists. It should be known that the strength of the battle puppet was saint level. Boss, don't be impulsive. You can completely control this battle puppet. He Tian hurriedly said when he saw that Gu Fei was about to use the supreme sacred weapon. If he were to use his extreme path saint weapon, this saint-tier combat tool would be completely destroyed. This was not something that Erebus wanted to see. He still wanted to study this saint-tier puppet. This puppet technique had disappeared for countless years. It had been lost since ancient times. If he could comprehend the essence of this technique from this battle puppet, it would be a great harvest. It should be known that if there were thousands of battle puppets swarming forward, even a true sage would be shocked. This was a terrifying army that was invincible. You're only telling me now? Hearing this, Gu Fei couldn't help but have the urge to beat up He Tian. This guy was really hateful. He didn't say anything earlier and only jumped out when he was about to use the supreme sacred weapon. It seemed like he was just watching a show. Boss, you just need to separate a strand of your divine sense into this battle puppet. He Tian didn't care so much and pointed out the weakness of this battle puppet. So simple. When Gu Fei heard this, he couldn't believe it. Using such a simple method to control a saint-tier battle avatar? No way. Boss, would I dare to lie to you? Countless years have passed. The mark of the ancient great sage on the core of this battle puppet has most likely dissipated. He Tian seemed to know the state of this battle puppet. Gu Fei was also puzzled. This upgraded battle puppet didn't seem to be able to display the power of a sage at all. It could only attack instinctively and didn't display any great techniques. If this battle puppet were to display a great technique of the sage level, Gu Fei would have been slain by this battle puppet. How could he fight this battle puppet endlessly? Maybe it's possible. Gu Fei was tempted. This was a battle puppet of the sage level. If he could insert a strand of his divine sense into it, wouldn't it be equivalent to having a sage level clone? If he had a sage level clone, Gu Fei wouldn't be afraid of anyone, not even the primordial Emperor Xian or the son of the Sky Demon. Gu Fei didn't hesitate. He immediately acted on this thought. A divine glow emerged from his glabella and a tiny figure walked out. This was Gu Fei's immortal Dao primordial spirit. The tiny figure that walked out from Gu Fei's glabella was a miniature version of Gu Fei. The tiny figure was surrounded by an immortal glow and a vast aura of the great Dao spread out. Chapter 1289. Gu Fei used a secret technique of the immortal path and split a strand of his will into the saint-level battle avatar that was charging towards him. He wanted to take control of this battle avatar. When Gu Fei's strand of will entered the battle avatar immediately stopped. The core in the battle avatar's mouth shone with dazzling divine light. Gu Fei's will transformed into an illusory figure inside the battle avatar's body. He arrived near the core of the battle avatar, and then he saw a scene that made his heart palpitate. An extremely blurry figure was sitting cross-legged inside the fist-sized core. One could vaguely tell that it was an old man. This is the remnant will of an ancient great sage? Gu Fei did not dare to act rashly. Although the figure in the battle avatar's core seemed like it could dissipate at any time, he still felt a trace of danger. On the core, ancient Dao patterns were faintly discernible. The Dao patterns were imprinted in the void and spread across the entire battle avatar, allowing the battle avatar to achieve eternity. The reason why this battle avatar could be preserved after so many years was because it was imprinted with the Dao patterns of the divine path. One of the 9 secrets of the immortal path, the godly seizing secret technique, was mysterious and unfathomable. A strand of Gu Fei's will broke through the layers of Dao patterns and arrived in front of the battle avatar's core. Just as Gu Fei's will approached the core, the illusory old man sitting cross-legged inside the core suddenly opened his eyes. What? Gu Fei was shocked. He never thought that a strand of remnant consciousness that was about to dissipate could still be awakened. An aura of the great Dao immediately surged out from the core of his heart. The remnant will of an ancient great sage was terrifying to the extreme. Gu Fei's strand of will almost dissipated. The aura from the core made Gu Fei feel like he was facing an unreachable divine mountain. He could only look up to it. In front of this wisp of remnant consciousness of an ancient great sage, Gu Fei could feel how insignificant he was. This was just a wisp of remnant consciousness, and yet, it was able to make Gu Fei feel this way. If this was in the ancient times, I really wouldn't dare to have any ideas about you. But it's different now. Gu Fei was extremely determined. Even if he was facing a real sage, he probably wouldn't submit, let alone a remnant will. Bang! The illusory figure condensed from Gu Fei's spiritual force punched out. He used the power of his essence soul to demonstrate the profoundness of the flawless 5 elements fist. The power of the 5 elements surged forward. Gu Fei wanted to destroy the imprint left behind by the ancient great sage in the battle avatar's heart core and take control of it. The power of the 5 elements surged forward. Gu Fei wanted to destroy the imprint left by the ancient great sage in the core of the battle puppet. Although it was almost dissipated, it was still a remnant will of an ancient great sage. When it was attacked, it naturally reacted instinctively. The Dao patterns on the core of the battle puppet lit up. The aura of the great sage was vast. It dissolved the punch from Gu Fei's will. Moreover, the divine patterns rushed out from the core and imprinted themselves on Gu Fei's will. The patterns on the battle avatar's core lit up. The aura of the great path was vast, and it dissolved Gu Fei's divine will punch. Moreover, the divine patterns rushed out from the core and imprinted themselves on Gu Fei's divine will. If he was hit by these Dao patterns, Gu Fei's strand of divine sense would definitely be scattered on the spot. The blurry figure quickly retreated and dodged the attack of the Dao patterns. He then made his move. The power of the primordial spirit turned into a Dao sword. It broke through the layers of Dao patterns and slashed into the core of the battle puppet. This Dao sword was formed by the power of the primordial spirit. It contained a wisp of the power of the great Dao. It could slash anything, be it tangible or intangible. The primordial spirit Dao sword could slash everything in the world. The remnant will of an ancient great sage in the core of the battle puppet was immediately destroyed by the Dao sword. The remnant will of an ancient great sage was already on the verge of dissipating. Gu Fei's attack only increased the dissipation of the remnant will of an ancient great sage. Without much effort, Gu Fei's wisp of divine will successfully entered the saint-grade battle puppet. Gu Fei was very surprised. Gu Fei originally thought that he would have to spend a lot of effort before he could completely enter the saint-grade battle puppet. He didn't expect things to go so smoothly. Boom! The moment Gu Fei took control of the puppet, an extremely terrifying shockwave erupted from the puppet's body. The puppet's power had been unleashed. The core of the battle puppet was actually a void. It allowed the primordial spirit to enter and control the entire saint-grade battle tool. It could display supreme power. Congratulations, boss. Upon seeing this, Erebus hurriedly rushed over from afar and congratulated Gu Fei. Such a saint-grade battle avatar was incomparably precious. Once the primordial spirit entered it, it would be able to contend against a saint. Ha! Gu Fei laughed heartily. With this saint-grade battle puppet, he could go anywhere in the heaven domain. He wouldn't be afraid of anyone. Bang! He controlled the battle puppet to punch out. The void in front of the fist immediately collapsed. A pitch-black spatial rupture appeared and directly pierced through the heaven and earth. Too powerful. He Tian couldn't help but be dumbfounded. It was just a casual punch, but it was able to shatter a region of space. It was a display of such great power. Who could resist such power? Gu Fei had yet to familiarize himself with this battle puppet and couldn't fully control it for now. Even so, he could already challenge the primordial Emperor Xian and the heavenly demon lineage. When Gu Fei successfully entered the battle puppet, the roars of tigers and dragons resounded from the ancient palace ahead. This caused everyone to be shocked. The roars of tigers and dragons are completed. Could it be that the legendary Myriad Universe Cauldron is still refining it? Gu Fei was secretly startled. The sounds coming from the ancient palace indicated that someone was refining a pill. Furthermore, the pill had already taken form. This cauldron of pill refinement was already heaven-defying. After countless years, this cauldron of pill refinement was finally completed. This kind of pill refinement definitely had a heaven-defying effect. Swish! A figure flashed, and He Tian was the first to rush in. At this time, a fragrance wafted out from the ancient palace, causing one's blood to boil. Gu Fei couldn't help but frown. Fortunately, this was a world created by an ancient great sage. If it was in the heaven realm, the fragrance coming from the ancient palace would definitely attract a large group of people to fight for it. Bang! A figure flew out from the ancient palace. It was unknown what hit He Tian, but this time, the right side of his face was swollen, and he spat out a few teeth. Damn it! On the right side of He Tian's face, there was a palm print. It was obvious that this fellow had suffered inside and was slapped out of the ancient palace. There's a saint-tier battle puppet inside? Gu Fei was bewildered. Fortunately, there was an unlucky fellow like He Tian to scout the way. Otherwise, if he had rashly rushed into the ancient palace, he would have been the one slapped out. Or, I didn't see clearly. He Tian didn't even see the other party's appearance, and he was already slapped out of the ancient palace. This made him extremely sullen, as this was simply impossible. One had to know that He Tian was now a half-step almighty. He was only half a step away from breaking through his current realm and becoming a Tao-severing almighty. The heaven realm. Even He Tian didn't see clearly what hit him out. How could Gu Fei know what kind of killing move was set up in the ancient palace? Gu Fei sneered. He directly controlled the battle tool and rushed into the ancient palace. It was pitch black inside the ancient palace, and visibility was very low. His true body was still outside, and he didn't want to take risks. With this saint-tier battle puppet, he didn't have any scruples. Even if the primordial Emperor Xian came, he would be able to fight against him. With this battle tool refined from the inky spirit bamboo, Gu Fei could challenge any the arch. Even if he were to face a half-saint, he would be able to kill them. Very quickly, there were powerful waves coming from the ancient palace. Gu Fei's battle puppet was fighting with an unknown existence, which made everyone's heart palpitate. Rumble! The entire ancient palace was shaking, and the roars of tigers and dragons were deafening. Inside the ancient palace, there was a vast amount of spiritual qi. The saint-tier battle puppet that Gu Fei was controlling was constantly attacking. Boom! The battle puppet blasted out a punch, and the golden energy immediately lit up the heaven and earth. The pitch-black ancient palace was illuminated by the golden light. One could vaguely see an ancient cauldron inside the ancient palace. Around the ancient cauldron, there were illusory images of dragons and tigers. Bursts of fragrance were coming from that ancient cauldron. If there was no accident, that ancient cauldron should be the legendary myriad heaven and earth cauldron of the human race. He Tian was surprised to see that the ones fighting against Gu Fei's battle puppet were the 18 people. The 18 people were originally sitting cross-legged around the ancient cauldron, but at this time, the 18 people were attacking Gu Fei's battle puppet. Gu Fei's battle puppet blasted out a punch, and the golden fist energy immediately exploded 3 people. The other people couldn't resist Gu Fei's fist energy and were all sent flying. The saint-tier battle puppet stretched out its hand and directly grabbed the ancient cauldron. The myriad heaven and earth cauldron was surrounded by immortal qi and Tao patterns. Auspicious qi descended from the sky, showing a trace of saintly might. However, this had no effect on Gu Fei's battle puppet. Buzz! The myriad heaven and earth cauldron shook fiercely, and a circle of visible spatial ripples spread from the ancient cauldron. This force was so powerful that Gu Fei's battle puppet was immediately sent flying. Gu Fei was really shocked. This was a flawless great sage sacred weapon, and it was not sealed by a great sage. It could display the power of a great sage, and even a saint-tier battle puppet was sent flying. At this time, the green gas surged, and the 3 people that were blown up by Gu Fei's battle puppet once again condensed from the myriad heaven and earth cauldron. Their flesh and bones were reconstructed, and they came out again. As long as the myriad heaven and earth cauldron was not destroyed, the 18 people would not be destroyed. The 18 people and the myriad heaven and earth cauldron coexisted. As long as the myriad heaven and earth cauldron was not destroyed, the 18 people would be difficult to kill. What should I do? Chapter 1290. Gu Fei used a secret technique of the immortal path and split a strand of his will into the saint-level battle avatar that was charging towards him. He wanted to take control of this battle avatar. When Gu Fei's strand of will entered the battle avatar immediately stopped. The core in the battle avatar's mouth shone with dazzling divine light. Gu Fei's will transformed into an illusory figure inside the battle avatar's body. He arrived near the core of the battle avatar, and then he saw a scene that made his heart palpitate. Inside the fist-sized core, there was an extremely blurry figure sitting cross-legged. He could vaguely see that it was an old man. This is the remnant will of an ancient great sage? Gu Fei did not dare to act rashly. Although the figure in the battle avatar's core seemed to be on the verge of dissipating, he still felt a trace of danger. On the core of the battle avatar, ancient Tao patterns were faintly discernible. The Tao patterns were imprinted in the void and spread across the entire battle avatar, allowing this battle avatar to achieve eternity. The reason why this battle avatar could still be preserved after so many years was that it was imprinted with the Tao patterns of the Great Path. One of the 9 secrets of the Immortal Path, the Godly Seizing Secret Technique, was mysterious and unfathomable. A strand of Gu Fei's will broke through the layers of Tao patterns and arrived in front of the battle avatar's core. Just as Gu Fei's will approached the core of the battle avatar, the illusory old man sitting cross-legged in the core suddenly opened his eyes. What? Gu Fei was shocked. He never thought that a strand of will that was on the verge of dissipating could still awaken. An aura of the Great Path immediately surged out from the core of the battle avatar. The remnant consciousness of an ancient great sage was terrifying to the extreme. Gu Fei's strand of consciousness almost dissipated. The vast aura emanating from the core of the battle puppet made Gu Fei feel as though he was facing a divine mountain that was too high to climb, and he could only look up to it. In front of this wisp of remnant consciousness of the ancient great sage, Gu Fei felt how insignificant he was. This was just a wisp of remnant consciousness, but it gave Gu Fei such a feeling. If it was in the ancient times, I really wouldn't dare to have any ideas about you. But it's different now. Gu Fei's heart was incomparably firm. Even if he faced a true saint, he probably wouldn't submit, let alone a remnant thought. Bam! The illusory figure condensed from Gu Fei's divine will punched forward. He used the power of his essence soul to display the profoundness of the flawless five elements fist. The power of the five elements surged forward. Gu Fei wanted to destroy the imprint left behind by the ancient great sage in the battle puppet's heart core and completely take control of it. Swish! The great Tao filled the air. Wisps of Tao Qi were emitted from the battle puppet's heart core. The remnant thought of the ancient great sage was making its final resistance. Although it was almost dissipated, it was still a wisp of the ancient great sage's remnant thought. When it was attacked, it naturally reacted instinctively. The Tao patterns on the battle puppet's heart core lit up. The aura of the great Tao was vast. It dissolved the punch that Gu Fei's divine will had thrown out. Furthermore, divine patterns rushed out from the core and imprinted themselves on Gu Fei's divine will. If it was hit by these Tao patterns, Gu Fei's divine will would definitely be scattered on the spot. The blurry figure quickly retreated and dodged the attack of the Tao patterns. He then directly attacked. The power of his essence soul turned into a Tao sword. It broke through the layers of Tao patterns and directly slashed into the battle puppet's heart core. This kind of Tao sword condensed from the power of the essence soul contained a wisp of the great Tao. Regardless of whether it was tangible or intangible, it could cut through everything. The essence soul Tao sword could cut through everything in the world. The wisp of the ancient great sage's remnant thought within the battle puppet's heart core was immediately destroyed by the Tao sword. That remnant thought was already about to dissipate. Gu Fei's attack only increased the dissipation of the remnant thought left behind by the great sage. Without much effort, Gu Fei's strand of divine sense successfully entered the saint-grade battle avatar, causing Gu Fei to be very surprised. Gu Fei originally thought that he would have to spend some effort before he could completely enter the saint-class battle puppet. He didn't expect things to go so smoothly. Boom! The moment Gu Fei took control of the puppet, an extremely terrifying shockwave erupted from the puppet's body. The puppet's power had been unleashed. The battle puppet's heart core was actually a void. It could allow the essence soul to enter and then control the entire saint-class battle tool. It could display supreme power. Congratulations, boss. Upon seeing this, Erebus hurriedly rushed over from afar and congratulated Gu Fei. Such a saint-grade battle avatar was incomparably precious. Once the primordial spirit entered it, it would be able to contend against a saint. Ha! Gu Fei laughed heartily. With this saint-class battle puppet, he could go anywhere in the heaven domain. He wouldn't be afraid of anyone. Bang! He controlled the battle puppet to punch out. The void in front of the fist immediately collapsed. A pitch-black spatial rupture appeared and directly pierced through the heaven and earth. Too powerful. He Tian couldn't help but be dumbfounded. It was just a casual punch, but it was able to shatter the void and display such great power. Who could contend against such power? Gu Fei had yet to familiarize himself with this battle puppet and couldn't fully control it for the time being. Even so, he could already challenge the primordial Emperor Xian and the heavenly demon lineage. When Gu Fei successfully entered the battle puppet, the roars of tigers and dragons resounded from the ancient palace ahead. This caused everyone to be shocked. The roars of tigers and dragons are completed. Could it be that the legendary myriad universe cauldron is still refining it? Gu Fei was secretly startled. The sounds coming from the ancient palace indicated that someone was refining a pill. Furthermore, the pill had already taken shape. A cauldron of pills had already been refined to this point. Its essence was already heaven-defying. After countless years, this cauldron of pills was finally refined successfully. This kind of pill definitely had a heaven-defying effect. Swish! A figure flashed, and He Tian was the first to rush in. At this time, waves of fragrance spread out from the ancient palace. Anyone who smelled it would feel their blood boiling, causing Gu Fei to frown. Fortunately, this was a world created by an ancient great sage. If it was in the heaven realm, the fragrance coming from the ancient palace would definitely attract a large group of people to fight for it. Bang! A figure flew out from the ancient palace. It was unknown what hit He Tian, But this time, the right side of his face was swollen, and he spat out a few teeth. Damn it! On the right side of He Tian's face, there was a palm print. It was obvious that this fellow had suffered inside and was slapped out of the ancient palace. There's a saint-ranked battle puppet inside? Gu Fei was bewildered. Fortunately, there was an unlucky fellow like He Tian to scout the way. Otherwise, if he had rashly rushed into the ancient palace, he would have been the one slapped out. Or, I didn't see clearly. He Tian didn't even see the other party's appearance, and he was already slapped out of the ancient palace. This made him extremely sullen, as this was simply impossible. One had to know that He Tian was now a half-step almighty. He was only half a step away from breaking through his current realm and becoming a Tao-severing almighty. The heaven realm. Even He Tian didn't see clearly what had slapped him out. How could Gu Fei know what kind of killing move was set up in the ancient palace? Gu Fei sneered. He directly controlled the battle tool and rushed into the ancient palace. It was pitch black inside the ancient palace, and visibility was very low. His true body was still outside, and he didn't want to take risks. With this saint-ranked battle puppet, he didn't have any scruples. Even if the primordial Emperor Xian came, he would be able to fight against him. With this battle tool refined from the inky spirit bamboo, Gu Fei could challenge any the arch. Even if he were to face a half-saint, he would be able to kill them. Very quickly, there were powerful waves coming from the ancient palace. Gu Fei's battle puppet was fighting with an unknown existence, which made everyone's heart palpitate. Rumble! The entire ancient palace was shaking, and the roars of tigers and dragons were deafening. Inside the ancient palace, there was a vast amount of spiritual qi. The saint-ranked battle puppet that Gu Fei was controlling was constantly attacking. Boom! The battle puppet blasted out a punch, and the golden energy immediately lit up the heaven and earth. The pitch-black ancient palace was illuminated by the golden light. One could vaguely see an ancient cauldron inside the ancient palace. Around the ancient cauldron, there were illusory images of dragons and tigers. Bursts of fragrance came from that ancient cauldron. If there was no accident, that ancient cauldron should be the legendary myriad heaven and earth cauldron of the human race. He Tian was surprised to see that the ones fighting against Gu Fei's saint-ranked battle puppet were actually the 18 people. The 18 people were originally sitting cross-legged around the ancient cauldron, but at this time, all 18 people were attacking Gu Fei's saint-ranked battle puppet. Gu Fei's battle puppet blasted out a punch, and the golden fist energy immediately exploded 3 people. The other people couldn't resist Gu Fei's fist energy and were all sent flying. The saint-ranked battle puppet stretched out its hand and directly grabbed the ancient cauldron. The myriad heaven and earth cauldron was surrounded by immortal qi, Tao patterns emerged, and auspicious qi descended from the sky, showing a trace of saint's power. However, this had no effect on Gu Fei's saint-ranked battle puppet. Buzz! The myriad heaven and earth cauldron shook fiercely, and a circle of visible spatial ripples spread from the ancient cauldron. This force was so powerful that Gu Fei's saint-ranked battle puppet was immediately sent flying. This, Gu Fei's shock was no small matter. This was a flawless great sage holy weapon. Moreover, it wasn't sealed by a great sage. It could display the power of a great sage. Even a sage-level battle puppet was sent flying by it. At this time, the green gas surged, and the 3 people who were blown up by Gu Fei's saint-ranked battle puppet once again condensed from the myriad heaven and earth cauldron. Their flesh and bones were reconstructed, and they came out again. As long as the myriad heaven and earth cauldron was not destroyed, the 18 people would not be destroyed. The 18 people and the myriad heaven and earth cauldron coexisted. As long as the myriad heaven and earth cauldron was not destroyed, the 18 people would be difficult to destroy. What should I do? Chapter 1291. There was nothing else on display in the spacious hall except for an ancient cauldron. This ancient cauldron was similar to Gu Fei's mountain and river cauldron. However, this ancient cauldron was not a bronze cauldron, but a black one. It was pitch black and engraved with lines of the Grand Tao, as if it had existed since the beginning of the world. It gave off an ancient aura. There's nothing here, just an ancient cauldron. When He Tian caught sight of the ancient cauldron in the middle of the hall, his eyes lit up. Needless to say, this ancient cauldron was none other than the universal medicine cauldron that was crafted by the great sage of the ancient times. The myriad drug cauldron was very famous in the ancient era. It was a supreme treasure refined by an alchemy saint of the human race. It could refine the world's most precious divine pills. Legend said that this cauldron was something that the great saint had entered the boundless starry sky to find primal chaos black gold. He had spent over 1,000 years to refine it. The ancient cauldron contained the grand Tao imprints of the great saints. It was countless times stronger than the saint weapons refined by ordinary saints. They couldn't be compared. It had to be known that great saints were existences just a step away from the extreme Tao fruit. They were practically invincible in the heavens and earth. Only saints of the extreme Tao could suppress them. But the myriad medicines cosmos cauldron trembled, and 18 terrifying figures stood around it, each of them exuding a terrifying aura. The bodies of the 18 herbmen began to change. The dark green light began to fade and gradually disappeared into the herbmen. Strands of black qi began to emerge from the herbmen's bodies. Not good, the 18 medicinal men have turned into poison men. Legend has it that this kind of poison can even poison a saint. He Tian was incomparably shocked by this scene. This ancient cauldron was miraculous to the extreme. It seized the fortune of the heavens and the earth, and it could even evolve yin and yang within it. When refining medicine, this was a supreme cauldron that could refine a myriad of medicines and peerless divine pills. But when facing an enemy, this ancient cauldron could instead transform into a myriad poison universe cauldron. Very quickly, the black gas enveloped the 18 alchemists. They had completely transformed into 18 poison men. A terrifying aura spread out from them, causing people's hair to stand on end. Myriad poison man? When Gu Fei saw this, he was also incomparably shocked. This was a poisonous man that could even poison a saint. He did not dare to be careless. If he was touched by the poisonous gas on the poisonous man's body, even his emperor martial body might not be able to withstand it. Fortunately, the 18 poison men only stood around the myriad medicine cosmos cauldron and did not come out from the ancient temple. It seemed like the 18 poison men were guarding the myriad medicine cosmos cauldron. Meanwhile, at this time, auspicious clouds curled up in the sky above the ancient palace, auspicious energy in thousands of streaks. Within the multicolored immortal light, there were streaks of dragon shadows spiraling about, divine phoenixes soaring about. A heavenly phenomenon has descended. The peerless divine pill nurtured by the myriad medicine cosmos cauldron is about to be born, said He Tian. The divine pill nurtured by the myriad medicine cosmos cauldron would definitely be at a heaven-defying level. In the face of such a cauldron of divine pills, no one could remain calm. He Tian's eyes lit up as he stared at the black cauldron in the middle of the hall. Dragons soared and phoenixes danced. This was an unforgettable scene. It was too shocking. In the void, one could even hear the roars of dragons and phoenixes. At this time, the black cauldron in the middle of the ancient palace began to gradually emit a dazzling divine light. Imprints of the great path were faintly discernible. The aura of the great path permeated between heaven and earth. Above the entire myriad medicine cosmos cauldron, the power of the great path was condensing. A peerless divine pill in the cauldron was about to be born. This was using the power of the great path of heaven and earth to refine pills. Such a method could only be done by an ancient alchemy saint. Apart from the ancient alchemy saint, there had never been a second person who could refine pills like this. This great sage of the human race had displayed the Tao of alchemy cauldron to the peak and became a saint. He became an alchemy saint in the world, the only alchemy saint. Even the mountain and river cauldron floating high in the sky could not suppress this heavenly phenomenon. The peerless divine pill was about to be born. Heaven and earth sensed it and sent down a phenomenon. Gu Fei didn't do anything else. He hadn't expected the ancient alchemy saint to leave behind a cauldron of peerless divine pills. Furthermore, this cauldron was condensing the power of the great path at this time and was about to take shape. This kind of divine pill that contained the power of the great path of heaven and earth was definitely a peerless divine medicine for a half-step saint. It could help people comprehend the great path. Boss, we've struck it rich this time. We've struck it rich. He Tian was incomparably excited. This kind of divine pill was also very beneficial to him. Perhaps he would be able to successfully sever his Tao if he took one of these pills. Myas, remember to split it 60-40. 60% of these things are mine, said Gu Fei. He was also very excited and expectant, but he didn't show his state of mind. Afterwards, Gu Fei communicated with the mountain and river cauldron and had it retract its strand of divine power. He and He Tian retreated 100 miles away and quietly waited to the side. The mountain and river cauldron was still floating high in the sky, suppressing the world and preventing the peerless divine pill from flying away. This kind of peerless divine pill might have already gained sentience. The ancient palace was gradually enveloped by divine light. Nothing inside could be seen clearly. The myriad medicine cauldron was resonating with the great path, and a strange phenomenon descended from the sky, drowning out everything. Even Gu Fei with his martial Dao heavenly eye and He Tian with his yin-yang divine eye couldn't see clearly at this time. The power of the great path had blocked out everything. Dragons soared and phoenixes danced. Heaven and earth resonated, and the myriad medicine cauldron shook with heavenly sounds of the great path. A medicinal fragrance that could make one's bones and tendons wafted out. The myriad medicine cauldron of the ancient human race had completely awakened. A saintly aura that could intimidate the 9 heavens and 10 earths surged out of the phenomenon. The entire world was on the verge of collapsing, and this part of the world almost turned into primal chaos. Buzz. The mountain and river cauldron shook, and strands of primal chaos chi fell from it. Each strand was as heavy as 100,000 ancient divine mountains. It froze the space within 1,000 miles, sealing the boundless saintly aura. Gu Fei and He Tian were 100 miles away. Even with the protection of the mountain and river cauldron, they still felt their souls tremble. In front of the saintly aura of a human great sage, they were as weak as ants. Too terrifying. If it weren't for the mountain and river cauldron suppressing the surroundings, this divine land would have collapsed, said He Tian with fear. The power of an ancient great sage was truly too terrifying. It could destroy the heavens and extinguish the earth. Ancient great sages could grab the stars and the moon. They were practically omnipotent. Gu Fei couldn't help sighing. The power of a great sage could already be called invincible. Just how powerful was a great sage? Gu Fei shook his head. Without reaching that realm, he would never be able to understand just how powerful an ancient great sage was. Chapter 1292. The cauldron of myriad medicines emitted the heavenly sound of the Grand Tao. The nurturing of the peerless divine pill was at its most critical juncture, but at this moment, Gu Fei sensed something. Pause, what at this time? Gu Fei's face changed greatly, revealing a look of disbelief. It was as if he had sensed something unbelievable, causing him to be indescribably shocked. Boss, what's wrong? Seeing Gu Fei's expression, He Tian was also startled. It should be known that few things could shock his boss like this. Yen is about to cross the tribulation, Gu Fei said. At this moment, an extremely powerful force was condensing in his Dantian's inner world. Black tribulation clouds appeared above a valley in his inner world. Someone had severed the Tao, causing tribulation clouds to descend from the void. Yen. Hearing this, He Tian couldn't help but be surprised and happy. Yen had been in seclusion in Gu Fei's inner world for many years, trying to break through to the almighty realm. Was she finally going to sever the Tao now? He never imagined that Yen would be the first among them to sever the Tao. It seemed that the heaven-defying divine pill she had refined had really made her cultivation break through to another world. Gu Fei was moved. His inner world was not a place to undergo tribulation. If Yen really triggered the tribulation in his inner world, it would be a disaster. Sush. Gu Fei didn't think too much about it. He used the 8 desolation steps and rushed into the distance. The tribulation triggered by the Tao was definitely not simple. He wanted to move Yen out of his inner world. 8 desolation steps was unparalleled in the world. In just an instant, Gu Fei rushed thousands of miles away and came to a stop in the middle of a mountain. He landed on a spiritual peak and sat on a large rock at the peak. He began to draw upon the force of the heavens and earth in his dantian. Immediately, a strange ripple appeared from his dantian. Rumble! The void trembled and the void in front of Gu Fei shattered. Another world appeared and a terrifying wave immediately spread out from that world. When He Tian saw this scene, he couldn't help but be shocked. Gu Fei was moving the entire valley out of his inner world. The heavenly tribulation's aura immediately filled the entire area. The heavens and earth sensed it and sent down an even more powerful pressure. This was the might of the heavens and earth. Even Gu Fei and He Tian's expressions changed. It should be noted that the world Gu Fei and the others were in was a world created by the great saints of the ancient human race. It was 10 times vaster than Gu Fei's inner world. The void was shattering, and a valley with a circumference of 7 to 8 miles appeared in front of Gu Fei and Erebus' eyes from behind the shattered void. It was extremely strenuous for Gu Fei. This was the greatest power of the heavens and earth that he could mobilize. With his current cultivation and strength, this was the most he could do. The entire valley broke through the void and entered the world created by the great saints of the ancient times. The power of the heavens and earth was vast and mighty. The valley descended from the sky and landed among the mountains. A wave of Tao power condensed in the valley. Yen had successfully cut her Tao. A powerful aura spread out from the valley, making people's hearts tremble. In the heaven realm, this was the emperor's might. The emperor who cut his Tao was a hero who could dominate an area and become the ruler of that area. He could control the life and death of everyone. Gu Fei did not expect that Yen would successfully cut her Tao at this time. Yen also cultivated the Tao of alchemy cauldron. Could it be that she was related to the ancient alchemy sage here? At this time, the wind and clouds gathered. Black tribulation clouds surged from all directions and then gathered above the valley in the middle of the mountains. A terrifying aura of destruction spread out from the pitch-black tribulation clouds. The power of the heavens and earth was condensing. Terrible lightning began to appear in the tribulation clouds. Boom! An earth-shattering sound was heard. A bright and dazzling lightning instantly cut through the void and struck down from the tribulation clouds. It swept through a spiritual mountain and the entire spiritual mountain collapsed in an instant. Rocks flew through the sky in the mountain and there was a sudden chaos. Gu Fei closed his inner world and then stood up from the boulder. He retreated far away. He did not want to cross the tribulation now. However, he also sensed the heavens tribulation that Yen had triggered. In the unseen world, there seemed to be a pair of eyes staring at him. The power of the heavens and earth seemed to descend on his body. This made Gu Fei feel a little uneasy. With his current state, he could cut his Tao at any time. He could trigger the heavens tribulation at any time. This was definitely not a good thing for him. He Tian also retreated. The tribulation of the heavens and earth could only be resisted by Yen alone. In this way, she could obtain the approval of the heavens and earth. No one could help her with the heavens tribulation of the severing Tao. She could only cross the tribulation by herself. If she relied on external forces to cross the tribulation, she would not be tempered. In this way, there might be hidden dangers. Rumble! The black tribulation clouds fell from the sky and enveloped the entire valley. It also enveloped the entire heaven and earth. The terrifying pressure made Gu Fei and He Tian's hearts tremble. The power of the heavens and earth was vast and boundless. It would give people the illusion that it was impossible to resist. If one state of mind was unstable, their fighting spirit would be obliterated and they would most likely fail to cross the tribulation. When crossing the tribulation, the state of mind was the most important. This was Gu Fei's experience. He maintained an indomitable state of mind. He was invincible. No matter how powerful the power of the heavens and earth was, it would not be able to shake his strong heart. Dazzling bolts of lightning were like huge dragons. They pierced through the pitch-black tribulation clouds. Each bolt of lightning emitted a destructive aura. This was a way of releasing the power of the heavens and earth. From time to time, bolts of lightning as large as mountains would strike down from the tribulation clouds. These were destructive lightning bolts. Wherever they passed, the void would be torn apart. Entire mountains would be instantly turned to dust. The heavenly tribulation was condensing. A terrifying power spread in all directions. The black tribulation clouds almost pressed down to the ground. At this time, the life aura in the valley became more and more exuberant. Boom! With a loud bang, a cave in the valley suddenly exploded. A figure soared into the sky and flew below the tribulation cloud. He raised his head and looked at the tribulation cloud. It's Yen. When Gu Fei saw that jade-green figure, he couldn't help but be surprised and happy. It was a fairy, ethereal and elegant. It was as if she did not eat the food of the mortal world. At this time, this fairy's body emitted a boundless celestial light. Rays of divine light circled around her like lightning. The aura of the great Tao was vast and mighty. Chapter 1293. Heavenly tribulation was an abxo tribulation that heaven and earth had sensed. This was a kind of tempering that heaven and earth gave to the cultivator. If the cultivator could survive this heavenly tribulation, the cultivator could obtain the recognition of heaven and earth. If the cultivator couldn't survive this tribulation, then there was only one ending for the cultivator, and that was to be destroyed in body and soul. The cultivator would completely disappear from heaven and earth, unable to even become a ghost. After Yen took the heaven-defying divine pill, she had been in seclusion for a long time, trying to break through the bottleneck of cultivation. At this time, she finally succeeded in cutting her Tao. The pitch-black abxo tribulation clouds pressed down from the sky, and the terrifying abxo power of heaven and earth spread in all directions. Even though they were hundreds of miles away, Gu Fei and the others still felt their souls tremble. Rumble! In the pitch-black tribulation clouds, dazzling abxo lightning flashed constantly, and the deafening abxo sound of thunder shook the heaven and earth. Below the tribulation clouds, a fairy looked up. Her extraordinary abxo face didn't have the slightest bit of abxo fear. There were 9 immortal lights circling around Yen. On her abxo body, blurry abxo Tao patterns appeared faintly, intertwining with the great Tao of heaven and earth. Tao rhymes circulated. Yen, who had succeeded in cutting her Tao abxo, was different from before. Her abxo temperament had changed greatly. It was as if she was standing above the 9 heavens, overlooking the common people. Gu Fei was a little uneasy because Yen's abxo medicine king cauldron had already exploded when she was refining the heaven-defying divine pill. She didn't have a protective abxo treasure on her, so she had one less thing to rely on to pass the tribulation. Cultivators all had a life-related abxo treasure. This was a cultivator's protective abxo treasure. It could be used to attack the enemy, and it could also be used to resist the heavenly tribulation. It had to be known that no cultivator would be as abnormal as Gu Fei. He could use his body to resist the heavenly tribulation and draw the power of the heavenly tribulation to temper his physical body and martial body abxo. 4 cultivators who weren't martial artists, attracting the heavenly tribulation was tantamount to committing suicide. On this side, Yen was preparing to cross her tribulation. On the other side, in the abxo region where the myriad medicine cosmos cauldron was located, a terrible abxo thing was also happening. The abxo peerless divine pill in the myriad medicine cosmos cauldron had finally formed. All the visions of heaven and earth entered the ancient temple and the cauldron of medicine and heaven and earth. Countless imprints of the great path intertwined, and the power of the great path surged. Just as a medicinal fragrance wafted through the air, a lightning tribulation descended. There were no tribulation clouds, and the lightning seemed to appear out of nowhere. Streaks of 5-colored lightning bolts that were as large as mountain ridges bombarded the ancient palace. That's the power of the 5 elements. Gu Fei was incomparably shocked. It was just the birth of a cauldron of divine pill abxo, but it had attracted the 5 elements lightning tribulation. This was too inconceivable. One must know that the 5 elements lightning tribulation was not an ordinary abxo lightning tribulation. This kind of lightning tribulation was very rare. The 5 elements lightning tribulation had a total of 5 layers: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. These 5 kinds of forces condensed into 5 colored lightning bolts that blotted out the sky and covered the earth as they bombarded down from the void. The destructive Wuxia power tore apart the heaven and earth. Even the ancient Wuxia palace began to crack, as if it would collapse at any time. The 5-colored Wuxia lightning directly broke the roof of the ancient palace and hit the Wuxia myriad medicine cosmos cauldron inside the ancient palace. At this time, the 18 medicinal men had already disappeared without a trace. The myriad medicine cosmos cauldron was completely submerged by the 5-colored Wuxia lightning the moment the 5 elements lightning tribulation struck. However, the Wuxia medicinal fragrance from the myriad medicine cosmos cauldron became even more intense. The 5 elements rotated, and a total of 5 layers of lightning tribulations fell from the heaven and earth. Each layer of lightning tribulations tore the entire heaven and earth apart. The area within a 10-li radius of the ancient palace was completely scorched. Innumerable Wuxia inky spirit bamboo were destroyed by the lightning. The 5-colored lightning swept across a large area. This made He Tian's heart ache incomparably when he saw the Wuxia. One must know that these were divine materials used to refine an emperor's divine weapon. Among them was the Wuxia inky spirit bamboo king, which could be used to refine an almighty divine weapon. It was a divine material that was hard to find even in the heavenly realm. The power of the 5 elements wreaked havoc for half an hour before it gradually dissipated. The power of the 5 elements of heaven and earth had almost destroyed the ancient palace. The Wuxia roof of the ancient palace had been completely lifted, leaving only the walls and some pillars. This was an ancient palace that was branded with Tao patterns. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for it to be preserved. However, now, after experiencing the 5 elements lightning tribulation, the Wuxia Tao patterns on the walls and pillars of the ancient palace had already dimmed. The power of the great Tao was about to be obliterated by the heavenly tribulation. If it wasn't for the mountain and river cauldron floating high in the sky, stabilizing the heaven and earth, the 5 layers of the Wuxia 5 elements lightning tribulation would have already sunk the entire region. It's not over yet. Gu Fei was shocked. Looking at the Wuxia void above the ancient palace, he could feel an Wuxia energy that was even more terrifying and powerful than the 5 elements lightning tribulation condensing rapidly. In the sky above the myriad medicine heaven and earth cauldron, traces of chaotic qi were gathering. A destructive Wuxia aura made Gu Fei and He Tian's hearts palpitate. After the 5 elements lightning tribulation, will there be a chaos divine tribulation? He Tian's Wuxia voice was trembling. The chaos divine tribulation was one of the strongest Wuxia heavenly tribulations in the world. Once this kind of heavenly tribulation descended, the heaven and earth would most likely return to chaos. At this time, Yen's Wuxia heavenly tribulation had been brewing for half an hour and it finally began to show its might. Boom! A huge Wuxia lightning bolt struck down from the tribulation cloud, connecting the sky and earth, emitting a destructive Wuxia aura, striking towards Yen below. Buzz! Yen manifested her own Tao and a black Wuxia ancient cauldron appeared above her Wuxia head. The ancient cauldron swallowed the heaven and earth, sucking in the huge Wuxia lightning bolt. This wasn't the real Wuxia divine cauldron, but an Wuxia shadow created by her own Tao energy. However, it still possessed a great Wuxia divine might, capable of devouring the heaven and earth. This, Gu Fei and He Tian were shocked to see Yen's Wuxia technique. The Wuxia divine cauldron that Yen manifested was almost identical to the myriad medicine heaven and earth cauldron. Could it be that the Wuxia pill gate of the human realm was the Wuxia Tao passed down by the great sage alchemy saint of the ancient era? The Wuxia sect that had produced the ancient great sage shouldn't have been nearly extinct. The Wuxia pill cauldron sect in the human realm was simply too weak. Up until now, only Yen was left. Now that Yen had entered the heaven realm, the Wuxia pill gate of the human realm was truly Wuxia Tao broken. Rumble! The heaven and earth unleashed their might. Terrifying Wuxia lightning bolts emitted a heart-palpitating Wuxia destructive aura as they struck down from the sky. They were like a huge Wuxia dragon formed by the lightning bolts, all of them rushing towards Yen. Yen-Er's body was surrounded by immortal light. The 9 immortal lights were incomparably dazzling. She waved her hands and manifested an immortal technique. A black cauldron floated above her Wuxia head, absorbing all the descending Wuxia lightning bolts. Chapter 1294. The black cauldron was shaking. Thousands of lightning bolts were swallowed by the black cauldron and refined by it. This was a terrifying technique. Gu Fei and He Tian were shocked to see this scene. The technique that Yen had conjured could actually fight against the lightning tribulation that was descending from the heavens. The lightning tribulation was exploding. Every inch of the void was filled with the aura of destruction. The heavens and earth were enraged. Even more powerful lightning bolts struck down from the tribulation clouds. Every bolt of lightning tore through the void, shattering the heavens and earth. Everywhere they passed, everything was destroyed. Nothing was left, only pitch-black spatial cracks. The black cauldron conjured by Yen-Er displayed great power. Like the real cauldron of myriad medicines, it actually swallowed all the lightning bolts that struck down from the tribulation clouds into the cauldron. After severing her Tao, Yen-Er's strength was too strong. She conjured a technique of the immortal Tao and resisted the heavenly tribulation alone. This kind of power was admirable. While Yen-Er was resisting the heavenly tribulation, the cauldron of divine pills left behind by the great sage of the human race was also undergoing the heavenly tribulation. This was the legendary pill tribulation. Only when a heaven-defying divine pill was born would the heavens and earth sense it and send down the heavenly tribulation. The divine pill left behind by the medicine sage was refined using the cauldron of myriad medicines. It was extraordinary in itself. It could trigger the heavenly tribulation. Gu Fei and He Tian were not surprised. At this time, the 5 elements lightning tribulation passed and the chaos lightning tribulation descended. Streaks of chaotic lightning filled with the power of destruction descended from the sky, striking down on the cauldron of myriad medicines below. This was the power of chaos. It could destroy everything, including the void. As the chaotic lightning descended, the already dilapidated ancient palace collapsed on the spot. Even the marks of the Tao were not enough. Under the bombardment of the chaotic lightning, the ancient palace only lasted for a few minutes before it was completely destroyed. The chaotic lightning drowned the cauldron of myriad medicines. The area where the cauldron of myriad medicines was located immediately turned into chaos. The void of the heavens and earth was torn apart. Nothing was left behind. The mountain and river cauldron that floated in the sky was also shaking. Primordial chaos chi descended from above, stabilizing the entire area and sealing the vast chaotic power of destruction. If it wasn't for the mountain-river cauldron sealing off the surroundings, the area within a 1,000-mile radius would have been turned into chaos if the chaotic destructive force had not spread out. Gu Fei and He Tian could not help but shiver when they saw this. Chaotic force could obliterate everything. Probably only saint weapons imprinted with the laws of the world could resist this destructive power. The cauldron of myriad medicines was nurturing a divine pill in the primordial chaos. This was the cauldron of the fortune of the world. The divine elixir definitely contained fragments of the Great Path, which could help one comprehend the Great Path and allow one to be infinitely close to the Great Path of heaven and earth. There would be a chance of attaining the Great Path, and as long as one could grasp this chance, it was not impossible to comprehend the Great Path of heaven and earth. This cauldron of divine pills was extremely precious. Both Gu Fei and He Tian were looking forward to it. At this time, the entire world was shaking. The power of the heavenly tribulation was so great that it shook the entire world created by the great saints of the primordial era. Yen-Er did her best to resist the heavenly tribulation. The black cauldron she had conjured swallowed all of the lightning. She was temporarily safe. However, the power of the heavenly tribulation didn't stop there. The real tribulation had yet to descend. Just as Gu Fei and He Tian were anxiously watching from afar, He Tian's expression suddenly changed. He seemed to have sensed something. "Oh no!" He Tian cried out. He turned around and flew towards the origin of the primordial chaos. Seeing this, Gu Fei couldn't help but be stunned. He didn't think too much about it and directly used the 8 desolate steps to chase after He Tian. At this time, at the origin of chaos, demonic qi filled the sky. The demonic power that made one's heart palpitate was vast and mighty. The maze that Erebus had laid down was in operation. Countless runes appeared on the ground and in the void. A great demon is attacking? Gu Fei and He Tian came closer. Seeing this scene, they couldn't help but be startled. Terrifying demonic fluctuations were emitting from the bewildering formation. This was definitely the power of an almighty demon. The one trapped in the bewildering formation is a demon emperor? Although He Tian was confident in his attainments in array formations, this bewildering formation wasn't a heaven-defying killing formation. It could only stop some experts from entering. This bewildering formation couldn't trap the demon emperor. Boom! With a sudden explosion, countless runes were destroyed. The bewildering formation laid down by He Tian completely collapsed. From the inside out, it was destroyed by a terrifying power. This, Gu Fei and He Tian couldn't help but feel apprehensive. The demon emperor that had barged in was definitely a powerful great demon. The fluctuations of a sacred weapon. Within the demonic qi, a pair of blood-red eyes flickered. A blurry figure was faintly discernible in the demonic qi. An extremely powerful aura spread out from the figure. Could this be the legendary divine alchemy soil? The great demon sensed a wisp of medicinal fragrance drifting in the void. He looked in the direction of the mountain and river cauldron's aura. He didn't seem to care about Gu Fei and He Tian at all. This great demon, the Tao-severing demon emperor, was incomparably powerful. He could indeed disregard any sovereign. However, this great demon was too careless. He didn't know that Gu Fei could defy the heavens and fight against almighties. Boom! A star rushed out from the top of He Tian's head. It emitted boundless starlight energy and smashed towards the great demon in front of him. The entire heaven and earth trembled under this star. A divine weapon of almighties? The great demon was very surprised. These 2 ants didn't escape after seeing him. Instead, they dared to attack him. This was something he had never encountered before. This was simply ants challenging a giant dragon. Swish! A pitch-black demonic hand reached out from the demonic qi, grabbing towards the huge star that was smashing towards it. A terrifying demonic power spread out from the huge hand, causing the entire world to darken. Rumble! The demon hand enveloped the heaven and earth, suppressing the starlight of the star. It displayed a supreme devil might. It could actually snatch away the divine weapon of He Tian. What? He Tian was shocked. He knew that this time, they had encountered a ruthless character. This demon emperor wasn't an ordinary demon emperor. Among the great demons of the Tao-severing realm, he was most likely an expert among experts. The light of a star dares to compete with the radiance of the moon? Courting death. The great demon was very domineering. His words were filled with disdain. He actually wanted to directly snatch away the star. Chapter 1295. Rumble! The pitch-black palm blotted out the sky, enveloping the entire sky as it directly grabbed downwards. Below the palm, even the void was being destroyed. The supreme divine weapon unleashed by He Tian was being suppressed. The resplendent starlight dimmed. The power of the stars actually couldn't contend against the great devil. This caused He Tian and Gu Fei to feel incomparably shocked. This great devil is most likely a grand completion demon emperor. He Tian naturally wouldn't allow this great devil to snatch away his supreme divine weapon so easily. He circulated the power of his divine weapon with all his might, causing the starlight to shine brightly once more. Swish! Boundless starlight erupted from the huge star, illuminating the dusky sky and earth. It broke through the layers of devil qi and rushed out from under the pitch-black devil hand. "Wanna leave?" That great devil sneered. After that, he displayed his devil Tao innate techniques. The devil hand rapidly grabbed down from the sky, about to snatch away that huge star. "Boss!" He Tian panicked and couldn't help but shout. If this supreme divine weapon was snatched away, he would lose a supreme defensive treasure. At this time, Gu Fei had no choice but to make a move. Bang. Gu Fei directly took a step forward and punched upwards. Towering fist force gushed out from his fist like a surging river, rushing towards the devil hand that was grabbing down from the sky. Amen. Within the devil chi, the demon emperor was taken aback. Could it be that these two ants had turned stupid? They actually dared to attack him? This was simply courting death. The demonic hand slammed down, colliding with Gu Fei's fist energy. As the two powerful forces collided, pitch-black spatial cracks appeared in the entire world. Gu Fei's fist force was like a mountain, pressing forward with indomitable will. He actually managed to block the incoming pitch-black palm. This time, it was the demon sovereign's turn to be dumbfounded. An ant actually blocked his attack. This was simply impossible, but it actually happened in front of him. The demon emperor was in disbelief. How could a great accomplishment emperor stage cultivator contend against a demon emperor who had severed the Tao? His opponent's fist force was so powerful that it shook the heavens and the earth. This power seemed to have surpassed the cultivation and strength of a great Tir Renhuang. Could it be the legendary genius that only appears once in 100 generations? Can you defy the heavens and fight mighty beings? The demon emperor was also secretly shocked. He could feel the seemingly boundless power coming from Gu Fei's hands. This made him unable to understand how a human's body could contain such enormous power. Gu Fei let out a furious roar. His long hair fluttered even though there was no wind. The ground beneath his feet immediately cracked under his stomp. His fist that was blocking the demonic hand shook violently. Boom! The boundless fist force suddenly erupted like 100,000 volcanoes. This power was too powerful, so powerful that even the demon emperor's expression changed. The pitch-black demonic hand was instantly shattered by the power that erupted from Gu Fei's fist. The entire void collapsed and almost turned into chaos. The void trembled. A circle of ripples that could be seen with the naked eye spread out in all directions with Gu Fei's fist as the center. Layers of demonic chi dispersed. A slender figure appeared from within the demonic chi. When Gu Fei and He Tian saw this person, they couldn't help but be stunned. This great demon was actually a woman? This was a huge surprise to them. From the voice of this great demon, they couldn't tell whether it was a man or a woman. But now that they saw the body, this great demon's gender was immediately revealed. The power that erupted from Gu Fei's fist shook the great demon so much that she couldn't help but take a few steps back. This made the great demon inexplicably shocked. Could it be that you are a legendary martial artist with unparalleled physique? The great demon's eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. The way she looked at Gu Fei was like she was looking at a monster. Blocked by Gu Fei, Erebus was able to retrieve the star treasure. Then he immediately retreated into the distance. He actually wanted to get away from this place. This guy. When Gu Fei saw He Tian run away, he couldn't help but curse this guy for not having any loyalty. When faced with a strong opponent, the first person to run away would definitely be this guy. I didn't expect you to be a martial emperor. I misjudged you. The demon couldn't help but take Gu Fei seriously. No one would be careless when dealing with a martial body. It should be known that a successful martial body was synonymous with strength. Who is the bright moon and who is the star? We'll only know after we fight. Gu Fei was very direct. He soared into the sky and rushed towards the demon. With every step he took, Tao patterns would gush out from under his feet. If you had cut your Tao, I would have some scruples. However, you haven't cut your Tao yet. The demon emperor's pair of blood-red eyes flashed with a blood-red light that made people's hearts palpitate. Even if I haven't cut my Tao, I can still kill you. After saying that, Gu Fei attacked the female demon emperor. Bang! Gu Fei simply and directly threw a punch at the demonic empress. It was an ordinary punch, but it contained a great amount of power. Vague Tao runes appeared on his fist. He was trying to use a trace of the great path of heaven and earth that he had comprehended. What? The Tao patterns appeared on Gu Fei's fist, which shocked the female demon emperor. This was an attack that only a Tao Severer could master. Could it be that this martial emperor had reached the point where he could cut his Tao at any time? This person couldn't be left alive. If he could successfully cut his Tao, he would become an invincible existence among his peers. Other Tao Severs would definitely not be able to compare with him. Swish! The female demon emperor stretched out her slender jade-like hand and pressed forward. Bang! Gu Fei's fist seemed to have hit a transparent wall and was blocked. However, the vague Tao patterns on his fist stimulated the Tao power. Boom! The Tao power on Gu Fei's fist suddenly exploded. The female demon emperor felt as if she had been hit by an invisible hammer. Her body swayed and she took another step back. The void around the female demon emperor was shaking. Flawless 5 elements. Gu Fei took a step forward and shouted. He directly struck out with the flawless 5 elements fist. On his fist, the essence of the 5 elements interweaved. It seemed as if there were 5 void worlds revolving on Gu Fei's fist. The 5 elements of heaven and earth were driven. Gu Fei's fist began to emit 5-colored divine light. Each divine light contained great power. Infernal purgatory. The female demon emperor struck out with her demonic divine ability. Terrifying demonic fluctuations surged out from her body. Her hands were changing, and a pitch-black hole appeared in front of her. The hole rapidly expanded and emitted a heaven-devouring power. It swallowed all the 5 elements fist power that Gu Fei had struck out. Rumble! The heavens and earth shook. The black hole in front of the female demon emperor emitted a terrifying aura, completely obliterating the 5 elements fist power that had been swallowed. Not only that, the black hole actually shrouded Gu Fei. It wanted to swallow Gu Fei into that heart-palpitating black hole. That black hole seemed to be connected to the void. Inside the black hole, there was nothing but destruction. In the primal chaos, perhaps only peerless divine materials could be preserved. The infernal purgatory devoured everything. Gu Fei remained calm in the face of such a powerful technique. He used the 8 desolate steps and rapidly retreated with the speed of 8 steps. At this time, Gu Fei still hadn't used the Saint-Tier battle avatar. He wanted to use the female demon emperor to prove his strength. Swish! As Gu Fei retreated, a beam of purple-gold divine light suddenly appeared between his eyebrows. It was as if a vertical eye had suddenly appeared between his eyebrows. Primordial Soul Transformation Sword. Gu Fei shouted in a deep voice. Then, the divine light that rushed out from between his eyebrows turned into a Tao sword. The Tao sword drew the power of the great Tao of heaven and earth and slashed towards the female demon emperor. Wherever the Tao sword passed, nothing was left behind. Such a method, such an attack, even a Tao severing expert would be afraid. The Tao sword formed from the primordial soul was too domineering. It was said to be able to destroy everything. The female demon emperor didn't dare to be careless. She controlled infernal purgatory and used this great technique to block the attack. She wanted to collect the Tao sword formed from the primordial soul into the cauldron. But this time, unexpectedly, the primordial soul Tao sword pierced through the void, broke through infernal purgatory, and directly slashed towards the female demon emperor behind infernal purgatory. Swish! The primordial soul Tao sword was so fast that it was hard to see with the naked eye. It flew past the female demon emperor and left a shocking wound on the female demon emperor's right arm. The female demon emperor was shocked to the extreme. The other party could actually hurt her. An ant-like existence could also threaten an elephant. This was something the female demon emperor couldn't accept. She was a dragon, and the other party was a sparrow. How could a sparrow hurt a dragon? The 9 secrets of the immortal Tao. Preposterous. The female demon emperor recognized the secret technique that Gu Fei used. She was even more shocked. She never expected that the other party could actually master such a secret technique of the immortal Tao. Just as the demonic empress was in a state of shock and anger, a silhouette appeared behind her without a sound. Then, with lightning speed, he punched her in the back. Bam! With a muffled sound, the female demon emperor's bones broke. The female demon emperor was sent flying thousands of feet away by the person who silently appeared behind her. A wisp of black blood seeped out from the corner of the female demon emperor's mouth. What? She roared at the sky. Her long hair danced wildly. Demonic chi surged around her. A terrifying demonic power erupted from her body, causing the void to tremble. The female demon emperor turned around. When she saw the person who attacked her, she couldn't help but be dumbfounded. How is this possible? Chapter 1296. Could this be the legendary Three Pure Ones? The female demon emperor was sent flying thousands of feet away by another Gu Fei who had silently appeared behind her. Blood seeped out of her mouth, and her demonic body suffered a great impact. Especially the dragon's spine on her back. It was nearly shattered by Gu Fei's punch, and all the bones in her body were shaken. This caused the female demon emperor to be both shocked and angry. An ant will always be an ant. So what if there's one more? The female demon emperor was enraged. Demonic chi surged from her body, and a demonic aura that could shake one's soul spread out. Bam! She directly attacked. Endless demonic energy gathered between her hands, and a pitch-black hand instantly covered the entire heaven and earth, grabbing towards the two Gu Feis that were rushing towards her. Gu Fei used the Three Pure Ones, creating another hymn. Together, they charged towards the female demon emperor. Yin and Yang Qi surged between heaven and earth, and the two Gu Feis were filled with battle intent. The Three Pure Ones could be said to be a supreme art of the immortal Tao. When cultivated to the highest level, one could instantly create 3 Gu Feis, and each of them would have the same cultivation base and strength. With Gu Fei's current cultivation base, he could only create 1 immortal Tao incarnation, but this was already very frightening. When 2 Gu Feis attacked together, the entire heaven and earth trembled. Rumble! The 2 Gu Feis each punched out. Their fists blossomed with resplendent golden light, and the power of metal in all directions was drawn. It was as if 2 golden suns had appeared high up in the sky, dispersing the heavy demonic chi, and collided with the giant hand that was grabbing down from the sky. The demonic aura was extremely dense. The evil empress displayed her monarch-level cultivation and strength. Her demonic aura spread in all directions. Her pitch-black hand pressed down, wanting to obliterate the 2 golden, godly suns below. Meanwhile, Gu Fei's cultivation and strength had already reached the edge of the Tao-severing stage. His martial body was extremely powerful, and the martial path true power in his body surged violently. The golden aura illuminated the entire area. The world and the void were collapsing and being annihilated. 2 heart-palpitating forces collided. The female demon emperor was really going all out, not holding anything back. Gu Fei didn't dare to be careless either, going all out to defend himself. A terrifying destructive force spread out from between Gu Fei and the female demon emperor in all directions. A circle of transparent ripples spread out, and then, the void was torn apart like a thin piece of paper. Seeing this scene, He Tian hurriedly retreated far away. A battle of this level was incomparably dangerous. He didn't want to be caught in the crossfire. 2 golden figures fell from the sky, smashing into the ground. The pitch-black demon hand slammed down from the sky. Below the giant hand, the void collapsed, turning into the most primitive chaotic land. Damn it! Seeing this scene from afar, He Tian couldn't help being startled. The female demon emperor was actually suppressing Gu Fei. This wasn't a good thing. Boom! The earth trembled, dust flew everywhere. The pitch-black hand slammed down from the sky, and the soil on the ground violently undulated like waves. A giant palm print appeared on the ground. "Boss?" He Tian exclaimed. Even a Tao-severing expert would find it hard to withstand the giant hand formed by the female demon emperor's endless demonic power. It should be known that the female demon emperor was incomparably powerful. Even among the Tao-severing experts, she was definitely one of the top figures. Such a figure wasn't to be trifled with. The human race martial body is only SOSO. The female demon emperor was incomparably arrogant. Although she had been punched by Gu Fei, her demon body was incomparably tough, so she had only suffered a minor injury. Given the female demon emperor's cultivation and strength, she could completely recover from such an injury in the blink of an eye. In ancient times, successful cultivators were synonymous with power. Seeing the female demon emperor suppress a cultivator like Gu Fei, she was naturally extremely excited. Bang! Just as the female demon emperor was feeling complacent, the giant palm print on the ground suddenly exploded, and two golden figures rushed out from the ground. Kill! The two Gu Feis shouted in unison. Their voices shook the vast sky, and their killing intent was like a rainbow, as if they hadn't suffered any impact. The two martial bodies emitted monstrous fluctuations of martial path true power. The three Pure One's secret technique was too mysterious. Now, except for Gu Fei himself, no one else could know which one Gu Fei's real body was. The two Gu Feis were exactly the same. Even their aura and cultivation were exactly the same. It was equivalent to having an additional Gu Fei. Clang! Endless golden light emitted from Gu Fei and his incarnation. The void emitted a metallic sound, and golden divine swords appeared around the two Gu Feis, circling and dancing. The two Gu Feis pointed at the female demon emperor in front of them. Swish! Tens of thousands of golden swords rushed forward, blotting out the sky as they pierced towards the evil empress. Each of the golden swords would leave behind a hair-thin crack in space as they slashed through the void. Boss is starting to show his ruthlessness. He Tian saw this scene from afar. He had already guessed Gu Fei's intention. Boss wanted to get rid of this demon emperor as soon as possible, so as not to cause any trouble. Demon devour heaven and earth. The female demon emperor executed the demon Dao's great technique, and a pitch-black vortex appeared in front of her again. Then, it rapidly enlarged and emitted a heaven-devouring force, swallowing all the golden divine swords into the vortex. I'll let you devour! Gu Fei roared as he unleashed the flawless five elements fist. Every punch he unleashed would radiate with a dazzling golden light, and the void in front of his fists would collapse. His fist energy shook the heavens and the earth, and he pushed forward with indomitable will. The pitch-black vortex that was swallowing heaven and earth was on the verge of collapsing. He used his fists to resist the female demon emperor's attack. Go to hell! The glabella of Gu Fei and his immortal Dao incarnation emitted a dazzling purple light, and a terrifying fluctuation spread out from them. Swish! Two purple-gold divine lights shot out from the glabella of Gu Fei and his immortal Dao incarnation. The dazzling divine light cut through everything, and it contained great Dao patterns. This was the primordial spirit Dao sword. The two sword shadows were extremely fast, and they slashed towards the female demon emperor. What is this? Not everyone knew about the immortal Dao's secret technique, and even fewer had seen it before. This female demon emperor, who had already severed her Dao, couldn't see through this primordial spirit Dao sword technique. She sensed danger and immediately retreated, wanting to avoid the two primordial spirit Dao lights. Chapter 1297. A demon emperor was instantly slain by Gu Fei's primordial spirit Dao light. This caused He Tian, who was watching the battle from afar, to be extremely shocked and in disbelief. One had to know that this was a demon emperor. Moreover, it was a demon emperor that had severed her Dao for countless years. She was incomparably powerful, but her devil body was actually slain by someone. If such a thing were to spread out, no one would believe it. You deserve to die. The female demon emperor roared in anger. She was already close to going crazy. Her opponent's secret techniques were endless, making her feel a sense of danger and uneasiness. The broken pieces of her devil body rapidly reassembled. Boundless devil chi shrouded her devil body. The female demon emperor's vitality was already injured. Although her body was reassembled, there was still a shadow in her heart. This was because she was defeated by a sovereign at grand completion. Swish! Two primordial spirit Dao lights directly rushed into the thick devil chi, piercing through the female demon emperor. Their speed was absolutely the fastest in the world. However, this time, the female demon emperor was prepared. She punched the void, wanting to kill the two primordial spirit Dao lights while she rushed into the primal chaos. Although this method was brilliant, it was still not enough to deal with the primordial spirit Dao swords. This was because the primordial spirit Dao swords could slay everything. The primordial spirit Dao swords instantly slashed into the primal chaos void created by the female demon emperor. However, at that moment, the two Dao swords rushed out from the primal chaos. Pif-pif, pif-pif. Two soft sounds rang out. The primordial spirit Tao swords once again pierced through the female demon emperor's devil body. Wherever the primordial spirit Tao light passed through, a large amount of blood would flow out. Yua! The female demon emperor roared. Monstrous devil chi engulfed the heaven and earth, enveloping this part of the world. The night seemed to suddenly descend as the devil chi was vast and mighty. Within the devil chi, this demon emperor felt that she was going crazy. She was actually injured by an ant. She found it hard to accept such an outcome. The primordial spirit Tao sword condensed the power of the great Tao. Even a saint who comprehended the Tao would be very careful when facing such a great immortal Tao technique. Gu Fei did not have the slightest bit of tenderness towards the fairer sex. Although the other party was a female cultivator, that did not mean that Gu Fei would show mercy. If one was hit by this terrifying divine light that contained the power of the Great Path, there would be very serious consequences. This was a wound of the Great Path, and it was very difficult to recover from. Boom! Suddenly, an extremely terrifying aura spread out from within the surging demonic chi. It was as if a great demon had awakened in the depths of the demonic chi. Boss, be careful. That guy is using a demon weapon. He Tian's voice rang out in Gu Fei's mind. Saint-level MO weapon? Gu Fei sensed a trace of saintly might lingering in the demonic cloud above his head. This was a saintly-grade demonic artifact refined by a demon saint. Swoosh! A black light that was as huge as a mountain broke through the layers of demonic chi without warning and shot down from the sky. It wanted to kill Gu Fei instantly. However, Gu Fei's battle experience was extremely rich. The instant the black light descended from the sky, he sensed it and dodged it with the 8 desolate steps. Gu Fei's martial body had a subtle sense of danger. The other party used a holy weapon. Gu Fei felt danger. The MO weapon refined by the demon saint was extremely powerful and displayed a wisp of holy might. But this wisp of holy might was enough to shock the world. Swoosh! Another black light descended from the sky and swept towards Gu Fei below. Gu Fei dodged it immediately. The nearby spiritual peaks were swept by the black light and immediately turned into ashes. Nothing remained. What kind of MO weapon is this? Gu Fei was very surprised. It seemed that wherever he went, there would be demonic light sweeping out from the demonic clouds in the sky, wanting to kill him on the spot. If it was an ordinary warrior, he would have died long ago. However, Gu Fei was different. He had the world's fastest speed. Often, when danger came, he could make a move that was beneficial to him and protect himself. Damn it! The destructive demonic light swept down from the demonic clouds. Gu Fei had no chance to fight back. This was the power of a holy level. With his current cultivation and strength, he could not compete with it. You have a holy weapon, so do I. After Gu Fei dodged a destructive demonic light, he took out the holy battle puppet. He entered the battle puppet with his divine sense and then drove the battle puppet to the sky. Bam! The battle puppet bombarded upwards with its palm. The power of a holy level surged out from the battle puppet's palm. The demonic clouds that shrouded the entire sky and earth were immediately dispersed by more than half. In the depths of the demonic clouds, a figure held a magic mirror and shone it at Gu Fei. On the magic mirror, there were demonic patterns appearing. The destructive power formed a black light and descended from the sky. The holy battle puppet did not dodge. It directly raised its palm and slashed. The extremely ferocious power was actually able to block the destructive light that shone down from the sky. This was a battle between saints, and Erebus could no longer intervene. The female demon emperor saw Gu Fei controlling a strange thing to attack her. She couldn't help but be shocked and angry. This humanoid puppet could actually display the power of a holy level. Hey, could it be the legendary primordial demon mirror? In the distant sky, He Tian saw the magic mirror in the female demon emperor's hand. He couldn't help but be startled. He recognized the origin of this magic mirror. Legend has it that the primordial demon mirror was a demonic tool refined by an ancient primordial heavenly demon. The primordial heavenly demon was a famous great demon in ancient times. The primordial heavenly demon was a demon saint. This demon saint was incomparably powerful. He once fought against a great saint of the human race. After being defeated, he could actually escape from the hands of a human race great saint. The primordial demon mirror was a holy weapon refined by the primordial heavenly demon. The destructive black light emitted from the magic mirror could sweep away everything. Even the void became very unstable under the illumination of the mirror light. This female demon emperor unexpectedly obtained the primordial demon mirror. This was something that no one would have thought of. This primordial demon mirror, after being missing for countless years, finally appeared. And the person who controlled this magic mirror was a demon emperor. Primordial demon mirror? What is it? Is it even more powerful than a virtualized realm? Gu Fei couldn't help but be cautious after hearing He Tian's words. The primordial heavenly demon, a demon that dared to use this name, was definitely not an ordinary demon. Rumble! The runes on the holy level battle puppet were activated by Gu Fei. The Tao pattern on its core began to emerge. A majestic holy aura spread out from the battle puppet's body. There was nothing much to say. The human race and the demons were irreconcilable enemies. When the two met, one side would inevitably fall. Chapter 1298. The Saint-grade battle avatar was incomparably powerful. Divine runes of the Great Path appeared all over its body, condensing the power of the Great Path. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth in the surroundings frantically gathered towards the battle avatar. Boom! The entire world shook as the battle avatar punched out. A powerful saintly might spread out, causing all living beings in the divine land to tremble. This was the might of a saint-grade battle, representing the strongest power in the world. Even the heavens and earth would change color, let alone the countless living beings beneath it. At this time, He Tian had already retreated far away. This was a battle between saints, and he could no longer interfere. He would only be throwing his life away if he stepped forward. Swoosh! Demonic clouds churned in the sky as a huge beam of black light the size of a mountain range radiated with terrifying destructive ripples, shooting towards the battle avatar that was soaring into the sky. The battle avatar that Gu Fei had taken control of erupted with towering killing intent. It didn't dodge or evade, and simply swung its fist upwards, shattering the destructive demonic light and pressing towards the demonic figure in the sky. One had to admit that the battle prowess displayed by the saint-grade battle avatar was far too great. Even the destructive demonic light of the primordial demon mirror could not destroy it. Gu Fei even suspected that this saint-grade battle avatar had been refined using the ancestral root of the ink spirit bamboo, which had been derived from the primordial chaos when the heavens were first created. One had to know that ordinary ink spirit bamboo could not possibly be so tough and nearly indestructible, and could even be branded with the veins of the Great Path. Only peerless divine materials could become the carrier of the Great Path and bear the power of the Great Path. Ordinary divine materials could not become the carrier of the Great Path. This was a scene that even He Tian was stunned by. A human-shaped battle avatar rose into the sky, swinging its fist and shattering the destructive demonic light. It charged straight into the churning demonic clouds in the sky. Gu Fei's main body withdrew his immortal incarnation at this time and retreated. With this saint-grade battle avatar, there was no need for him to personally take action. Above the sky, demonic clouds churned, and a terrifying holy aura spread out in all directions, shocking the heavens and causing all living beings in this divine land to feel uneasy. They worshipped in the direction of the holy aura while trembling. Gu Fei and He Tian retreated far away. However, even though they had retreated thousands of miles away, the pressure of a sage was still very strong. If not for the protection of their sacred weapons, Gu Fei and He Tian might not even be able to stand up. Buzz! A violet gold divine sword hovered above Gu Fei's head. Vast sword chi radiated from the sword, protecting the two people below. High up in the sky, the demonic clouds were dissipating. The saint-grade battle avatar had displayed its unparalleled battle prowess, and it was about to scatter the demonic clouds covering the sky. The strand of divine sense that Gu Fei used to control the battle puppet had a close connection with his body. Whatever the divine sense sensed would be directly reflected in his mind. The saint-grade battle puppet was equivalent to one of Gu Fei's avatars. He discovered that by using the battle puppet to display martial arts techniques, he could actually display most of the martial arts techniques' power, which surprised and delighted him. Boom! The Saint-grade battle puppet punched out. Scarlet fist energy surged out like a sheet of heavenly fire, instantly enveloping the entire void and dispersing the endless demonic aura. Gu Fei's battle puppet struck out with the fire element fist. The fist energy of the fire element fist struck out with the power of a Saint-grade battle puppet was so strong that even Gu Fei was shocked. The power of the fire element surged up into the sky. The female demon emperor was taken aback. She hurriedly activated the demonic mirror in her hand. It emitted a frightening black light that blocked the oncoming power of the fire element. Swish! The primeval demon mirror emitted a frightening demonic energy fluctuation. A black light rushed out from the mirror. The void was silently annihilated under the light of the mirror. The primeval demon mirror was a demonic sacred weapon refined by the primeval heavenly demon. It possessed great demonic might. As long as one was illuminated by the demonic light of the demonic mirror, regardless of whether one was a human or a deity, an immortal or a demon, they would instantly perish. The monstrous fire element fist energy dissipated under the illumination of the demonic mirror. Gu Fei sneered and immediately struck out with the golden element fist. A golden light surged out from his fist, shattering the void between heaven and earth. The extremely ferocious fist force directly dispersed the black light that was shooting towards him. He struck out more than a dozen punches in succession, forcing the female demon emperor to retreat. The primeval demon mirror in her hand was almost knocked out of her hand by Gu Fei's fist energy. This guy, the female demon emperor, could no longer remain calm at this time. The opponent's battle puppet was too abnormal. It was definitely a battle tool refined by a great sage. What kind of existence was a great sage? Enlightenment meant that one was a sage. As long as one truly understood their own great Tao, they could become a sage. However, a great sage was the emperor among the sages. There were not many people who could become a great sage since ancient times. The great sage's great Tao was almost perfect. They were invincible under the extreme saint realm. A battle puppet refined by a great sage was no trivial matter. The core of the battle puppet exuded a powerful sacred might. A figure sat cross-legged in the core. This person was no different from Gu Fei. It was a phantom formed by a wisp of Gu Fei's divine sense. After countless years, the spiritual imprint left by the original owner of the saint-level battle puppet had almost dissipated. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Gu Fei to obtain this battle puppet. I will beat you into the endless demon domain. The female demon emperor's words were extremely cold. She fully activated the primeval demon mirror in her hand. Countless demonic Tao patterns emerged on the primeval demon mirror. Buzz! The demonic mirror trembled, and pitch-black demonic runes rushed out from the mirror, interweaving into ancient demonic runes in the void. The void collapsed under the demonic power emanating from the demonic runes. Rumble! The void trembled. A big black hole appeared in the void. At the edge of the big hole, there were ancient demonic Tao divine patterns faintly visible, emitting the unique aura of the demonic path. The black hole seemed to be connected to a demon domain. It emitted a terrifying aura. In the depths of the black hole, there was a faint blood-curdling roar. It's really connected to the demon domain? Gu Fei was very surprised. The demonic technique that the female demon emperor evolved with the primeval demon mirror was too strange and terrifying. The black hole emitted a heaven-devouring power, sealing the world in all directions. It wanted to beat Gu Fei into the endless demon domain. However, what Gu Fei's divine sense entered was a saint-ranked battle avatar. This battle avatar was not any weaker than the primeval demon mirror. It had the power of a great sage. On the saint-ranked battle avatar, ancient Tao patterns emerged. Under the control of Gu Fei's divine sense, the battle avatar used the 8 desolate steps. Every time the battle avatar took a step, ancient Tao patterns emerged under its feet. It was walking on the great Tao. Even the black hole evolved by the primeval demon mirror couldn't completely trap the battle avatar. An ancient martial ancestor's cultivation method? Could it be that this guy actually obtained the inheritance of a martial ancestor? The female demon emperor was very knowledgeable. She could roughly guess Gu Fei's identity. This person cultivated the martial Tao. Moreover, he had already gone very far on the path of martial arts. This human had unlimited potential. He had the potential to grow into a supreme being. However, such a genius would be recruited by all the major forces. If this human was allowed to grow, he would definitely become the second martial ancestor. This would bring great danger to the demons. The relationship between the human race and the demons was irreconcilable. Both sides wanted to exterminate the other. If the human race really had an indestructible battle physique, the first to bear the brunt would be the demons. As the female demon emperor thought of this, the murderous intent in her heart grew even stronger. You can't escape. The female demon emperor's voice rang in Gu Fei's heart. The black hole formed by the primeval demon mirror gradually expanded, swallowing the void in front of it. An invisible force affected the speed of Gu Fei's saint-ranked battle avatar, causing it to slow down. Although the saint-ranked battle avatar used the 8 desolate steps, it couldn't get rid of the devouring force of the black hole. Void reversal. Gu Fei didn't hesitate. With a low shout, the ancient runes on the saint-ranked battle avatar lit up, emitting an inexplicable fluctuation. Swoosh. The body of Gu Fei's battle avatar glowed with a divine light. This battle tool suddenly became a little transparent and disappeared into the void. What? Just as the saint-ranked battle avatar was about to be swallowed into the black hole and sent into the legendary endless demon domain, the humanoid battle avatar suddenly disappeared. Disappeared into thin air? How is this possible? No matter how calm the female demon emperor was, she couldn't help but change her expression. What kind of great technique was this? How could it be so brilliant? Each of the 9 secrets of the immortal path was said to be heaven-defying and possessed unimaginable power. The void reversal secret technique could imprint one's body between heaven and earth. When cultivated to the highest level, this immortal path secret technique could display the great power of heaven and earth. Being invincible in the same realm wasn't just a fantasy. It seemed possible. The next moment, Gu Fei's saint-ranked battle avatar appeared behind the female demon emperor without any warning and directly attacked the demon emperor. The female demon emperor was also quite impressive. She actually sensed danger and immediately rushed forward, wanting to dodge. But Gu Fei's saint-ranked battle avatar followed the female demon emperor like a shadow. His punch continued to advance forward. The martial path battle technique contained unimaginable power, displaying a terrifying and formidable divine might. This made the female demon emperor feel uneasy. Bam! Gu Fei's saint-ranked battle avatar's punch landed on the female demon emperor's back. This punch was different from the previous one. This punch contained saintly might and drew upon the power of the great Tao. Even a divine mountain would be turned to dust by this punch. He showed no mercy. The female demon emperor screamed miserably as she was sent flying several thousand zhang away. Her bones crackled. Who knew how many bones were shattered by Gu Fei's saint-ranked battle avatar? Even the primordial demon mirror in her hand flew out. Justices of Chapter 1299. Each of the 9 secrets of immortal Tao contained heaven-defying divine might. They were the ultimate arts created by the supreme Tao ancestor and were known as the invincible arts. Gu Fei used the Saint-Tier battle avatar to execute the anti-emptiness secret art of the 9 secrets of immortal Tao. His body merged with the void and rushed out from the envelopment of the primordial demon mirror's power. Not only that, he also silently appeared behind the female demon emperor and punched the female demon emperor's back again, almost shattering all the bones in the female demon emperor's body. Even the primordial demon mirror in the female demon emperor's hand was knocked out of her hand. The Tao-severing demon emperor was only SOS. Gu Fei's battle avatar chased after her. He wanted to kill this demon's empress on the spot. Demons were the world. Gu Fei didn't show any mercy. The humanoid battle avatar's heart core emitted endless divine light. The Tao patterns that were branded on the battle avatar's body lit up and triggered the great Tao of heaven and earth. Saint-Tier power surged out of the battle avatar. The entire world was trembling. countless living beings were trembling. It was as if doomsday had suddenly arrived. One hand to cover the sky. The humanoid battle avatar stretched out its hand. An incomparably huge palm instantly appeared in the sky and enveloped the entire world. It slammed down on the female demon emperor below. A terrifying power surged down from the palm. The powerful impact caused the entire ground to tremble. Pitch-black cracks appeared on the ground. Gu Fei controlled the Saint Tier battle avatar and used the martial path combat technique, Heaven Covering Hand. Demon Moon illuminates the firmament. The female demon emperor felt a great threat to her life. She ignored her injuries and circulated the power of the demon Dao in her body to display her demon Dao phenomenon. Rumble! The entire world was shaking. Spatial cracks that looked like spider webs appeared in the void. The female demon emperor's body surged with an earth-shattering power. A black demonic moon appeared above the head of the demoness empress. It emitted an endless black light, causing the entire world to darken as soon as the demonic moon appeared. This was a phenomenon of the demonic path. A black moon rose, and it was like 100,000 ancient divine mountains were moving. It actually blocked the sky-covering hand that Gu Fei struck out with the battle puppet's power. A deathbed struggle. Gu Fei controlled this Saint Tier battle avatar. Even if a real sage jumped out, he would not be afraid. The Saint Tier battle avatar allowed Gu Fei to compete with sages. Rumble. Another large hand descended from the sky, striking the black demonic moon above the female demon emperor's head, causing it to tremble repeatedly. The demonic arts displayed by the female demon emperor actually showed signs of collapsing. Gu Fei consecutively struck out 18 palms, each palm containing Dao energy. Finally, on the 18th palm, he destroyed the black moon. Wow! At the moment when the black moon was destroyed, the female demon emperor's demonic path phenomenon was destroyed, causing her to suffer a great impact, causing her to vomit blood repeatedly. When the large hand pressed down, nothing could contend against it and obliterate everything. Even if it was a Dao severing almighty, it would probably be able to kill a large number of people with a single slap. Without any suspense, that female demon emperor was blasted down from the sky by Gu Fei's palm and smashed into the ground, causing the ground to tremble and dust to rise. Gu Fei did not have any protective feelings for the fairer sex. Suddenly, Gu Fei's expression changed in the distant sky. Right at this moment, a bone-chilling murderous aura instantly enveloped him. Not good! Gu Fei shouted and soared into the sky. At the same time, the Saint Tier battle avatar in the distance also rushed towards him. However, all of this was a little too late. Bang! The void in front of Gu Fei suddenly shattered, and a pitch-black demon hand grabbed out from the shattered void, wanting to grab Gu Fei away. All the pores on Gu Fei's body opened up as boundless martial Dao true force was released from his body. His life felt threatened, and he instinctively reacted. The martial Dao battle physique was the most sensitive to danger. Buzz. The purple gold divine sword that was floating above Gu Fei's head vibrated, and rays of destructive sword chi descended from the sword body, slashing at the huge hand that grabbed out from the void. At this moment, the female demon emperor was shocked again. She could feel that the purple gold divine sword was extraordinary, and it seemed like this divine sword was also an incredible saint weapon. The power of the purple gold divine sword had not been activated yet, and the female demon emperor didn't know that this unremarkable purple gold divine sword was actually Gu Fei's other extreme Dao saint weapon. The extreme Dao saint weapon was simple and unadorned, and when it wasn't releasing the extreme Dao saint aura, all the chi was reserved, and it was like an ordinary weapon, unremarkable. But once the extreme Dao saint aura was released, it was like an extreme Dao saint had descended, suppressing the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Other than the extreme Dao saint, no one could contend against the extreme Dao saint weapon. Swish! The void shattered, and the demon hand that grabbed out from the void was severed by the purple gold divine sword's sword light. The sword light was like a hot knife cutting through butter, and after the demon hand was severed, it directly pierced towards the female demon emperor. The void was silently severed by the sword light. At this moment, The primordial demon mirror had already been retrieved by the female demon emperor, and it was floating above the female demon emperor's head, emitting a misty demonic light that enveloped the female demon emperor. But the sword light that descended from the purple gold divine sword ignored the demonic light of the primordial demon mirror and directly broke through the power of the primordial demon mirror, slashing into the demonic light. What? The female demon emperor was shocked and quickly retreated. One must know that the primordial demon mirror was a demonic weapon refined by the legendary primordial demon saint of the demons, the primordial demon. In ancient times, the primordial demon's demonic prowess was awe-inspiring, and he was a famous expert of the demons in ancient times. He had once fought with the great sages of the human race. There were countless human experts who had fallen under the primordial demon mirror. The sword light emitted by this divine sword could actually break through the power of the primordial demon mirror, which was really incredible. Could it be that this divine sword was even more powerful than a great sage-class demonic weapon? Gu Fei and the purple gold divine sword scared the female demon emperor away, and they escaped the calamity. Then, they quickly retreated with He Tian, distancing themselves from the female demon emperor. This demon emperor was too powerful and dangerous. If it wasn't for the sage-class battle puppet, Gu Fei and He Tian would definitely not be this female demon emperor's opponent. Using the extreme Dao sacred weapon was very impractical. One must know that even with Gu Fei's cultivation and strength, it was very difficult to use the extreme Dao sacred weapon even once. It wasn't something that could be used to kill the enemy. The female demon emperor wouldn't let Gu Fei gather enough spiritual qi to activate the extreme Dao sacred weapon, condense the extreme Dao power, and launch an extreme Dao attack. At this time, the sage-class battle puppet arrived and intercepted the female demon emperor. Boom! A monstrous saint aura erupted. The humanoid battle puppet was like a saint from ancient times descending. A powerful pressure pressed down on the world, as if the void was about to collapse. The sage-class power was fully activated. On the humanoid battle puppet, divine runes of the Great Tao appeared, and the aura of the Great Tao was vast and mighty. Facing such a battle puppet, even the female demon emperor's expression changed. Swish! The female demon emperor directly activated the primordial devil mirror in her hand. A destructive demonic light immediately shot out from the mirror and swept towards the humanoid battle puppet. Bang! The humanoid battle puppet used the flawless 5 elements fist, shattering the demonic light with unparalleled might. It directly rushed towards the female demon emperor with unstoppable momentum, advancing forward with indomitable will. The female demon emperor was alarmed. Her aura had already been completely suppressed by the humanoid battle puppet. The current her could no longer compete with the humanoid battle puppet. Powerful strength needed to be controlled with an incomparably firm mental state. Panic, hesitation, uneasiness, and all sorts of unfavorable mental states would affect a cultivator's combat strength. Once a cultivator's invincible mental state was broken, defeat was only a matter of time. Gu Fei's mental state was extremely firm. He firmly believed that he was invincible, and he would advance forward with indomitable will. Even if he encountered an enemy that was much stronger than him, he would still not retreat. The stronger he encountered, the braver he became. Even those that were stronger than him would often be defeated by him. Swish! The female demon emperor didn't accept the challenge. She immediately rushed towards the primal chaos origin. She already had the intention to retreat and wasn't willing to fight with the humanoid battle puppet anymore. Gu Fei sneered. The humanoid battle puppet used the 8 desolate steps and traveled 100 miles in a single step. It chased after the female demon emperor. In just a few steps, the humanoid battle puppet had already caught up to the female demon emperor. However, the female demon emperor was ultimately a demon emperor, a great demon that had severed the Tao. She desperately activated the primordial devil mirror, and the destructive demonic light constantly swept towards the humanoid battle puppet from the front. The humanoid battle puppet might be powerful, but it still couldn't intercept the female demon emperor in a short period of time. The primal chaos origin was also very far away from them. A distance of several hundred miles was just a blink of an eye for the female demon emperor. She used the primordial devil mirror to protect herself and directly crashed into the primal chaos origin. "Boss, don't let her escape." Hey Tian couldn't help stamping his feet anxiously. If this female demon emperor escaped, this divine land would no longer be a secret. At that time, there would definitely be many devils coming over. Gu Fei and He Tian weren't willing to see this divine land being divided up by a group of experts. This land was opened up by the human race's great sage, and it belonged to them. Furthermore, this divine land should be the divine land refined by the ancient human race's great sage, the alchemy saint. The alchemy saint used this divine land to cultivate divine medicines. Not only were there immortal divine medicines here, but there was also the legendary myriad medicine universe cauldron. These things were things that could make all cultivators jealous and go crazy for them. Immortal divine medicines were much more precious than any divine treasury. Gu Fei didn't hesitate. The humanoid battle puppet directly charged into the primal chaos origin and chased after the female demon emperor. The consequences of the female demon emperor escaping were something that even Gu Fei didn't dare to imagine. Inside the primal chaos origin, there was only primal chaos energy. From the outside, this primal chaos land was only about 30 meters in radius. But once inside, it was like a true primal chaos. There was nothing inside, only the power of destruction. Chapter 1300. The origin of the primal chaos did not refer to a point. It referred to the most primitive state of the void of the world. There was such a special place in the world created by the great sage of the ancient human race. From the outside, it looked like an empty space with a radius of 10 zhang. However, inside, it was like a boundless chaotic world. There was no passing of time, and everything was in its most primitive state. Boom! The primal chaos started to boil, transforming into earth, water, fire, and wind. All sorts of destructive power madly wreaked havoc. A humanoid battle puppet gave off boundless holy might as it fought against a demon god. Only saint-level power could break through the primal chaos. Gu Fei's divine sense entered the saint-level battle avatar and displayed its true combat power. This kind of combat power would even make a sage pale. Although the female demon emperor also had the great demon sage's primordial demon mirror, she couldn't gain any advantage at this time. "I'll fight you to the death." The female demon emperor was coughing up blood. She had already been severely wounded, but at this time, she was going all out. Demonic essence surged from her body. A magic mirror floated above her head, pouring down endless demonic power. The female demon emperor fused with the demon mirror and displayed a great divine might, drawing out the formidable power of a saint. With a raise of her hand, the primal chaos was wiped out by the demonic light emitted by the demon mirror. The destructive demonic light continued to sweep towards the humanoid battle puppet. Everywhere it passed, the power of chaos and destruction would be broken apart. It was unstoppable, as if it could destroy everything in this world. The demonic tool refined by the great demon saint was unimaginably powerful. If such power was displayed in the outside world, it would probably sink an entire region. Gu Fei's humanoid battle avatar was also extremely powerful. Every inch of the battle avatar's body was radiating with divine light. Divine patterns of the Great Path were circulating around it, and the power of the Great Path was boundless. He used the battle puppet's power to cast the flawless fist of the 5 elements. The battle puppet seemed to have a miniature world of the 5 elements revolving around it, constantly devouring the surrounding chaotic force and refining it into the essence of the 5 elements. Bam! Towering flames engulfed the primal chaos space in front of it. The humanoid battle avatar executed the 5 elements fist. Saint-tier power could destroy everything. Roar! A terrifying demonic shadow appeared behind the female demon emperor, and boundless demonic power surged out from the demonic mirror above her head. Demonic runes appeared on the surface of the demonic mirror, triggering the power of the great demonic saint. A demonic figure walked out from the demonic mirror and reached out his hand to take on the fiery fist of the humanoid battle puppet. Immediately, a destructive energy storm was set off in the land of chaos. This was the collision of fire elemental energy and demonic energy. There was nothing fancy about it, it was just a clash of strength. Rumble! The land of primal chaos was blasted into a pitch-black region by the mighty destructive power. It was like the primal chaos had opened up the sky. This was the most primitive void. This primordial void did not last for long before it was submerged by the chaotic chi that surged in from all directions. This part of the void turned into chaos once again. The demonic soul in the primordial demon mirror has awakened? Gu Fei was shocked. The supreme treasure of demonic path refined by the great demonic saint was definitely not simple. It contained a trace of the primordial heavenly demon's imprint. This was the soul of the primordial demon mirror. The humanoid battle puppet was sent flying thousands of meters away. The trace of Gu Fei's divine sense in the core of the humanoid battle puppet was almost shaken out. This made Gu Fei extremely shocked. Roar! The demonic shadow roared to the sky. It stepped on the primal chaos and chased after Gu Fei with huge strides. It was just like the real body of the great demonic saint from the ancient times. In the world created by the great sage of the ancient human race, Gu Fei and He Tian stood in front of the primal chaos, staring at a piece of divine crystal in front of them with incomparable nervousness. A piece of divine crystal was fixed in the void by someone's magic power. The mirror-like smooth surface of the divine crystal was flickering with divine light and images were flashing rapidly. Boss, your humanoid battle puppet doesn't seem to be working. He Tian stared at the divine crystal and said, all of this was his doing. He used the divine crystal to show the battle in the primal chaos. Everything that the humanoid battle puppet saw would appear on the divine crystal, allowing Gu Fei and He Tian to see the situation of the battle in the first place. However, Gu Fei did not need to use this method to see the situation of the battle because he had a trace of divine sense in the humanoid battle puppet. There was a mysterious connection between the divine sense and the battle puppet's body. Everything about the humanoid battle puppet was under Gu Fei's control. Everything would be reflected in Gu Fei's mind in an instant. It was mysterious and unpredictable. It doesn't work? Gu Fei couldn't help but feel a little disdainful. This was the first time he used this humanoid battle puppet and it could already exert the power of a saint. If it was an ordinary person, they might not even be able to release a trace of the saint might of the battle puppet. At this time, in the primal chaos, the thousands of feet tall demonic figure had already arrived. Monstrous demonic might filled the primal chaos and even leaked out from the primal chaos origin. Gu Fei and He Tian could clearly feel this terrifying fluctuation. How powerful is a saint? Gu Fei's heart palpitated. Even the primal chaos chi could not block the aura of a saint. This was too shocking. It was hard to imagine what it would be like for such an existence to appear in the world. This is a god. He has already transcended the world and is almost omnipotent. He Tian said such words. A saint stood above all living beings, overlooking the world. He had already transcended the great Tao of heaven and earth and was known as a god. Gu Fei was shocked. A god was an extremely ancient and powerful term. A saint was comparable to a god. It was hard to imagine that a saint could stand shoulder to shoulder with an ancient god. Boom! In the primal chaos domain, Gu Fei's humanoid battle puppet collided with a thousands of feet tall demonic figure. The humanoid battle puppet was sent flying backward as if it was being suppressed. What should we do? This scene appeared on the divine crystal. He Tian was extremely nervous. If the humanoid battle puppet was defeated, that female demon emperor would definitely come back to kill him. The divine land opened up by the ancient great saint of the human race must not fall into the hands of the demons. And at this time, in the depths of this divine land, a mighty aura came out. Even from where Gu Fei and the others were, they could still see huge bolts of lightning striking down from the sky. Thunder rumbled, and the aura of destruction was vast and mighty. Yen was undergoing her tribulation, and it was already at a critical juncture. The divine medicine in the myriad medicine cauldron was also undergoing its tribulation, and it was also at a critical juncture. The terrifying might of heaven and earth caused the whole world to shake. What do you mean? Gu Fei's tone was calm as if he was not nervous at all. He was still as calm as usual. Although his humanoid battle puppet was at a disadvantage, he also knew that the female demon emperor would not be able to hold on for long. Chapter 1301. Amidst the chaos, the battle was still going on. Gu Fei's humanoid puppet of war seemed to be suppressed by the 1,000-feet-tall demonic shadow. It kept retreating and seemed to be at a disadvantage. Buzz! The premier demon mirror suspended above the female demon emperor's head was vibrating. The imprint of the great demonic saint contained in the mirror was activated. The endless power of the demonic path condensed into a 1,000-feet-tall demonic shadow. This was an afterimage of the great demonic saint of the demons who had dominated the untainted land in ancient times. Although it was only an afterimage, it was powerful enough to make even a sage pale. Bang! The fist force shook the heavens and the earth, colliding with the 1,000-feet-tall demonic shadow. The humanoid puppet of war displayed great combat power. It evolved the profound meaning of martial arts and retreated as it fought. After all, the humanoid puppet of war was a combat tool refined by the great sage of the human race. It contained the power of the great sage of the human race. Although the 1,000-feet-tall demonic shadow was powerful, it could not do anything to the humanoid puppet of war for a while. Hand over this puppet, and I will spare your life. The female demon emperor's divine thoughts spread out in the chaos. Her words were directly captured by a wisp of divine thoughts that Gu Fei had inserted into the heart core of the humanoid puppet of war. Humph! It's still not clear who will be spared. Gu Fei responded tit for tat. Although his humanoid puppet of war seemed to be suppressed, he still had many trump cards that he had not used. He was not in a hurry. He was waiting for an opportunity. The profound meaning of the 5 elements surged out from the fists of the humanoid puppet of war. It was as if there were 5 small worlds revolving around the humanoid puppet of war. Those were the 5 voids formed by the power of the 5 elements. With every punch, the small worlds around the humanoid puppet of war would be drawn to the fist of the humanoid puppet of war. The power of the 5 elements would instantly erupt the moment the humanoid puppet of war punched. It was as if a small world had exploded on the fist of the humanoid puppet of war. This was a terrible destructive power that was extremely powerful. The flawless 5 elements fist blocked the destructive demonic light of the premier demon mirror. This fist technique was too powerful and overbearing. It was the most direct eruption of power. Roar! The female demon emperor roared. She was a little anxious. She couldn't activate the primordial demon mirror for a long time. Otherwise, all of her essence chi would be devoured by the primordial demon mirror. Even without Gu Fei's humanoid puppet, this demon emperor would be finished. Moon falls from the sky. The female empress roared out. Suddenly, a black moon appeared above the head of that 10,000 feet tall demonic figure. That black moon was descending downwards. An extremely terrifying power spread out from the black moon, locking down the surroundings. As long as one was shown by the black light from the black moon, they would be frozen. Even the surrounding primal chaos stopped moving. The moment the retreating humanoid puppet was illuminated by the black moon, all of its movements came to a halt. Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked. Outside the primal chaos origin, Gu Fei's face paled when he sensed this scene. The opponent's Devil Dao phenomenon was too strange. It seemed to be the power of space-time. Gu Fei's divine sense transmitted an uneasy fluctuation. He pushed the puppet's power to the limit, wanting to break through the power shrouding him. But it seemed to be very difficult. The female demon emperor used the primordial demon mirror's power to display her own phenomenon. A black moon descended, pressing down on the humanoid puppet, causing it to emit strange sounds. This was simply too terrifying. This was simply a real black moon descending from the sky, pressing down on Gu Fei's humanoid puppet. Even the void trembled. Gu Fei's humanoid puppet struggled with all its might, but it still found it difficult to move. Refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. You can die now. The female demon emperor's voice resounded in Gu Fei's heart. Then, the black moon descended, emitting an endless aura of destruction, wanting to completely obliterate Gu Fei. Damn it! Gu Fei's humanoid puppet couldn't evade at all. Since it couldn't evade, it could only face it head-on. And Gu Fei's humanoid puppet used one of the 9 esoteric secrets of the immortal Tao, the Ascend's secret art. As the immortal Tao art circulated, the countless Tao patterns on the humanoid puppet's body seemed to burn. An unimaginably powerful divine might spread out from the humanoid puppet, causing the entire primal chaos void to boil. Gu Fei's humanoid puppet's power soared to an unbelievable level. With a slight tremble, cracks appeared in the primal chaos domain. How is this possible? The female demon emperor turned pale with fright. The vast energy waves coming from the humanoid puppet were already infinitely close to the invincible realm of an extreme Tao saint. Die! The humanoid puppet roared out before throwing out a punch. A terrifying fist force surged forth, instantly dispersing the 10,000 zhang tall demonic shadow. The fist force was like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Bam! The humanoid puppet punched out a second time. The force of the punch was so strong that it sent the demonic empress and the primordial demon mirror flying away. With just 2 punches, Gu Fei had turned the situation around, heavily injuring the female demon emperor. This was something that no one could have imagined. The Ascend's secret art pushed the humanoid puppet's power to the limit. You can't even withstand a single blow. Gu Fei's humanoid puppet used the 8 desolate steps. In just a few steps, it had caught up to the female demon emperor and was about to punch out a 3rd time. At that moment, Tao patterns of great Tao emerged on the female demon emperor's body. Her entire body seemed to be on fire. This was the demonic disintegration art. This art could be used to stimulate the potential of demons, allowing the great demons to save their own lives in a life-and-death situation. This was a life-saving art. At that moment, the female demon emperor instantly fused with the primordial demon mirror and turned into a black light, disappearing without a trace. This was simply faster than lightning. Preposterous! Gu Fei knew that even if he used the Ascend's secret art and increased his strength by 10 times, it would still be difficult to intercept his opponent. In this primal chaos, it was impossible to see time. In the end, he didn't chase after the female demon emperor. Outside the primal chaos origin, He Tian couldn't help but jump up when he saw this scene from the divine crystal. If the female demon emperor escaped, then this divine land would have a new owner soon. That female demon emperor would definitely come back. After all, this was a treasure trove. No one would be willing to give it up. Everyone was coveting it. The humanoid puppet walked out of the primal chaos origin. Its powerful saint-tier aura had already been restrained. Otherwise, no one would be able to withstand it. At such a close distance, even a grand completion emperor wouldn't be able to straighten his back. The pressure of a saint-tier could collapse the world and shake the 9 heavens and 10 earths. It was high and mighty, overlooking the world. It was a godlike existence between heaven and earth. Rumble. In the depths of this divine land, there was a soul-shaking thunderous sound. The heavenly tribulation was still in the metal element, but it had reached the most tense point. At this time, there couldn't be any mistakes.